when your energy draws you cards or Pokemon. Seems very synergistic, and that's why we see the power of Alakazam.
2 cards drawn off that ability from Kadabra, the Psychic Draw. There's a rare candy for next turn, but it's just going to be the pass over as another Growing Grass Energy is attached and a Boss's Orders played onto the Dedenne. This handheld fan will activate, but which energy do you move?
It has to be the miss. If you remove the other miss and then knock out the Crustle, you're technically taking out 3 energies at that point, right?
But you move Mist Energy to the Kangaskhan, which I think you're more than happy to have as Rahul. He'll take that next Mist Energy as the prize card. Karis does top deck Hilda, but it's only going to warrant a couple of cards in the spot.
And it's, again, heads up to Rahul to identifying the threat. It's that Dedenne. We can ignore the Alakazams. Our Alakazams can't hurt us here.
Really just digging through the deck for that Enhanced Hammer. It is still nowhere to be found. With 1 in the prize cards and no way to search it out, it just becomes that much more difficult to draw into it.
Yeah, luckily, Alakazam does have 140 HP, so it is essentially a 2-shot to try, 2 attacks to take 1 prize card. That's a lot of time for Alakazam, who can like find all of these means to draw, even using, again, the special energy. Draw 4 cards plus the Dunsparce.
There's a lot to be drawn, Wancho, absolutely correct. 4 cards, really looking to find Enhanced Hammer. Did already lose that to Dene, and there it is, that gold Enhanced Hammer. Little bit of a throwback, and that's all Karis is really going to want to survive her game plan around. 4 cards drawn from the Enriching Energy, 3 more from this Dunsparce. Runaway draw. The question now becomes, as Karis, how do you get back into Dedenne?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen her deck that it doesn't have that much switch options. There's no, there's no switch card to be played. There's no Wondrous Patch, Accelerate Energy, so she's gonna have to retreat the old-fashioned way, or once this Alakazam goes down, use the Dunsparce shuffled into the deck and then go into the Dedenne. I don't think she wants to bench it again here, because we've seen Rahul just really try and take a knockout on it immediately.
Yeah, and there goes the Dedenne back into the deck thanks to Sacred Ash. We'll shuffle it and a Dunsparce in.
Lucky there.
If Karis wants to search this Pokemon out now or play it down the same turn as that electromagnetic sonar is being used.
Absolutely. Something of note as well, Karis could try and do an infinite Dunsparce loop.
Yeah.
Where technically 120 damage isn't enough to knock out a Dunsparce. And once you have that damage, you shuffle back into the deck and go into another Dunsparce. Once, of course, all the boss's orders have been exhausted. It's something. But, ooh, wait. That's a big Enhanced Hammer.
Yeah, it does get rid of the Growing Energy. There are still 2 prized currently.
And the one on the Kangaskhan, this Crustle can no longer attack, Ethan.
It can no longer attack, and it becomes a liability because of that interesting note. If Karis plays her cards correctly, she cannot deck out, using the Dunsparce over and over and over again to essentially do an infinite loop. You use a runaway draw, you evolve into a second one, you re-bench it, and you do not deck out. There's a few things that Rahul can do to stunt this plan. There's the 0-6 Machinations that forces Karis to discard down to 3 cards in hand. That's one thing to play around. When Rahul plays that card, it will be important, but you can't just willy-nilly retreat off this Crustle because it eventually becomes a liability when you can indefinitely bring back Boss's Orders and Enhanced Hammer over and over again.
Oh, absolutely. I think with that, I think Karis Jones might have this specific game in the bag.
I wouldn't say so right away, though. You never know what Karis is thinking. Karis doesn't have the information that those 2 Growing Energy are prized. You can't just give your opponent time and time to set up these Pokemon. Rahul does play 13 total energy. The big key will be, when does Boss's Orders get played, and when does this Dedenne use that sonar attack?
Looks like Karis is trying to go into it almost immediately, benching the Dedenne with the energy. Now all she needs is another attachment to be able to retreat to that Dedenne. Rahul trying to stop it, trying to slow it down with the Crushing Hammer. Unfortunately, it was a Tails.
Wonder what energy Rahul is looking for, choosing to not attach that Mist Energy. There's no more Growing Energy left in the deck. There's Spiky Energy, but none of your opponent's Pokemon are damaging you.
Possibly wants any energy that can be thrown, right? Maybe he's gonna have to be forced to hard retreat the Crustle, almost.
Some point, that is gonna have to be the plan. Crushing Hammer flips tails, action back on Karis, and it looks like it's time for this little Dedenne to get involved. Retreating into Dedenne, using the electromagnetic sonar, and will choose to almost certainly bring Enhanced Hammer back.
And this is it. This is an infinite loop now, almost. As long as Rahul doesn't attack, Karis Jones will take out an energy every single turn.
So choosing yet again to hold on to the missed energy. If Rahul wanted to, he could have taken a KO on Dedenne by manually retreating Crustle out of the active spot.
I'm sure he doesn't want to retreat 3 miss energy. Maybe he's looking for, yeah.
So getting a little bit greedy, but it pays off. Getting rid of spiky energy. 2 cards drawn from the Kangaskhan, thanks to that run Aaron, and the rapid fire combo will take KO, and this is a big prize. Does Rahul find it? He does find another energy in the growing energy from the prize cards.
That Kangaskhan right now has 400 HP. If Karis wants to take this knockout, it's going to be, what, 20 cards in hand?
Yeah, but with there being no miss energy on this Kangaskhan, Karis can actually choose to just take the KO with Powerful Hand this turn.
Again, depends on how many cards in hand. I'm trying to check.
It will almost certainly be a KO. There's double the Dunsparce on the bench. So there's the rare candy, Alakazam's Psychic Draw, filling the hand up even more, needs 15 cards. Let's count through.
Well, the A spec is on the Kangaskhan. It has 400 HP,
That's
a little bit more than 15 cards.
We'll need to have a little bit more, 400 HP, so needs 20 cards in hand. Draw 3 from the Dunsparce. It'll get shuffled back into the deck. And that is the question for Karis, promoting this Alakazam, basically saying, I want to get aggressive in this spot. The Lana's Aid brings back essentially +2 in the hand. We'll play that to get back to Dene, the Psychic Energy, and another Pokemon. Oh, there's actually no target, so only +1 from the Lana's Aid.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. If I counted right, that's exact math, but let's be safe and draw 3 more.
Well, you still need to attach an energy card, so needs to use this to Dunsparce to allow this Pokemon to attack. So there goes the Dunsparce. Now Karis could play another card from her hand. There's the energy card down, and all of a sudden, we're gonna see Powerful Hand deal over 400 damage, benching the Dedenne potentially for safe measure, and leaving Rahul with a lone Crustle and no energy cards in play.
Ooh, and again, the miss energy had to be paid to retreat there. I believe there might be 1 or 2 left in the deck.
And there it is, Powerful Hand, powerful indeed, takes the KO, and Karis does draw in to that Enhanced Hammer card.
And just like that, I don't think Rahul can't attach 2 missed energy.
He's gonna try and stall a turn out, boss's orders onto the Dedenne.
His way to buy time.
Buy time. See Karis with that Enhanced Hammer, plus the Dedenne can just take things slow yet again, bring back resources from the discard pile, and threaten attacks later on.
Yeah.
Can even bring back Lana's Aid from the hand? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it looks like it is just going to be attachment of the telepathic energy. Not going to grab anything else, but now the Dene exact spot he wants to be in the active to try and get back more resources. There's another hammer.
Just going to play the Buddy Puffin to try and maybe put some more Pokemon into play, but it feels all for naught. There's the Team Rocket's Petrol. It is just going to be to try and take away all the energy cards. It's a Tails. Rahul Reddy will pick up his cards and go to game 2 as Karis takes game number 1.
I did not expect this at all, Ethan. It's hammer time here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It's Enhanced Hammer versus Crushing Hammer. This is the world we live in now.
It's hammer time, Wancho. Whether you love it or not, it's absolutely here. We'll have the option to go first or second in game number 2. We'll opting to go first.
Yeah, Karis Jones, I know she can feel it. 1 more win and she can call herself the Indianapolis Regional Champion. Let's go ahead and take a look at a quick replay now of that last match. Rahul almost felt like he was going to run away with it.
Yeah.
He attacked first.
Harris just did not have anything going on early on, but that top deck into the Dunsparce opened up all of the pieces and left Rahul swinging without a missed energy. You cannot do that even with that Hero's Cape. Alakazam can hit ridiculous numbers of cards in hand, and it was just too much pressure as Karis ran away with the first game.
And Karis just correctly identifying that the energy to remove and the energy to move with the handheld fan just had to be the growing grass energy. And with 2 pries from Rahul, that Crustle was just stuck in the active, just sitting there, yes, protected by the 2 missed energies, but without putting any pressure, it basically does nothing.
We'll opting to go first in game number 2. We'll see the prize cards again, looking for Detene, Enhanced Hammer, anything to offset this disruptive pressure that Karis can put on. It is the Kangaskhan start and the pass of the turn. What is Karis sitting on? Not much, it looks like. There is the Pokepad.
Always a sign of weakness when your Pokemon search isn't quite the buddy poffin. That means man, Pokepad is just so powerful to get those mid-stage evolutions. Looking at the prize cards though, nothing too big for either player. Yeah, what we're looking for are hammers.
Yeah, no Dedenne, no hammer. Immediately Happer found. There is a Hilda in the hand, but that will change. Can grab that telepathic psychic energy as well as a evolution Pokemon, most likely either the Alakazam or Kadabra.
I take back everything I said about signs of weakness. You just needed 1 psychic Pokemon and then this energy, and suddenly now your board is looking fine.
There we go, telepathic psychic energy. We'll most likely see a few Abra come down into play. It is actually going to be the Dedenne, so bit of an interesting choice. You know, some people would say, oh, grab Dedenne and then put the energy on it to grab the 2 Abra out, but values the early game pressure that Alakazam can have on if Rahul misses something like the missed energy.
Yeah, and we've seen Rahul really just try and target down the Dedenne anyway. Maybe this is a way to, not lose everything if the Dedenne goes down. Hey, yeah, you take down the Dedenne, I still have an Abra with an energy potentially to do some damage.
It looks like we are going solo Kangaskhan mode. Are there any other pieces? Using that run errand ability first.
There's a Petrol, is going to be able to find any trainer card. Could find a supporter. It's going to be the Cape. He's now Super Kangaskhan.
Super Kangaskhan indeed. We'll boost the HP up to 400.
I mean,
Spiky Energy number 2 and the pass of the turn back over to Karis. Has Rare Candy Alakazam. So he can draw 3 cards, needs a little bit of help. Kadabra will be that help indeed, as well as a Buddy Poffin. Great 3 cards for Karis.
If she can reach 20 cards this turn, I'd be so amazed.
It feels like a lot, Juancho, and I would like this finals to last a little bit longer than just a couple turns in game 2.
Again, the Kangaskhan just making its mark here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Again, just a real superhero right now with that cape, because aren't all moms superheroes?
True, absolutely. This Elgin in the active really not doing much. Will be the Dawn as a supporter for choice, so getting even more of these evolution Pokemon into play, 1 of each stage. Will be the Alakazam, the Dunsparce. Last Pokemon of choice will be Abra. All going to the hand, deck being shuffled.
Board here
Pass
looking.
the turnover. Needs to find Mist Energy, and does with the Hilda. That's a huge find. Crushing Hammer 2. Another Tails for Rahul. Really just cannot catch a break on those hammers.
Hilda here is going to be able to find that Mist Energy. Now this Kangaskhan is extra protected. Karis needs 20 cards, an energy attached for turn to retreat, and a hammer.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's literally 1/3 of the deck and more.
A lot of the deck. Yeah, don't have to put that Mist Energy down. We will just see a pass of the turn, so leaving this Elgin in the active. Karis can draw a lot, so we'll see the 3 cards drawn from that Psychic Draw ability. There's the Dunsparce number 1. 3 more cards to the hand. Is there something like Hilda to find energy cards?
I saw
like
the Enriching Energy.
Okay, we have Enriching Energy, counting the hand. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, it seems like at this point. With the Dunsparce, that's +2, 16, 20. We might be close. There's no supporter that's been played yet, and we are still missing the Enhanced Hammer. So let's see everything play out here for Karis. Here we go to Dunsparce number 2. Do we see Enhanced Hammer? That's a rare candy.
So many cards in hand. I don't think I can spot it. Yeah, that is a rare candy.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cards currently. But do you want to commit this enriching energy on the chance that you find Enhanced Hammer?
Yeah.
17, but then you play 1, so it goes to 16, then 20. So even if you find it, you'd have to have a supporter card as well to build the hand up. But we're going to play this. 4 cards.
2.
No Enhanced Hammer just yet. There's Hilda. That's not going to cut it.
No, it's not quite there yet. So close, but there's no pressure yet, right?
No attacking pressure. Rahul choosing to not knock out the Elgin on the turn before.
So just taking this time, maybe reestablish the board to the Buddy Pop, and once again finding 2 Dunsparce.
Can just use this Hilda this turn to thin the deck out even more. Find a Psychic Energy as well as a Dunsparce. Again, we have not seen a supporter card be played yet. So just really taking her time, thinking about what is the best way to approach what is a pretty favorable position, 1 game away from becoming a regional champion.
Fan on the Zene once again, but if there's no bench Pokemon to move the energy to, it just stays there. Rahul here, I'm sure, is looking for another missed energy to just really protect this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, gonna see 8 cards, purposely not knocking out this Pokemon to see as many cards as possible. Here we go, big 8 cards for Rahul. No missed energy, 2 cards from that ability. Does find the missed energy.
Question is, do we start swinging? Maybe just another pass here? Yeah.
Ooh, just wants to try and target Dedenne down as much as possible, I believe. There's to Dunsparce.
So now Karis has to draw both Enhanced Hammers here.
That's right, that's number 1. That's number 2! Oh! I believe Karis does have the game. Double Enhanced Hammer. Karis Jones takes it down and becomes a regional champion.
Wham, bam, punch! Enhanced Hammer brings Karis Jones just to the pinnacle of the Pokemon trading card game. Absolutely huge. Again, her first regional championship win. She is livid, and you can see the joy in her face. This is amazing.
Absolutely monumental achievement. Congratulations to Karis. After 2 top 4 placements, finally breaks through, gets to the finals, takes down an excellent and seasoned player in Rahul Reddy, and becomes your Indianapolis region.
Settle it and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
It is the final event of the European season. The stakes couldn't be any higher than they are now. We are inching closer and closer to NAIC and deciding the 135 Masters who will represent Europe at the 2026 World Championship in San Francisco. And while regionals and special championships are winding down, chaos is rising here for the first time. Will Europe defend every title on home turf? Well, they certainly can't defend the lounge from this American. Welcome to the Turin Special Championships. My name is Emily Foreman, and I am joined here by some of the brightest minds that we have in our game. Mike Ellis, Shea Burton, and Freya Pierce. How we feeling, everybody?
I mean, I've been out in Turin for a little while now. Came out for a holiday beforehand, and what a wonderful city this is. The architecture is beautiful. I've been on a few hikes, so I've been able to see the sights of Turin, and it's been a wonderful place to eat food, which is always an exciting point of the journey, eating the most amazing food here in Italy.
Yeah, honestly, I've been told before coming here by a few of my Italian friends that, especially as Italian cities go, right, Turin is a little bit underrated, and honestly, I agree. This place is absolutely phenomenal. I've had such a good time here.
Yeah, I'm just super excited to be here. As you say, last event of the season, but I love the weather. It's sunny here. Back in the UK, not so much, so I'm very happy to be here.
My man.
Well, let's take a quick recap at where we've been for this entire season, starting all the way back in Frankfurt. This season has flown by. Where has everybody's favorite stop on the European circuit been?
I mean, I started strong with some good performances in Frankfurt and Gdansk, so they're very special to me. But going out to my first LAIC in Sao Paulo was an amazing event. I think what's been really key this season is the competition's been so good. The bigger events, the biggest events, and some of the best plays.
But it is crazy, right? Look how many grayed out, moments that we have on the schedule. We are right, like you were saying, Emily, right at the end of the season. Turin, it is all that is left for the European season. But we have 2 more stops left, don't we, after that?
And 2 of the biggest ones, it must be said. NAIC traditionally the biggest event of the year via player numbers, but then, come on. The World Championships and Pokémon XP for the first time ever, that double header event there in San Francisco. That's what our players, that's their North Star, as it were.
Well, if you want to get involved in all of the Pokemon action from around the world, make sure you check out rk9.gg/events/Pokemon so you can start to get an idea on how to register for next season coming up. And before you know it, it'll be right here and ready to go. Honestly, I tell people all the time that if you want to start competing next season, now is the time to start doing your prep. Head to your local card shops, getting to know your locals, because those are going to be your new best friends and your best training partners.
And it's also the start of the journey. You might have one of the regionals or special championships near you, and maybe next season you'll just go to 1 or 2 events, and then soon you'll be going to every single one of them, as many of our players have done this season, traveling all around Europe.
Well, speaking of traveling, if you want to travel to the World Championships, you're going to need some championship points to do so. So here is our point breakdown. And honestly, coming to these special championships and these regionals are going to be the best way that you can qualify for the World Championships. And as we've seen, 135 Masters from Europe that we will be sending over to San Francisco to try to take the crown of World Champion.
That's one way to get you in right. But as you can see, if you do win one of these regionals or special championships, you do also get an automatic invitation to the World Championships. So it's either a big win or consistent performances. Either one will get you there.
Still though, I mean, it's so important that you are able to go in and take advantage of all of the opportunities that you have both on the regional level and of course on the local level as well. So still looking to, I think when players think about world championships, they're thinking, okay, how do I go and get the most amount of points at regionals? And these players right here could be the ones that we will be seeing, but this is our new cutoff rankings. What do you guys think about this one?
Yeah, this is the business end of the season for these players here. I would love to know how many of them are actually here at this event or looking to go NAIC, but these are the players that are really still jostling for their World Championship invitations. Nothing's guaranteed for these players here. People like Carl Black there, 154th, can still, have a good Turin, have a good NIC and leapfrog back over. But yeah, these players, this is scary time now.
And it's not just the fact that it's top 135 that make it, but the invited players gain spots for the region. So you'll notice the cutoff point here is currently 146. Well, now, if there's a winner here in Turin, a new winner from Europe, and some players at NAIC earning their invites through that top 4 finish, that will open up more spots for the European region. So currently going quite deep into that 150 range.
Well, and I mean, we mentioned Carl Blake already, and there's a few other names as well. I think I see a couple of my technically locals on there. I feel like Karlstrup from the other side of Denmark. Also, Ronna Nielsen, who is currently just in there. Fair enough to say for some of these players, and if they can make it in, I'm sure that this will be the chance to do it.
Well, here's the thing. We don't just give out championship points when you come to these regionals. We also give out booster packs as well based on your performance. First place going to be getting 108 booster packs, and actually that goes all the way down to 4th. But also, of course, it's that coveted invite to San Francisco and the World Championships. But we give out a lot of booster packs based off of the amount of attendance that we have, but it goes all the way far down. So even if you're not winning the tournament, you're still going home at least with something.
Yeah, a lot on the line. Championship points, booster packs, that potential invite. I think also a great opportunity to play the new format. We've not had a huge amount of events in this new format this season, so I think a lot of players here are excited to try out their deck or give Dragapult a go.
You say not a huge amount of events. This is it. This is the first major that we have had in the Chaos Rising format.
That's true, and this will give them good prep for Worlds where there's not going to be many sets between now and Worlds, so a good opportunity to practice the format for all those players who might be comfortable with their invite already.
One of another things that I really love about our tournament structure is that not only can you get points towards your World Invite or booster packs, you can also get travel prizing as well. And honestly, for a lot of our top players, this is actually what they're chasing more so than anything, because it's technically help to get to other tournaments. But I mean, great, $3,500 to, get to wherever you want to go out of region. But what I think everybody really looks at is that priority registration.
I mean, prior to registration, with these events being more in demand than ever, the fact that if you secure that top 32 spot, you get to guarantee your spot at the event is a really, really extra good prize to have. And this goes throughout the course of the whole season. Getting a Worlds invite is one thing, but there's constant encouragement to compete and put yourself into those top rankings so you can get those stipends for all the different internationals that you can travel to.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing as well is that there's so much Pokemon going on around the world, no matter what. I'm here from NA, technically, right? And there's tons of tournaments across the US, Canada, also LATAM as well, a thriving region, Europe, a thriving region as well. The energy in here is absolutely electric.
I think what's really cool about Turin is there's a huge Italian community that compete very much only at Turin and locally, and to get to see them come along here, you often see some new faces on the stream making huge runs, because there's some of the best players in Europe from this region who've inspired many players like Alessandro Cremascoli, who've set up local communities here and inspired that next generation of Italian talent.
Well, Mike, speaking of players that come from a long way, you and Shay actually casted the finals of Utrecht that just happened. Let's take a quick look on what happened at that tournament.
For the 4th year in a row, we returned to Utrecht for another action-packed weekend of Pokémon TCG. This year, 2,150 trainers entered the Dragon's Den to see whether Dragapult would continue its post-rotation dominance from Prague, or if they could overcome an onslaught of Phantom Dives. Early rumblings suggested Mega Lopunny might spring into action this weekend. In round 4, we saw Utrecht 2024 champion Owen Kamerman showing off its power on the feature table. It was a clear frontrunner for the deck to watch. Whilst the story of Mega Lopunny was unfolding, many trainers were creating their own breakout performances with unique decks. Joshua Vanovashelder led the Swiss with Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Finally finishing 4th, Joshua has certainly inspired players all over the world to give the deck a try after ruffling the room with Rocket's feathers. Trainers were feeling the pressure in Utrecht, aiming to snap up some championship points for their invitations to Worlds. Many strong trainers achieved high finishes to do just that, but nobody embodied that quite like North America's Hassan Kanukcu, who made the trip to Europe for that very reason. Piloting Andrew Hedrick's 60 that won Los Angeles just 1 week prior, Hassan journeyed all the way to Utrecht's grand final, earning 325 CP, and now is in a great position for a Worlds invite. Opposite Hassan in the final is LAIC champion Miloslav Posledny, who, unlike his LAIC victory, decided to counter the power of the dragons rather than harness it. His deck might look familiar. Yes, that's right, you guessed it, Mega Lopunny EX. It turns out the best way to deal with a bombardment of Phantom Dives is to heal it all away with Wally's Compassion again and again until eventually you Gale Thrust all the way to become Utrecht Regional Champion. The season is really heating up, so make sure to tune in to all the action by visiting pokemon.com/broadcast.
Back to Utrecht as well. Ever since rotation, the narrative has been, what beats Dragapult? Can we beat Dragapult? Or can other decks even find a way into top 8 to be more than half of the top 8? Doesn't kind of feel like it right now, but still Miloslav getting the win with that Mega Lopunny getting its first crown.
Yeah, and Shay here was a smart man and predicted that Dragapult would get taken down last event. What's your prediction this time?
Oh, God, put me on the spot a little bit here. I don't think Dragapult's going to win again. I don't.
Sticking with it.
I'm sticking with it, yeah. I think Europeans love to counter the best deck, and I think we're going to do it again.
All right, well, let's take a look back at the Utrecht deck breakdown here. I'm still really in shock that players really just love this Mega Starmie. Now, granted, this is phase 1, but look how many Masters, 2,150, and 25% of them playing Dragapult EX's all variants.
I gotta be honest, I'm gonna make a very strongly worded statement here. I think for this tournament, I think Mega Starmie's on fraud watch.
Oh, that's a big call.
I'm just saying.
This is when Mega Starmie is the one that takes down Dragapult. We'll see.
yeah, watch me, commentator's curse.
Well, looking at all of this, it's really just kind of going into phase 2 and seeing that Raging Bolt seems to be just that ideal second spot. We've technically have these turbo decks coming into favor, and Raging Bolt has been able to survive with losing Professor Sada's vitality, but that Alakazam, the Festival Lead, these single prize decks seem to always be finding their way back into the middle of that top.
Yeah, those big basic decks with the Ogerpon in them seem to do quite well into Dragapult due to the early setup being so strong, and then being able to bump the stadiums like Area Zero to remove a lot of damage on board. It gives them quite a good advantage there, so it'll be interesting to see how people adapt here to take down Dragapult with it.
Feels like just that is the narrative that just keeps on coming, right? What can beat Dragapult? But honestly, it always comes down also to this top 8 graphic, and you know, when we get to look at the top 8 decks, really kind of see what is actually making it into cut.
I mean, it's mostly Dragapult. That's going to be no surprise to see, but I want to point out there's 6 Dragapults there. Oh, no, 5 rather for this event.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but all the same, the non-Dragapult decks, a very interesting mix we see.
Yeah, we saw Joshua Vanovashelder putting on a show with that Team Rocket's Honchkrow. We have the sort of Tilmos Ogerpon Lily's Clefairy deck, which is a deck I'm keeping an eye on for this event. I think the Lily's Clefairy S deck, you know, there's some with Mega Dancy rolling about as well that I think could are well positioned to make a deep run. But then the story of the event was the Mega Lopunny really put on a show early on in the stream and then actually taking the event home.
And I think not only Mega Lopunny got its crown, but it's also this Dunsparce that's really kind of making its way to be the top engine right now for a lot of these decks. This runaway draw, we can see in the winning moment here from Miloslav using the runaway draw to find the energy and the boss's orders.
And you can see the Risky Ruin was the stadium of choice for Hassan there. I think a lot of Dragapults are going to be changing over to that Team Rocket's Watchtower for that very reason.
Still, though, I mean, this is our LAIC champion for a reason, and plenty of other accomplishments underneath the belt for Miloslav as well. But still, big shout-outs to Hassan, who came all the way over from North America to play in the regionals. And next season, honestly, I want to see more of this NA-EU integration, because it's so fun to see these regions go head-to-head versus each other.
It really does feel like every single year we go on, Pokemon is turning into more and more of a global circuit. Even like Japanese players coming over to some of our events, and sometimes the other way around as well. It's really, really cool thing to see.
And the thing is, here in Europe, I know that we are at the tail end of the season. Only one event left to crown a champion. But look at all of these Europeans here. I think we were talking about yesterday about how many players were coming to the region, taking these European championship crowns away from Europeans. I don't see a single player outside of Europe on this graphic.
Yeah, we've done well. We've held the fort pretty well, the European Masters there. You see an all-star lineup. All these players should be going to the World Championships. There's still one more person to fill in there, though, for Turin. Who is it going to be? And you want me to find out? That's why watching this stream all the way through till tomorrow.
And we also not only have our event champions, but we do have a leaderboard with all of the championship points here. And look at all of those golden tickets.
What's really clear this season is the players winning events are also accumulating a lot of points from other events. You see many of our guaranteed invites with that ticket next to their name also getting, 600, 700 points on top of that 350 that they earn at the event they won.
Yeah, I mean, you got the best of the best here. No matter which way you look at it, 1,700 points for Tord Reklev. He is obviously Europe's favorite, a lot of people around the world's favorite, and he's deserved his title for so long. But I mean, you see players that are having a great season up there, like our EUIC champion, Edwin, and Ethan Wild, our Birmingham champion, as well as Emma Hagen, a great breakout season for her as well. There are tons of talent on this page.
It's crazy, if you look at Emma specifically, how Emma can have that many points and still be only ranked number 2 in Norway because of Tord. Not even Europe, just Norway alone. Yeah, Norway looking low-key stacked this season.
Absolutely. Well, it's not just about Turin. Last weekend, we did have Indianapolis happening over in the North American circuit, and that was really exciting as well. And still, I mean, if it's one thing that we can guarantee, if Dragapult's in format, it's going to be at the top of the graphic. But still, I mean, at least North America got on the same page that Mega Starmie's not that good.
Seems like a little bit of a tussle in the next best decks. Mega Lucario having a bit of an event. Maybe some people recognizing the power of Mega Lopunny from Utrecht and going, hang on, we can counter both Dragapult and this Mega Lopunny deck. So they brought it in, and unfortunately for them, there was a rise in one prize decks at this event.
And the thing is, as well, as we go into looking at our phase 2, I think Andrew Hedgick really kind of turned the meta on its head, and looking at the 44% of Dragapult decks, where Crushing Hammer, this awkward way of putting control into your deck, actually feels pretty good for a lot of players. But still, I mean, it seems like Raging Bolt is going to be your go fast deck of choice.
Yeah, it's interesting to sort of see it. It's literally Dragapult versus the world here. There's that Lily's Clefairy Ogerpon deck, though, creeping up again. Could it be its time here in Turin? Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, as somebody who comes from NA, right, it's not a big shock to see Dragapult always sitting all the way at the top all the time. It's just that you have the best players on it. I remember a interview with Lucas Zing at Los Angeles. It was just, he was saying like, well, everyone's playing Dragapult because it's the best deck in the room. I'm just going to play Dragapult because it's the best deck in the room. And that's the mindset for a lot of players, because it's safe for a lot of players. You don't want to really go into some of these later regionals and, saying, you know what, I'm going to just throw to the wind with a deck that maybe beats Dragapult. I have a couple reps on. Why not go with something that's safe?
If you're looking to make yourself on the highlighted side of that cutoff bracket and you just need those last few points, I think that's a very smart strategy to go for.
And the top 8 decks that we saw going into Indianapolis as well. I mean, it is a lot of Dragapult that we see, but those 2 decks in the top left corner actually coming in and saying, you know what, we're going to counter the meta completely.
And we're starting to hone in on the type of Dragapult lists that are doing better. We're seeing more of the Dragapult in combination with Crushing Hammer becoming more and more popular. But not only that, we saw the other archetypes integrating that controlling element, the energy control, with both Keris and Rahul integrating energy control in their decks, whether it was Crushing Hammer for Rahul, with Keris having those handheld fans and enhanced hammers to try and disrupt the format.
Yeah, and you look at this graphic, right? And it's just the names that you see time and time again. Andrew Hedrick just having, once again, another amazing season. Our world's champion finalist last year, Justin Neudorf, as well, having amazing performances. Kira Melville getting her first top 4, and she has been on this Dragapult for a very long time, too. But it's really the stars of the show for that finals was Keris and Rahul piloting 2 other decks other than Dragapult, like you said, Mike, going in with that energy control. I like the way you put it here. And this was a really smart pick from Rahul as well. I mean, sometimes you just have to admit that people are only playing these EX cards, but Keris understanding how to play her deck extremely well with that Dunsparce.
And really, it came down to this right at the end. Runaway draw. That's 1 enhanced hammers. That's 2 enhanced hammers. That discards 2 missed energy. That lets Alakazam attack. And that cemented Keris's regionals win.
And as the fellow North American here on the couch, Keris has deserved this for a long time. She was a monster in seniors. She is an amazingly consistent player. She got her breakout performance in Masters last season at Atlanta versus Henry Chow. And honestly, this is so deserved for her. But of course, Rahul still consistent as ever, right? He travels all around the world playing Pokemon.
One of the strongest players to not win an event, which is a title nobody wants, but it's also a huge compliment to any player, because winning events is harder and harder than ever now, as over 2,000 players frequently enter these regionals. So Rahul is due one soon for sure.
Absolutely. And we're going to look at our North American winners. And like I said, in Europe, Europe hasn't, shared out the invites. Well, North America certainly has this season. Winners not only from the US and Canada, but also Tord taking one. Giovanni Sasso for LATAM taking one. Yoshiyuki taking one for Japan. And believe it or not, it's not all with Dragapult. We're seeing different decks like Tord's, I guess, Mega Absol box before it lost its key pieces in rotation. Alakazam taking one and Zoroark taking one. So NA is looking a little bit spicy with the flavor.
I think last season there was a lot of repeat winners as well across the circuits, whereas this season it feels like completely unique winners across the board. Many of them getting repeat strong finishes, but not able to tie the win up in multiple events.
Well, that is going to be soon to be it for our lounge segment. We're going to jump right back into the competition very soon. Our competitors have been going and going, and I know for sure I want to see Chaos. I mean, we have barely even talked about Chaos Rising being legal for the first time here, and that is going to be a big meta shift going into NAIC next week. So we know a lot of players are going to be wanting to keep up with the broadcast this weekend, so you can catch all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. If you can't find it, Shay's actually pointing to it. Just look for his finger. Yep, see, there it is right there. And you'll be able to not only catch up with us here at TCG, but also VGC with its first Champions event here in Europe, and Pokemon Go. And I was talking to some of the Go casters this morning. They might actually be playing their Worlds meta for the first time this weekend. So plenty of fun and games for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, the Go format rotates quite frequently, and this is an event where you get to see new moves being used. And I think that's the excitement here in Turin. So many new players, so many new formats, and lots of action to keep up with.
And keeping up with the action, you absolutely can on all of our social media platforms. So I was asking in the back if we still show posts. Make sure you #PlayPokemon on all of your posts. I want to see what you guys are thinking about Chaos Rising. Show us your pets. Freya loves seeing your pets. So please, for Freya's sake, show your pets. But also, of course, if you have a spicy Greninja deck list that maybe we could take a look at on stream, a great cosplay, locals watching the stream, we want to see it. Make sure you #PlayPokemon in whatever social media platform you use: X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Yeah, exciting event. Looking forward to it.
I think with all that being said, though, I mean, don't forget also to follow the channels along on YouTube and Twitch. Play Pokemon on YouTube and Pokemon TCG on Twitch. Make sure you don't miss any of the following action. But with all that being said and done, I think we have a special championship to get on with, don't we?
Yeah, we got to get to the desk. We'll just take a look at how these tournaments work one more time. We'll be right back.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Salve allenatori, benvenuti ai campionati speciali di Torino. I am Freya Pierce. I am joined by the inimitable lyric of wisdom, Emily Foreman. How you doing? You look shocked.
Did you practice that?
A very tiny bit.
That was crazy. I got my buongiorno down and I was like, great, that's it. But that's a very American way of thinking. Like, yep, I did the bare minimum. So.
I've got Italian ancestry on my Brazilian side. Let's chalk it up to that.
Of course, of course. Still, though, I think, we didn't have too much time in the lounge to talk, but it is Chaos Rising weekend.
It really,
and
really
is. And it is the only Chaos Rising event that is not an international. So players are really going to be ironing down what they're doing for this exact moment. Will Dragapult win again? Will Mega Greninja do anything? I don't even think people picked Mega Greninja for our caster predictions. No. But still, I mean, I'm excited to see if that special red card that you got in your pocket, Freya,
hold on a second. There it is. Really seeing a lot this weekend.
Meta defining.
It's going to be coming around a lot for sure. Probably almost certainly the most impactful card in the whole set, just for the fact that it especially enables deck building in the A-spec space, of course. Now we have a hand disruption option that isn't unfair stamp, so maybe we'll see some more different A-specs coming into play this weekend.
Well, it's the moment you've all been waiting for if you love posting on social media. It's the Turin meta breakdown. I know a lot of people love to check this out, and my goodness, wow, okay. Mike Ellis was talking a little bit earlier about how previous events really impact the meta. That's Alakazam in third.
That is Alakazam in third, and also, that's Hodgecrow in fifth.
All right, Europe definitely has a defined palette, as I like to say. But I mean, no shock for anybody. I see a Dragapult at 29%, almost 600 players piloting Dragapult. Anything about this list surprising for you, Freya, aside from that?
No, actually, I'll say one thing that isn't surprising. I'm feeling very vindicated. Where's Starmie?
I mean, come on. It does well once, and yeah,
exactly.
It's the thing, right? Everybody needs to try it.
Oh,
but
there it is.
We're going to the best of the rest here, and it's going to be that Slowking that's starting to creep up. I know it did get a new special friend attacker, that Metagross, but of course, and Zoroark EX still a fan favorite, and we're in Europe. We love Festival Lead here.
Piloted by Ethan Wild and many more, but yeah, that's Slowking. Actually, we're talking about how Chaos Rising, perhaps not that massive an impact on the metagame, but it does give Slowking a very good new tool in that Metagross, of course. Does enable you to do like a lot of damage by copying the attack of a single prizer, and with the way the ruling works, normally with Metagross you have to discard a bunch of energy to do the metal energy to do the attack. Slowking actually means you don't need to do that at all, so it's basically just a one bang on anything.
The thing is, though, with smaller and smaller sets being printed and coming into legality, if you're not really finding your true EX engine up, I mean, at this point it's like, well, can this Pokemon beat Dragapult? Not really. Fine. Well, regardless, though, we do have our players ready to go. I'm excited to see who Lorenzo and Sam are going to pilot in this one.
Yeah, we don't quite have our deck list ready yet, but we'll be able to tell you very, very soon what these two will be playing. And yeah, for featuring like a local hero. But both names I don't necessarily quite recognize going into this. So we have Sam Hunt on the right there. Did get a couple of top 256s in the EUA scene in Birmingham. So going to be a stream highlight moment for him, I'm sure. We're going to be kind of excited, but imagine a little bit nervous to be on stream as well.
Yeah, believe it or not, it's actually very scary to be out there. You got white noise absolutely blasting in your ear, stopping us, the casters, from being heard inside of your headset. You have usually a crowd of some sort watching you. So sometimes, we got the prizes. Oh, Freya, it's your favorite deck.
Bees, let's go. The bees are here. This is one of the big new archetypes debuting for Chaos Rising, of course. So that Beedrill EX partnered with the Arbeliever. I have been big on this deck myself, so we've not had a chance to look at caster predictions yet, but spoiler alert, this is one of them, and I'm very happy to see this on stream.
Yeah, we're talking about decks that are going into format as we are going to draw for turn here. Lorenzo going to be starting us off, playing that 1/1 line, I believe, of the Arbeliever as well. But there's that bug catching set. Look at the top 7 cards and take either a grass Pokemon or a grass energy. Freya, when it comes to Chaos Rising, what does Beedrill actually do here?
Okay, so this, we like to describe how the decks actually work in general. It's very important to do so here because this is a brand new archetype. So the Beedrill EX, it just does a very simple thing. 1 attack, 110 damage for each Beedrill EX you have in play. Rumbling Bees, that's the attack. Now, the way you get a bunch of those Beedrills out in play is using, of course, the Forested Vitality Stadium that we've seen used in many grass decks before. Lets you, as long as it's not your first turn, evolve up your grass Pokemon just straight away without even waiting. So the idea being you play the bug catching sets to get all these grass energies and the Beedrill line into your hand and just put down all these Beedrill and basically one-hit knock out anything. That's the deck.
It feels pretty good, right, when you're able to hit 440 on potentially going second, right? Sam is going to be piloting that Dragapult deck that we know and maybe we love, starting with the Badoo as well here. But I like how Lorenzo's just using the Ultra Ball right away, because with Badoo out on the field, just going to assume going to be under item lock for next turn. But still, I mean, Lorenzo's got a great opening search. Looking back at the prizes, 2 Weedle are prized. It's not exactly what you want to see.
No,
so might have to actually lean into the Arbeliever and using that Oil Salvo to kind of spread the damage counters across wide.
Actually, I don't think that's going to be possible either. As you were mentioning, Emily, it's a 1/1/1 line for the Arbeliever. The Dolliv is prized.
Yikes.
Oh dear.
Might have to Rumbling Bees for what, 220?
Dude, yeah, I guess so. And to be honest, this is one of the reasons why we were just talking over just before the stream started about why Beedrill perhaps hasn't had as much of an impact in Japan. And I think it's because of the fact that in a best of 1 format, one prizing like this can ruin you, whereas in best of 3, you should have at least 2 out of 3 games where your lines are not prized enough to make things work.
Well, going on over to Sam's side of the board. I mean, Lorenzo here is going to definitely have a draw engine up, and that's the big thing. You want to use runaway draw as much as possible here. But Sam's going to be playing all reliable Dragapult and doing the prize checking right now. And from what we can see on our end, it is going to be a full Dragapult line prize. So it is going to be that Dreepy, that Dracloak, and the Dragapult EX, alongside another copy of Badoo, a Fire Energy, and a Boss's Orders here. So honestly, still can get things going, but there it is, that Team Rocket's Watchtower. That is going to turn off all colorless Pokemon abilities. So unless Lorenzo has Stadium to bump, that is going to turn off all those runaway draws. Those Dunsparces aren't going to be able to get back into the deck.
Absolutely devastating. There is a good reason why this card has seen such a rise in play, and it really is just the fact that with both Meowth and the Dunsparce as an engine, but you're getting so many decks giving them the consistency that they need, Watchtower just shuts that all down, and those 4 Dunsparce on Lorenzo's side looking very sad right now.
Well, I know one person that isn't sad, and that is Sam with the Buddy Poff and the double actually drawn off of the Lily's Determination, and it's still going to be our most powerful supporter, I believe, inside of this new format, being able to draw essentially 8 as long as you still have all 6 of your prize cards. And still, even with 1 Dragapult line completely shut out, still able to grab 3 Dreepy at this point. Sam's setup is pretty good.
I mean, it's pretty much all you can ask for, like, especially being able to finish off with the Itchy Pollen as well. It's going to be a lot harder for Lorenzo to find an out to this Watchtower with having no access to items, and just the fact that the Watchtower stops the Dunsparces from being able to draw in the first place. So if Lorenzo isn't ready to go with a Forested Vitality, he could be in a rough spot, but he is playing 4 copies in his list, so his odds to find a counter stadium are pretty decent.
No energy attachment onto Sam's side, and I think that's been the name of the game for quite some time now that Dragapult players are really looking towards the energy here. Going to use the Dawn Freya. I didn't see the stadium bump at any point here. Won't be able to not only run away draw, but won't be able to not only retreat and attack with that Fan Rotom on the bench. Could have been a nice way to at least get something out of the prizes. Now, granted, Lorenzo does have Unfair Stamp in hand, but no prize card has been taken yet.
Yeah,
Can't use it.
And he's under item lock anyway because of the Badu. So yeah, it's rough going no matter which way you look at it. Now, unless maybe we do see the fact that there's no Dunsparce grabbed, kind of telegraphs there probably isn't a counter stadium. So Lorenzo really just wants to thin cards out of the deck so he can increase his odds of getting an out to the Watchtower.
Trying to see the rest of the hand here. Will just evolve on up, trying to get something started. Can put down the Weedle. Now, granted, it is a very risky option to use as well. Back on over to Sam's side, seeing the not only the Dracloak, but could also use another Lily's Determination for another fresh 8 cards. There was no energy in, I believe, both hands for Sam, so definitely wants to get that one energy attachment down, wants to find more Pokepads to find that Dracloak, and then start attaching energy. But still, I mean, for Sam, that Team Rocket's Watchtower is doing a ton of work.
Would you not say, Emily, that given the way Dragapult operates, and tell me if you agree with me on this, I think that one of the reasons why Dragapult is the strongest deck in the format is because of the fact that it is one of the best users of Lily's Determination.
Well, not only that, right, but it's versatile, right? And Sam actually flashing a second copy of that Team Rocket's Watchtower as well. I think Mike or Shay alluded to it a little bit earlier, that that was going to be the strongest stadium for this event, and it's because so many decks utilize runaway draw, right? We just saw Alakazam win North America, utilizing that runaway draw for the win. So in fact, Dragapult, I think, like you were saying, Freya is a very flexible deck, can really kind of work to its meta here.
Yeah, and just stopping, being able to advance your board state whilst not taking prize cards so you can draw 8 off of Lilies so many turns in a row is really, really strong. Oh, and very crucial find, does find now that energy drop, which is so, so crucial.
And things are going for Sam really well, kind of already kind of showing that there could be even a Phantom Dive next turn if he so chooses. The draw for turn, I do not believe was helpful, but still, I mean, Lorenzo doesn't want to put down this Weedle in fear of it getting Phantom Dive next turn. There's really nothing he can do with the hand as I see it.
No, it's absolutely dreadful. Yeah, just the pass.
No.
Goodness me.
You hate to see that. Back on over to Sam's side, though. There's the Recon Directive, another Lily if he really wants to there. I like what Sam's deck list is really going for. Not only the Rocket's Watchtower, but also playing the Crushing Hammers, which is now feels like the most popular way to play Dragapult. A Psychic Energy, unfortunately, as well. So we need that fire to start attacking.
Yeah, let's see it. It's not in the hand already, so I think, is it going to be, actually just going to play a bit slow, just commit a Psychic to the other Dracloak and going to go for Lily's number 3. I like it, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game now when it comes to Pokemon TCG. Take your time, build up your board. I mean, that Dreepy still needs to evolve into a Dracloak on the other side. Sam can take this turn to get another Dracloak set up like he's done with the energy there, and then for next turn, use a Crispin to not only power up a Dragapult EX, but also a Monkey Dory if he's able to find it there, but still a fresh 8 cards. It's the setup game, it feels like, Freya.
It's a very smart recognition from Sam that given how this Itchy Pollen is making Lorenzo basically do nothing, Sam is recognizing he's under no time pressure here. He can afford to set up more slowly and take his time because, I mean, what's Lorenzo doing right now?
I mean, the Team Rocket's Watchtower has put in a ton of work, and so will that Pokepad finding the final Dracloak here, as he will be able to use Recon Directive. Now, I'm wondering, just because I've seen 3 hands of Sam that is over 10 cards technically with the Recon Directive, where the Fire Energy? We know that one is prized, right? But we've only seen these Psychic Energies. Now, the Crispin is there off of the Recon Directive, could take it for next turn. Didn't quite get to see what he grabbed here, but still has the Monkey Dory, and just listen, if it's working, why change?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Ultra Ball in hand for next, I think, just guaranteed that Dragapult. There's a Monkey Dory Dark in hand as well, so, I mean, he's going to be feeling pretty good about himself. Oh, but there we go, a Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I mean, it's good for next turn, but it does mean that just by playing that, Sam knows he's basically getting another turn for free.
that's the thing too. That is the very big green light for Sam next turn to say, okay, you know what? If you're going to stack your deck legally, of course, with a stadium card to bump this Team Rocket's Watchtower, it's time for me to start Phantom Diving. And the thing is, unfortunately for Lorenzo, with 2 Weedle Prize, Lorenzo's not going to be able to use Force of Vitality to evolve into 4 Beedrill to hit that rumbling bees for 440.
Yeah, no, of course, Sam isn't necessarily to know that, but it doesn't matter if Sam knows it or not. He'll be able to recognize as soon as Lorenzo doesn't put out 3 Beedrill and one-hit knockout of Dragapult that Sam will be laughing all his way to his last prize card. But let's see. I think Lorenzo stacked, I think it was an energy and a counter stadium. Now, how does Sam decide to pivot here, knowing that, as you said, Emily, he has is up against a legally stacked deck?
Finally finds the fire energy here, and it was the first thing that Sam took. Can also continue using these recon directives as well. Did also flash the Rosa's Encouragement too, a supporter card that I actually think is pretty good in Hammer Dragapult meta right now. See, looking through the hand here, has plenty of options to get the Dragapult, does also have the Dragapult in hand. I would have loved to see the Crispin grab off of the recon directive to get that Monkey Dory set up as well.
Yeah.
So you could start pushing back some of these damage counters onto these Dunsparces.
Oh, hold on a second. I think, actually, with that in mind, Sam has grabbed off of that last recon directive, the Meowth EX. Maybe he's considering whether to bench for the Crispin. Of course, but he's not able to because the Watchtower, so...
Yeah, that Watchtower is actually preventing everything that Sam wants to do with that Meowth here. But maybe it's an understanding of, you know what, if you use Cypher Maniac to grab a stadium, I'll just get the Meowth ready for next turn as the Itchy Pollen goes through once again for Sam and Lorenzo on the back foot in terms of setup. We're now in turn 4, Freya, and we haven't seen anything other than Itchy Pollen.
No,
what is Pokemon TCG?
And actually, interestingly enough, looks like Lorenzo actually stacked the Lilies in a Grass Energy, so kind of forgoing the stadium, just thought, you know what, I want to see the Lilies here.
The thing is, if you bump the stadium, I mean, there's no runaway draw, right? So it's interesting that the Cypher Maniac wasn't the stadium bump, because then the Dunsparce was actually ready to go. So taking a different path, that's okay. Lorenzo now going to be able to have the delight of drawing 8 cards here. Hopefully going to be able to find a stadium. I know these Dunsparces want to hide back in the deck.
They really, really do. So it's going to be crucial to find the Forest of Vitality here. Let's see if Lorenzo has it.
No,
he missed.
No, it's just a bunch of item cards, Freya. It's all gone wrong, and it's just another pass over to Sam.
Itchy Pollen doing what it does best and saying no to anything Lorenzo can do. And Sam is looking like a genius for not pivoting to the Phantom Dive that last turn now. And there's the Crispin.
Yeah, there's the Crispin already attached for turn onto the Dratcloak as well. So there's a very real world where Sam is just going to have 2 Dragapult EXs and then say, and then what here? Players just making sure that the deck is a little bit far from the other cards, making sure everything is nice and able. The thing is, though, Lorenzo put down that Weedle last turn, Freya. It only has 50 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he was putting it down, hoping that he would find a Forest of Vitality plus some, extra evolution lines, but not to be. And so I was just Itchy Pollen again.
We're setting up the damage.
Yes.
That's what we're doing, Freya. We're just going to set up the damage all the way and then attempt a board wipe next turn. And there it is.
Lorenzo top decks the Forest of Vitality. It's absolutely huge.
Yeah, that's what you need, right? And you can immediately tell Lorenzo much happier here using that Dawn supporter that we know and we love at this point. Perfect for a deck like this to get completely set up with that Beedrill EX, being able to evolve all the way up. Forest of Vitality, your caster pick for the weekend.
Yes.
I think it's showing its worth.
Yes, so we'll be able to evolve straight away into Beedrill, and as you also said, more importantly, countering that Team Rocket's Watchtower. So now finally, the Dunsparce can run away into the deck, and you can even see Lorenzo is considering what lines to pick. It's debating maybe for the stage 1 from that Dawn, maybe going to go for the Dunsparce number 2.
Does, I believe, also have a couple of Pokepads and a bug catching set in the hand as well, just because of the item lock.
Yes.
So could very well just kind of be grabbing around what he needs at this point. But still, I mean, I believe the A specs are both unfair stamped.
Yes, for both
so
decks.
maybe Sam just taking a little bit of a slower game just to avoid getting unfair stamped at this point, saying, you know what, if Lorenzo takes a knockout here, it's only a single prize, all right? Then Sam can say, you know what, great. I'm going to put all of my Dragapults in play. I'm going to put all my Monkey Dories in play. Then I'm going to wipe all the Dunsparces if I can off your bench, and you're not going to have any draw. You'll just have some bees.
Yeah, and that's not going to get you very far, especially with, as we already know, the prize cards that Lorenzo has. So it looks like the Dunsparce was the grab for the stage 1. Actually going to go ahead and evolve the active, and that's going to be really clever, because that's going to heal off the damage, of course, that the Itchy Pollen did over 5 turns.
Great 3 cards off the runaway draw there as well. A couple of items still to sift out here. That bug catching set really is kind of the life of the deck. Able to use that to look at the top 7 of your cards, take any grass energy or grass Pokemon there. So it's pretty useful in a deck like this. But it is going to be all this shuffling thanks to runaway draw. You get to draw 3 cards, but then you have to send Dunsparce back in the deck. I always tell players, if you're going to use something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin, try and like go a little bit faster. You know, you take your 3 cards, and before you start shuffling, just get the Dunsparces back out. You know you want to see them.
It's actually quite brutal for Sam here, because, you know, like you were just saying, Emily, Lorenzo took, what, 5 damage onto that Dunsparce, and Sam was thinking, oh, 1 more Itchy Pollen, that's a knockout. But now that 5 turns of Itchy Pollen work has been completely undone by one runaway draw.
Still, though, not seeing too much on the board. I mean, there's tons of items that Lorenzo has available to him at this point, right? Yeah. Just going to keep drawing the deck. Like how Lorenzo also finding the second Forest of Vitality as well, just in case another Watchtower were to come down. We do know that Sam is playing multiple copies inside of the deck. But the thing is, it's just that, I mean, still, Freya, we're on probably turn 6 now, and it's just Itchy Pollen back and forth.
So there was a 3rd runaway draw done this turn, but it looks like Lorenzo not comfortable sending up a Weedle or a Fan Rotom yet. Is out of the Dunsparce. Done 3 runaway draws this turn. Still can't play any of those items, but is just maybe wanting to hold off a little bit longer before being the aggressor. Maybe also fearing the unfair stamp from Sam's side.
Ooh, this is going to be a very interesting turn from Sam if he chooses to get a little bit aggressive here. There's only 2 Dunsparces on the bench, or in play technically, because 1 is in the active, right? There's that 1 Weedle ready to go. This is prime time, I think, for another Team Rocket's Watchtower to come down. But honestly, Freya, I think just both players are afraid of getting unfair stamped.
Yeah, and it's a very understandable fear, right? Because how many times have we seen games come down to one player taking the first knockout and then getting unfair stamped and then just not being able to recover from it? I think both players want to kind of insulate themselves from that as much as possible before the inevitable comes.
Looking at the 2 cards off of the Recon Directive, I mean, Dracloak is going to go into the Hall of Fame for this one. A callback to, what was it, Pidgeot's?
Airmail.
Airmail back in the day. Look at 1, throw to the other one underneath the deck as well here.
If you want to go back even further, Uxie level X's trade-off in the active as well, so the same ability. Super strong. And that was just what you do normally 1, but there's the Dragapult League X.
And there is finally the evolution of being a little bit brave, saying, you know what, we can't continue this forever. There's the boss's orders as well. And now you have a couple choices. I think the Weedle's a great choice. You still be able to get a Dunsparce at least off of the table here, but it's actually going to be the Fan Rotom. Very interesting option.
I guess maybe Sam is thinking if Lorenzo is going this slowly, maybe Fan Rotom is kind of the only attacking threat. I'm scared. Itchy Pollen again!
What is happening?
Pollen season, that's what's happening, clearly.
Chaos rising, but gameplay slowing. I don't know. It's so interesting to see what the priorities are for Sam here, because at this point, right, it's the damage counters flying around for Dragapult. Usually in a board like this, there's no board to really get set up here. But, I mean, Lorenzo going to use another Dawn still can at least get 2 Beedrills set up. But, I mean, when you look at what Rumbling Bees does, sending only 220 damage over to the Dragapult side, that can easily be Monkey Doried right back to you for a knockout, thanks to Phantom Dive. So I don't blame Lorenzo for being playing a little bit slow, and Sam just, you know, waiting for the right time to attack.
I guess maybe Lorenzo is thinking here, I want to set up a Beedrill and maybe take a knockout on a Dracloak or something like that, just so that, like you were saying, you don't leave that Monkey Dory damage to be flung right back and just kind of take a knockout without leaving any damage on the board. Maybe that's what Lorenzo's thinking. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Emily. This game is going way slower than I would have anticipated.
I think it's because of the prize cards here. 2 Weedle being prized means that Beedrill's power is really, really, really locked behind a ton of, you know, modifiers that just can't be hit right now. So it is just going to be the pass back on over. It really feels like both players are getting afraid of being unfair stamped, Freya. That's just, if I were to put my expert analysis on this, it's just nobody wants to get unfair stamped out of anything. So it will be Sam starting to just sift through the deck again with Recon Directive. Both players' hands are like at least half the size of the deck at this point. But it's also another thing, Freya. We've been through, what, 20 minutes so far? The game, you're gonna need to start attacking if somebody wants to win.
Wait, yeah, 20 minutes and not a single prize card taken.
We've only seen Itchy Pollen for the past, you know, what, 20 minutes at this point here, so playing a little bit slower, and we just know that that unfair stamp is just around the corner. It's just, who's going to go first?
You know, I've got to imagine, we were talking about at the beginning of the match about how, you know, the nerves might be high for Sam. I do believe that if he gets a top 8 finish this weekend, Sam will most likely qualify for Worlds. He's currently sitting at 392 championship points.
Wow.
So being on stream, like, this win is going to mean a lot to him. It's going to be one step closer to be able to make that big finish to get the Worlds invite. So he's on that cusp, and he has got a lot on the riding on this.
Well, taking the boss's orders, and usually I would say, and as I did last turn, I said, yeah, okay, now it's time. But I'm wondering if Sam wants to use that boss's orders for maybe another Weedle, getting the damage stacked on the Weedle, just assuming that the Dunsparces are going to go away. There's the attachment onto the Monkey Dory. Boss's orders onto the Dunsparce here. And it will be Dragapult finally moving into the active.
At long last.
And will be finally launching this Phantom Dive here, taking out the Weedle and stacking some more damage onto that Fan Rotom. Finally, surprise cards, Freya.
Yes, and I think there was a bit of a miscommunication there. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I saw the gesture being towards the other Dunsparce, so yeah, that's going to be a little correction there. 5 on the Weedle, 1 on the Dunsparce, so that puts both of those in range of residual Phantom Dive knockout, which is very nice. But now, Lorenzo has items, baby.
Not only does Lorenzo have items, I think Lorenzo has had that unfair stamp in hand for the whole game. So he can actually use it finally to get things going. Does have the Force of Vitality as well. And I think what Lorenzo is doing is trying to get his items in a row to find all of the Weedles and Kakunas going into the Beedrill to at least start launching some attacks back. But
no, it's in the deck. The unfair stamp, it's not in the hand, it's in the deck.
Oh no!
It got shuffled away from the lilies.
Oh no, you hate to see it. So now actually has to draw back into it as well. Does thankfully have the Pokepads to get back into the Dunsparce, so we'll be able to use Runaway Draw to get there. But like we had talked about, Freya, it will be Sam actually setting up that Monkey Dory for the inevitable sending the damage back and taking knockouts.
Yeah, which is going to make Lorenzo prizing this couple of Weedle hurt a lot. I imagine, like we were talking about earlier, Lorenzo will want to target down something that he can KO. Maybe even to target down that Meowth could be nice, so it's like 2 prizes, but not leaving any damage on board. That could work.
Very fair. Will need to use boss's orders and find everything that he really needs at this point.
He does have 1 billion cards in hand, though.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's what some of these decks are coming down to now. It's just, you know what? If I don't attack, I'm just going to keep drawing all of the cards. And thanks to Dunsparce Runaway Draw, you won't technically deck out if you sequence it correctly here. There's 100 items in hand. No supporters, though. Yeah. We'll have to decide if it's time to start attacking with these rumbling bees.
Yes, I think it is just a matter of he's deciding exactly how he wants to sequence this. One very important card that he does have in hand, Emily, is that Night Stretcher. That means he will be able to get back that Weedle, so 220 is on the table at least.
220 is on the table, but that's not 320, unfortunately.
No, it's really not.
That's not going to take down a Dragapult who has all the tools in the world to string along some crazy multi-prize turns. The first Runaway Draw is here, so going to draw those 3 cards. Needs to find that unfair stamp. Does find the boss's orders, though, so the line that you talked about, Freya, is definitely on the table.
That at the very least, but also like you were saying, Emily, definitely wants to find that unfair stamp. I think boss plus unfair stamp plus KO on Meowth is about the best turn Lorenzo could ask for, but He only has 3 more cards to find it, so...
Does have the option to thin a little bit more with that Buddy Poffin as well, so would be able to use it, but can actually throw it away. Just sifting through the deck more and more, finding the Kakuna, the middle stage here.
So,
I think this might be the most impactful deck to come out of Chaos
yeah,
Rising.
I think so as well. And I mean, the fact that Lorenzo is holding his own, considering that start, is like impressive enough by itself. Beedrill's already in hand, so with that Night Stretcher, that is Beedrill line number 2 coming in. Just needs to get that Weedle back. There it is.
It's so unfortunate that there are so many Weedle prizes in this one game, right? So we'll be able to at least hit for 220 thanks to the Rumbling Bees and Force of Vitality as well. Saw this the stadium card come out last year. I believe it was either Mega Evolution. I think it was Mega Evolution, maybe even after that.
It was Mega Evolution, yeah.
And people weren't able to find a way to kind of link things together, and then they found Meganium. They were like, okay, this is a nice way to start hitting high, but then it's this Beedrill, right? And you were saying, Freya, it's done well around the world, and that Boss's Orders is quickly coming to the front of the hand. We can only hope it's going to go to the Meowth here.
Yeah, no, that's
perfect bug catching set, right? What else do you need other than some energy?
No, literally nothing. Like, that was the last piece missing. So the Meowth KO is on the table no matter what. It is just now, does this Dunsparce find the unfair stamp? That is all that Lorenzo cares about at this point.
And that was the thing with the Buddy Poffin that I was talking about as well. Like, you want to thin the deck as much as possible here. Trying to get something started. But there's the attachment for turn. Will Lorenzo runaway draw to find that unfair stamp? Boss's Orders onto the Meowth, like you had said, Freya, leaving no damage on the board. But what comes next? Do you reestablish the Dunsparce, or do you work with the bees that you got?
He doesn't dig for the unfair stamp. He is happy enough just taking this 2-prize knockout on the Meowth. Once maybe thinking, I want to leave the Dunsparce out for if I get unfair stamped myself, perhaps.
Okay, heading back on over to Sam's side. Oh, the crushing hammer. Unable to see the flip, and it was heads. There goes that energy. We know that Lorenzo does have at least another energy in hand for now. It's now Sam's turn to to try and dig for the unfair stamp. And I believe, Freya, there it is at the top of the hand already. It's ready to go here. It's trying to get that full board setup. But look at how many cards are in Sam's deck. There's none at this point.
Yeah, basically, no. And like, what, the crushing hammer's unplayable. It's just, I think at this point, Sam probably just wants to thin as many cards as possible out of his own hand before he unfair stamps, just so he makes his own unfair stamp draws better.
I think for Sam, the key is to not put in more 2-prize Pokemon in play, so not another Meowth, for example, bringing that back. The Recon Directive, looking probably also for a way to bump this stadium too. Did play a couple of copies of the Team Rocket's Watchtower, would be able to turn off the Dunsparce here. And there's the Risky Ruins, seems to be the stadium of choice.
It's a counter stadium, but it doesn't stop runaway draw, so a bit of an iffy one, maybe.
Yeah, but I think at this point, right, with Monkey Dory now in play, it's actually pretty good for sending those damage counters back on over to the Beedrill. The Beedrill is only the Beedrill, or no, what am I thinking of? No, Beedrill's 310. Oh, but there's the Moltres. I was just about to talk about this. Going a great single prize answer.
It's going to do 220 to that Beedrill with the extra damage of the fact that Beedrill's in the X and the weakness. But here we go, the big bad unfair stamp coming into play.
Gotta figure out how Lorenzo, I mean, thankfully does have a Dunsparce setup, so things are very much okay. Can actually draw out of this, but it really depends on finding another energy for Lorenzo. And for Sam, choosing not to put down the Risky Ruins at this point.
Yeah, maybe just really valuing finding the other Watchtower instead, just to make this unfair stamp more likely to stick. Because obviously with the Risky Ruins in play, the Dunsparce can just still do something. Let's see what he finds of this stamp. Does not find the Watchtower.
Doesn't find the Watchtower, does find the special red card potentially. But there's Dragapult coming back into the active. 200 on the Phantom Dive, and then stacking up some more damage around the board. Assumingly going to take the Fan Rotom for the knockout. All 6 damage counters. Yep. So it will be Sam now taking himself at an uneven prize, but look at how much damage is on the Beedrill at this point. So it heads back on over to Lorenzo's turn.
Yeah. runaway draw is going to be perhaps the most important runaway draw of this match so far. 3 cards found. What does he get? Oh, you got to show it to us. There's a grass.
And not only a grass, but a Buddy Poffin and a Dunsparce as well. So
bad.
that's actually 3 pretty good cards.
Absolutely.
That's probably your best case scenario here. But the problem is Sam has set up so much damage onto this Beedrill for next turn. If Rumbling Bees were to be used on this Dragapult, not only will the Monkey Dory be able to send some of those damage counters back, a Boss's Orders from Sam will be able to get a 3-prize sweep here, putting down the Meowth as well.
He had the Meowth in hand. Wait, with that, I'm fairly sure Lorenzo's got the KO all set up. Because all you need to do is set up one more Beedrill. The grass energy is in hand. That's 330. That'll be enough.
Feels pretty good if you're able to find it all the way, but a lot of those copies of Dawn were actually used in the beginning of the game in terms of trying to find a lot of thinning here. So Freya, well, yes, that would be 330. That would save Lorenzo here. I don't know if there's another copy of Dawn to do so.
No, he's played free and the last one's prized. That's brutal. So it has to be Boss's Orders. Oh, Lorenzo.
The one way to make it back into the game, which is just taking out this Dragapult, unfortunately unable to happen here. So now Lorenzo just has to try and safeguard this Weedle, because if Sam is able to find a Boss's Orders next turn, would be able, and Lorenzo were to retreat this Beedrill, right now, if Lorenzo doesn't retreat, there's the 3 prizes right there.
Absolutely devastating. Just out of what that one last Dawn would have done the trick, but with the last one being prized instead, yeah, has to attach, and it's going to be Boss's Orders onto what? I mean,
onto what, right? That's the Monkey Dory, Moltres at this point. Taking out taking the Drac Cloak here, but I think it's just Sam with game on board can draw for turn, but Freya, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's not just Phantom Dive onto the Beedrill EX and the
correct.
Weedle, and after a almost 30-minute game 1, will be Sam Hunt taking it.
Oh, that is, what a absolute slugfest back and forth, about as grindy a game as you could ask for. And yeah, it really, if that last Dawn wasn't prized, Lorenzo probably would have been able to take out the Dragapult, and it would be a completely different game. As it stands, though, that's all she wrote. That, though, not able to find those last pieces for the Running Bees KO. Let's look back at that absolute monster of a game.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at how much work Team Rocket's Watchtower did for many, many turns. These Dunsparces were stuck on the bench for quite some time. Now, granted, Lorenzo's prize cards did not help him at all either. But still, I mean, once the bees were out, they were doing their thing. But by then, Sam had had enough time to attach energy to all 3 Drac Cloaks on the bench and the Monkey Dory, so was prepared for essentially any scenario. Had the great idea of bossing the Meowth to leave no damage on the board to be sent back, but it doesn't matter once, you know, Dragapult has kind of put you in the corner and says, hey, it's checkmate right here.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder, because, I mean, it's a bit tough because it ended up paying off, like, holding onto this to Dunsparce for after the Unfair Stamp. But maybe if Lorenzo had found his own Unfair Stamp first, would that have maybe been a bit better? I mean, it's hard to say with the benefit of hindsight, but either way, yeah, wow, what a slugfest of a game 1 that was. And we only have 18 minutes left for game 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's the big thing with this new meta, right? Is that, you know what? Hey, Badu is just going to give me all the time I need. So resolving some mulligans here. I'm not quite sure who wants to go first and second, but you could probably assume Beedrill wants to go first.
I would think so, yeah.
Just because you want to evolve. Prize cards going out here for both Sam and Lorenzo. The copy of Rosa going into the prize cards, not too crazy, but unfortunately for Lorenzo, not going to have access to the whole hive.
No, but has access to at least enough of the hive to do 330, so definitely nowhere near as bad as game 1. And yeah, looks like Lorenzo will be choosing to go first, like we predicted, and starting off with a Poképad, so this is already looking, well, I guess it depends on what's in the rest of the hand, but this is already looking okay.
Lorenzo doing the counts now, and I wonder if Lorenzo is going to learn his lesson from the last game and say, you know what, maybe I'm not going to fill the board too much with Dunsparces, maybe just get the Weedles going instead, so can take some of these early KOs with Beedrill rather than just waiting for it to sit down. But still, this Fan Rotom card that we've had now for quite some time really is a perfect partner for Dunsparce EX. Only on your first turn, you can go in, you can grab those colorless Pokemon, and it's a perfect way to fish the Dunsparces out without using too many resources to do so.
Yeah, has one Dunsparce prize, but the third one is ready to go in hand, so it did just use the Fan Rotom for 2 of them, and actually is just going to prioritize that. And I guess actually that kind of makes sense, because the rest of the hand is looking pretty dire, so he kind of wants to thin out as much as possible and give himself as many chances to draw as possible. But how does Sam respond? With a double Pokepad!
That feels pretty good. Kind of a diet buddy poppin', I guess, actually, right? Yeah. Like,
or maybe even, I guess, maybe even a better one, because he can grab stuff that's more than 70, but you need 2 cards to do it, so...
Yeah, and
swings and roundabouts.
Sam's prizes still also are looking pretty good. Did use the only copies of Pokepad in his deck to do so, but with a Lily's Determination in hand and no Budu just yet on the board, will have to, if he wants to continue doing his big, lock with the stadium and lock with Itchy Pollen, will have to draw into some energy, a Budu, and a stadium to go with. But in terms of first turns, Sam's last first turn in game number 1 much better than this.
Yeah, at least so far, right? I mean, all it takes is for Sam to find, a Buddy Puffin or 2 and an energy, and suddenly this is going to look like a phenomenal turn 1. So let's see what he finds. 8 cards drawn.
Still access to both Watchtowers as well in the list. Finds the energy, finds the Budu. Is there a Watchtower to go with as well?
No, it's 2 out of 3.
Oh, no.
But you know what I say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
No, definitely not here, but Dragonbolt isn't known to be playing this rare candy anymore to really respond back, but it is going to be Itchy Pollen from Budu taking some damage and locking Lorenzo from playing item cards.
Oh my goodness. Lorenzo top decks the Meowth EX for turn. If Sam had found the Watchtower, that would have been absolutely devastating, but because he missed it, now Meowth can get Lorenzo right back into this game.
Choosing whether to go between Dawn or a full hand refresh with Lily's Determination. And I think with Dawn, you are able to at least grab the Dunsparces and start sifting through the deck just a bit more. Can also get those Weedles into hand as well, as the Dunsparce does technically free up a bench space. So if Lorenzo is able to find that Forest of Vitality, we could start seeing some attacks go, because Lorenzo, truly on the back foot, does need to win this game in 14 minutes in order for him to at least force a tie.
Yeah, it's going to be, he wants to go as lightly fast as he possibly can, and finding a Weedle, a Dunsparce, a Weedle, a Weedle, a Weedle, a Dunsparce, and a Beedrill EX will be the way to do it. Runaway draw comes in. Forest of Vitality needs to be found, so at least do 110. That will be enough to KO a Budu, but I didn't quite see if he found it off the Runaway draw.
Didn't see it much either here. The problem is, I mean...
Oh, he found it!
Oh, okay, there it is. Finds the Forest of Vitality here and will evolve all the way up into the Beedrill EX. Currently only hitting for 220 damage, but that is certainly enough here. No fear of the unfair stamp for Lorenzo, saying, you know what, it's time to get some prizes. We gotta go now.
He doesn't have time to be afraid of the unfair stamp here. He needs to take 6 prize cards as fast as humanly possible, so I really like this a lot from Lorenzo.
Okay, back on over to Sam's turn. Can take his time, but the thing is, Dragonbolt's not known to play rare candy anymore, so we'll just be kind of working with the Dracloaks this turn. I see the only way of Sam really kind of trying to slow Lorenzo down is just flipping a couple more heads on Crushing Hammer. Now, granted, Rumbling Bees only needs 1 energy to attack, but looking at the Dark Energy attachment, there's the Crushing Hammer. Is it heads? Oh. No, so Beedrill will be still able to attack next turn. And Lily's Determination to bail Sam out. He needs some serious help now.
Yeah. Needs a Watchtower at the very least. Another way, Itchy Pollen again would be nice, but at the same time, this is a very different scenario to game 1, right? Because Lorenzo has a Beedrill doing 220, so that he won't be able to get away with doing Itchy Pollen for 5 turns in a row.
8 cards for Sam here. Still, though, like you said, Freya, I mean, Lorenzo's ready to go at this point. It doesn't really matter what Sam is going to put in the active. Beedrill is already doing enough with just 2 Beedrills ready to go. So second attempt at Crushing Hammer. It is a heads. Will be able to at least discard the only energy on the board. You can assume it is going to be the one on the active. There's the Team Rocket's Watchtower. The evolution into 2 Dracloaks, and does also have the unfair stamp to go with.
Me. Now that's a turn 3 or turn 2 or turn 3. Anyway, that is a turn that you can get behind if you're Sam.
Feels pretty good for Sam. Will shuffle in, but still, like we said, Freya, it's going to come down to Sam trying to find a way to link those multi-prize turns. Not just 2 prizes, is going to need to swing for massive amounts of damage. Going to need to probably take 2 turns to get 3 prize cards each. So stacking on some more damage. Does have the Moltres as well. I feel like Moltres, out of all of the Pokemon that we kind of see in this deck, is kind of that tech card for taking down some big EX Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it can stack a pretty healthy amount onto the Beedrill.
That, and then finish off with a couple of residual Phantom Dives or something like that. And this combo especially is devastating, because it's one thing to be hit with Unfair Stamp when you have the Dunsparce, but we're talking about a Energyless Beedrill EX, a Watchtower in play, no Dunsparce out, and actually it's just going to be, finds that Badu, and actually it's just going to go for, Recon Directive first, but I think it's going to be a Chipollin again.
When was the last time you saw 4 Dreepies on the bench, technically, with
been a hot minute.
I feel like players most likely are just like, yeah, no, I only need about 3, then, maybe a Dunsparce, maybe a Moltres, and then good old Monkey Dory to go with. But Sam's really utilizing that Recon Directive to sift through the deck as much as possible.
Oh. And then what is that hand? Oh, fight a laser determination off of Unfair Stamp! He only plays
Why not?
He plays 1 and he found it. Lorenzo bailed out at the opportune moment. Goodness me.
You know that was Lorenzo's 59th card, and the testing group was just like, you're never going to find it. You only have 1. You're never going to find it. And is going to go back into this exact moment and say, hey, I found it. Still, though, won't be able to draw the full 8, but will be able to at least draw 6. And there's that energy needed to attack. So we'll be able to at least find that. Unable to get out of the Watchtower, but still, I mean, Lorenzo has already been unfair stamped, right? So doesn't have to fear that again. There's the Crushing Hammer. Sam, unfortunately, flipping tails.
So if I think about average so far, I guess, 1 no, 1 yes, another no, but here comes a Recon Directive. He's gonna be able to do 4 of them this turn, because the 4th Cloak is ready to go in hand.
I think the biggest question for Sam is, okay, I have the Crispin, I have the Ultra Ball. Is it time to start spreading damage around? Thanks to the Watchtower, these Dunsparces aren't going to go back inside of the deck, and still needs to start lining up the prizes that he needs to take in order to win this set 2-0. Because Freya, there's less than 10 minutes left at this point.
And of course, something that's very nice here, Lorenzo is opting to play as part of his Dunsparce line, one of that 60 HP free retreat Dunsparce. That is very easy pickings for a Phantom Dive residual bench damage.
I love how Lorenzo's just getting the dice ready.
He knows what's coming.
I mean, I think that is the key to playing against the Dragapult. You just grab 3 of the 6 count die and then 1 of the 2, and it's just like, all right, where do you want it? Finds the boss's orders as well here. A sigh of relief. So now Sam also finds a fire energy, but Sam definitely feeling so good right now. Could boss the Meowth next turn for a nice 3 prize sweep.
Absolutely.
Potentially, if he's or actually even a 4 prize sweep, right? We'll be able to knock out Beedrill as well. So here we go, going to take the Phantom Dive here and just taking all of those hit points on that Dunsparce.
Yes, a 6 on the Dunsparce will be enough for a knockout. So that's going to be the first prize card for Sam this game. How do you respond if you're Lorenzo?
This is so scary, Freya, because if Rumbling Bees were to hit Sam again, it's Monkey, Dory, send the 3 damage counters back, profit, right?
It
4
is.
prizes, and that's the win for Sam here. So has to be very mindful of what he's going for. Is luckily on that 2-2-2 prize map, but do you really want to hit a Dragapult?
I mean, I guess in an ideal world, you need to take 2 more knockouts to win no matter what, but yeah, it is very risky. But I think you just have to go for it here, because otherwise, if you're not taking knockouts, you lose anyway. Maybe if you can attack with the other Beedrill, but then you make Sam's life a little bit easier because the residual damage can work. Yeah, it's a very tough spot for Lorenzo no matter which way you look at it.
Well, the big thing here is that Dawn is being used, so could go all the way up and take another Beedrill. So we'll be able to at least hit for that 330 and take the knockout here. So that's actually going to protect Lorenzo from a massive turn from Sam. But still, how do you win this game in time?
Well, I mean, there's that, and also, I don't recall seeing a Forest of Vitality in Lorenzo's hand, unless I missed it.
We'll have to get set up here. Runaway draw, but that Watchtower still in play here. No, can't do it. Good. Yes, all right. We're catching our. We're catching.
I was gonna say.
That's when we jump over the desk.
Yes.
We're like, stop, stop. We're screaming in production.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Freya. I don't like this.
No, this is actually what you didn't want to do. You want to take a knockout.
And draw the boss's orders off the top deck as well. The Pokepad grabbing the Monkey Dory. Already the Darkness Energy in hand for Sam. Might actually be able to squeak out a win here. Now, granted, it's not all the way. It's not going to be the full, it's not going to be that full game win, right? But you're looking at a much better prize map. There's the Darkness Energy being attached. Trying to find the bosses, or trying to find some more resources at this point, but still, I mean, you got everything you need. Maybe a Crispin for next turn if this Dragapult were to realistically go down, but the Unfair Stamp has already been used and Sam has been able to get out of it.
A crushing blow for Lorenzo, as with no out to the Watchtower, just left with a Dunsparce doing nothing. And as you mentioned, Emily, Sam has the boss's orders and a Monkey Dory ready to go. So he's going to be able to move some damage across. Honestly, I think it would have been wiser for Lorenzo to not attack there if the K wasn't happening, but maybe you just can't afford to do that.
Okay.
It's
not going for the full 4, but will be taking the 3 here. I mean, Meowth isn't going to use Tucktail anytime soon.
No.
So it is it's a great juicy option, right? Yes. To just be able to keep going. But still, I mean, the Beedrill is going to come up into the active. There's no way of bumping this stadium. There's no way to draw cards. There's a Cypher Maniac, I believe, in the hand, but that doesn't do anything at this point. We'll try and at least line up a Forest of Vitality to potentially get back into the game next turn. But Sam is on 2 prizes left. All he needs to do is find another boss's orders. The thing is, though, Freya, the final copy of Meowth is at least prize, so Ultra Ball doesn't exactly equal win. It's a matter of if Sam finds another Gust.
no, but he didn't use it last turn though, so he just has it already.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah.
Oh my God, already has it in hand too.
It's over.
And already going and finding the Meowth using boss's orders. It will be Sam winning a very interesting set. Our first showing of the Rumbling Bees Beedrill EX, but putting on a great show. It's just saying, you know what, that Meowth isn't going anywhere. I always lean towards the, you know, let's just take the most amount of prizes in a quick second. And for a game that was kind of slow in game number 1.
Incredibly
game 2
slow.
felt anything but.
And it's a real shame. Commiserations to Lorenzo. I mean, definitely showed the power of what Beedrill can do, but I think also showed some of the ways it can come a little bit undone. And I think very timely there, the drop of that Team Rocket's Watchtower. When you're running a Dunsparce engine and you're getting hit with Item Lock and no colorless abilities, you're gonna have a very bad time.
Let's be honest here, right? Mike Ellis alluded to it in the lounge, and it is what happens the week before influences what goes on now. And it feels like 2 copies of Team Rocket's Watchtower is 100% the way to go. And still, I mean, crushing hammers, just, you know, paying rent. Like, like, all right, this is just the way that people are going to adapt to Dragapult, and, you know, this is the next best thing for Dragapult. But, I mean, Lorenzo, I mean, started 3-0, right, with the bees. Yeah, so clearly something is going right for Lorenzo. We just didn't get to see it go all the way to fruition.
Yeah, I think it really was just the fact that Sam was so well prepared for a matchup like this, especially because Lorenzo has opted to play a way thicker the Dunsparce line, and with the Meowth as well, actually gets hurt more by that Watchtower compared to some of the other Beedrill lists that might be in the room. And we saw that come to fruition multiple times in that game. And yeah, game 1, but now in game 2 as well, where it really just, this Watchtower plus Unfair Stamp was basically what sealed the deal.
And you were talking about it a little bit earlier before our match started, Freya, that Sam is technically on the hunt for Worlds. So absolutely. A lot of European players are not going to be able to make it all the way to New Orleans. So this is your last chance, no matter what, right? So performing well here is the difference between a Worlds invite and not.
And with this win, as we see there, at the end of the game, this Phantom Dive coming in, just dealing with that Dunsparce, but Sam very confidently taking down this match, and that will mean he is one win closer to getting that top 8 placement that he needs to put himself in contention of making it to that top 148 ranking, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. Thanks to automatic invites, it's a little bit more than 135, but we like to say 135 just because it's the way it goes here.
Yeah,
but
making it past the threshold. There we go.
You get your Worlds invite, book your plane ticket to San Fran. I am so excited to see what comes from this tournament. I love a high stakes tournament.
We do, I do as well. Notably though, we did not see the special red card. We saw it in the hands, but it really was the unfair stamp again. We were talking about how maybe the deck building space for ace specs will perhaps vary a little bit. In that game, not so much. Both lists playing that unfair stamp still.
You can't, I mean, it works, right? It just still works. Like, I don't know, like sometimes things call for it, sometimes things don't. Sometimes you find the line for it, sometimes you don't. And, you know, that's the thing with this special red card is that we know as players, like, it's pretty useful. Like, if you're able to find it, but sometimes in certain matchups, maybe you don't need it. I mean, Team Rocket's Watchtower did pretty much all the work there, and Buddy really in game 1, but didn't need to use the special red card from Sam's side, but definitely going up against something like an Alakazam, that combo of Team Rocket's Watchtower and the special red card, that's some big damage.
No, unfair stamp, finding Watchtower, finding Sam the victory there here. If he had any nerves on stream, he definitely didn't show them. He played cool, he played confident, and I would love to hear how he felt about that match. So let's go over to the lounge to hear from our winner.
Yeah, thank you for that, Freya. Yep, I'm joined with our round 4 winner here, Sam. Advancing to that perfect 4-0 record. My first question is, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling pretty great. Like the game, like game 1, I was just bothering him the whole time, and he couldn't really do much, and I was just waiting to go in with Dragapult and setting up the energies on my board. And then sort of the same thing happened in game 2. It was a bit closer, but yeah, that was just the game plan really for both the games. Okay, that's interesting. One of my questions was actually going to be about game 1. I think it's safe to say you had a lot of early opportunities to start attacking with the Phantom Dive, but you definitely played a bit more patiently. Why was that? Yeah, because I didn't know what his A-Spec was, and I didn't know if he was going to play Unfair Stamp, and I wanted to just get my whole board set up, get all the energy, so I don't need to be playing Crispin in my next turn. I can just attach Boss and, yeah, just keep up with energy attachments, really, and build my board. Oh, that sounds good. I mean, it definitely worked. Now, my next question is going to be, you know, this is our first event now with Chaos Rising. Bejewel's say one of the more premier decks to come out of this set. Is it something you tested against, though? No, to be honest, it's not something I tested against. Most of my testing was the Pult Mirror, just because all my friends had bought Pult to the event, and that's literally what we were playing with the hammers. And there was a bit of Zoroark, but not much. Yeah, mainly my testing was just Dragapult. Okay, well, I mean, that's a pretty safe thing to do there. Yeah. So, one of your key cards that worked wonders for you in that match, the Team Rocket's Watchtower. What made you want to play that for this weekend? Well, so originally I was playing the Dunsparce build with just the 1/1 Dunsparce line and the Risky Ruins, but in the past couple of events, everyone's just been playing it, and obviously you've got Meowth and Kangaskhan, which are just big in the meta, so I thought I'd just cut the Dunsparce line and play the Watchtowers to stop everyone else playing Dunsparce and the other Pokemon as well. Well, I think that's some good theory, man, because it seemed to come up quite well there in that match. So, we've been doing some maths here behind the scenes when we saw you coming on, and we worked out that if you secure yourself a top 8 placement or better, you'll find yourself at a World Championship invite. Is that something you're gunning for this weekend? I mean, it's something I was aware of. If I got top 8 or top 4, I was thinking I would be able to go Worlds. It's not what I came here for. I just came here to play the game and have fun. But yeah, if it happens, then I'll probably be going to Worlds, but we'll see. Okay, we definitely will see. Well, don't sell yourself short. You're already at that perfect 4-0 record. Thank you so much for your time, Sam. It's been a pleasure. Yeah. But now, if you want to have a recap of our last European event, you're in luck. Don't go anywhere.
4th year in a row, we return to Utrecht for another action-packed weekend of Pokémon TCG. This year, 2,150 trainers entered the Dragon's Den to see whether Dragapult would continue its post-rotation dominance from Prague, or if they could overcome an onslaught of Phantom Dives. Early rumblings suggested Mega Lopunny might spring into action this weekend. In round 4, we saw Utrecht 2024 champion Owen Kamerman showing off its power on the feature table. It was a clear frontrunner for the deck to watch. Whilst the story of Mega Lopunny was unfolding, many trainers were creating their own breakout performances with unique decks. Joshua Vanovashelder led the Swiss with Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Finally finishing 4th, Joshua has certainly inspired players all over the world to give the deck a try after ruffling the room with Rocket's feathers. Trainers were feeling the pressure in Utrecht, aiming to snap up some championship points for their invitations to Worlds. Many strong trainers achieved high finishes to do just that, but nobody embodied that quite like North America's Hassan Kanukcu, who made the trip to Europe for that very reason. Piloting Andrew Hedrick's 60 that won Los Angeles just 1 week prior, Hassan journeyed all the way to Utrecht's grand final, earning 325 CP, and now is in a great position for a Worlds invite. Opposite Hassan in the final is LAIC champion Miloslav Posledny, who, unlike his LAIC victory, decided to counter the power of the Dragons rather than harness it. His deck might look familiar. Yes, that's right, you guessed it, Mega Lopunny EX. It turns out the best way to deal with a bombardment of Phantom Dives is to heal it all away with Wally's Compassion again and again until eventually you Gale Thrust all the way to become Utrecht Regional Champion. The season is really heating up, so make sure to tune in to all the action by visiting pokemon.com/broadcast.
In the Pokémon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favour. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action. Alright then, so they say all roads lead to Rome. But for this weekend, all roads lead to our last European event here for this season. I'm Shay Byrne, and I'm joined by the one and only Mike Ellis. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm loving it here in Turin. Had a wonderful little holiday beforehand and now get to see some Pokemon action, which is definitely going to be exciting. We've already seen an interesting new deck from Chaos Rising on the stream and hopefully get to see more.
Yeah, well, that would be nice. We haven't had much of a chance to speak about it too much, but this is our first event here with Chaos Rising in our standard legal card pool. Now, we did just have B-Drill, you know, on stream earlier. Didn't quite have the most success, but is there any other things you're looking out for here from Chaos Rising, Mike?
I mean, the special red card integration into lots of decks is always going to be important. But, you know, Mega Greninja, some people have been trying it out, some interest there. But it's that Slowking inclusion of a Metagross. My favorite Pokemon Metagross has found its way into that toolbox for Slowking.
Well, speaking of Slowking, Mike, let's have a look at our caster predictions, where one of us actually picked that. You didn't, even though it includes your favorite Pokemon. I'll start off with mine. Slowking number 1, you know, that Twilight Inspiration attack, letting you use any attack of a non-Warbox Pokemon that's on the top of your deck. Now gets that Metagross with that Metallic Hammer swinging for a big, bad, scary 300 damage. Is very nice. And then for my second one, I've seen rumblings of this, you know, Mega Diancie, Lily's Clefairy S deck. We play a lot of Psychic Wanderer's patch, I should say, and Mysterious Garden to draw. So I'm keeping an eye on that one.
Keeping an eye on it. I'm always keeping an eye on those Marnie's Grimmsnarl out and about. Definitely a deck to watch.
All 2 of them.
Yeah, there won't be many here. It's not in the strongest position right now because there are so many of those grass-type decks. You can see Freya picking the Beedrill, which we just saw on stream, and the Forest of Vitality unlocking the rest of the grass field thanks to the Meganium. But I went for Handheld Fan. I think that's a really strong card right now in the format, especially as people lean towards Rocket's Watchtower. You're not going to have much to worry about in terms of jamming tower, and I think we saw it do so well in Keris's list with Alakazam. I think there's some other lists that might look to sprinkle it in, or maybe on top of those 4 Crushing Hammer, maybe we need a little bit more energy control, and the Handheld Fan could add up to be that extra little bit of energy control in the deck.
Yeah, well, as you said, we saw with Keris's deck in Indianapolis, right? A whole plethora of energy denial. You know, you had the Mine Stadium, had the Handheld Fan, had the plethora of hammers as well. So I think just saying, no matter what happens, I've got, you know, 3 or 4 different ways of removing energy, making sure you can't attack.
For the longest time, we've looked at disruption in the format in the form of hand disruption with Iono before, now Unfair Stamp, and this special red card at this event, which will be disrupting the hand. But it seems like hand disruption's not quite as strong as it used to be. Thanks to Dragapult being the strongest deck in the format, which has Dracloak on board, it's not as effective against them as it is against everything else. So now people are looking to disrupt the big target in the room, Dragapult, through energy denial, because it does require that manual attachment of Fire and Psychic, often requiring a Crispin. And if you start denying the energy over turns, you'll eventually get rid of it. The only problem with that, the best deck at using Crushing Hammer is Dragapult. So we are seeing an increase in Crushing Hammer, whether it's in other archetypes or the main one of Dragapult.
Yeah, scary times, I think, if you are a Pokemon player right now. You have to deal with Dragapult Phantom Diving, you have to deal with energy denial also from Dragapult, Alakazam swinging hard at you. But, you know, we're going to have a good, fun weekend. Now, we, before the stream, have picked some players to watch here at Turin who we think could have a very good chance at a deep run, Mike. Let's have a look at them. Julius Brunfeld seems to be here, there, and everywhere playing Pokemon. Just flew in from America, I think, 2 days ago. Finds himself here. Kimpo Vega, I think, was on our top 16 European Championship points. To have a fantastic
number 6
season.
right now.
Number 6, it says right there, silly me. And then we have Fabio Battistello as well, Mike.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players, you'll be looking and thinking, well, they're traveling around a lot of the European regionals, but it is the local players that you have to watch here. Many players who only appear at Turin and Turin only from Italy will be coming out and showing the skill they have. Some great inspiration from the top Italian players around them, and so they're able to play at such a high standard. And this is a huge event as well, so many players to watch. But it is those who are looking to try and get those last few points for Worlds that are the scariest, because they're the ones who have picked the best deck possible, really want to try and secure some points, and will be playing with the most practice they've done all season for sure.
Yeah, you know, it's sort of last chance saloon there. We just spoke to Sam right there in the interview, didn't we? Saying, are you aware a top 8 or top 4? I guess top 8 or higher we'll get you the world's invite. He said, no, but I'm going to try my very best. So.
Try your very best. Yeah, these three players we've shown, they're in a strong position to make worlds by being quite high in that European leaderboard. But they're the scary players that could be stealing spots, stealing points from other people. If they get a top finish, that's less top finishes available to those who are in that kind of 100 to 150 range in Europe, looking to try and secure loads of points to rise up the leaderboard.
Yeah, scary times, I think. This is interesting because if you're, let's say, a European player who's in that, we highlighted it earlier at the start of the show. Oh, look at that. We highlighted it earlier. If you're in this sort of range where you're at the sort of 154 through to 139, this is scary times, because if you're only going to Turin, this is it. This is your last chance to secure yourself that World's Invitation, because you need to be 146 and higher here in Europe if you're a master to get yourself to Worlds. But remember, we do have NAIC as well in a few weeks, so that'll be another chance for you to earn some championship points. But if you can't go to that, like he said earlier in our winners interview, then you could be a little bit stuck. So this right here is make or break time.
It's also, if some of the European players who haven't got an automatic invite already win this event or do well at NAIC, that'll open up more spots for the European leaderboard. You can see currently 146, so that's 135 plus 11 potentially, and maybe more with these last few events. So definitely a strong performance across board from Europe with those automatic invites, as we've seen different European victors across the season. And if we can see another European victor here in Turin, that would mean every event in the European circuit has been won by a European player. And this is what they're playing for. It's those championship points on the line. First place with an automatic invite as well. But you see very top heavy here. The top 8 do get a huge amount of points. And as you get down to that 64, the 120 might not be enough for some of these players, so they're going to be really pushing their limits right to the very last round.
Yep, this is exactly how it is at this sort of make or break or part of this season. You know, with this new sort of world championship qualification, I think we're 2 seasons into it now, where you have to sort of stay in that 135 bracket up and higher. It really means if you are towards the bottom end of that, you have to go to these later events in the season and you have to place well. And Mike, if you're one of those players that was in, you know, that sort of 130 through 146 range, which you're not, by the way, because he's very good. Go on, Mike. How would you be approaching these last events if you was in that sort of lower end territory?
Yeah, I mean, every event now, if you do make Worlds, is great practice for Worlds as well. So you really, the time you put in now is valuable, not just to try and get a big finish here, to try and earn that Worlds invite, but it will be great practice in preparation for Worlds. Many of our players who've already qualified, they managed to get their Worlds invite through the pre-rotation format. And so now they're having to adapt and prepare for Worlds. So yeah, I think now is the time to really grind. Lots of live playing. PTCG Live is the new way to rep out as much as possible. Go to as many tournaments, local tournaments, and obviously the big events like here in Turin, and hope that you can get a big old finish to secure that invite.
Like we said, that would be nice. Could you imagine, let's say you're coming into Turin, Mike, and you need like a top 8 and beyond. Imagine that if you win, you're winning in to get yourself in that top 8. Oh, that must be one hell of a feeling, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the pressure that really gets a lot of these players going. I think you see the difference in those who are more experienced. If they've been on the stream, a lot of times they tend to have a lot more confidence when it comes to these high pressure moments. If you've been in a winning in before, if you've been in Top Cup before, you know what it takes. Whereas for a newer player, you know, I've played against some players who said to me, this is my first event and this is the highest I've ever placed. I feel quite nervous right now. Whereas for a top player, they've been there before. The first time nerves are gone. And so that's where we'll see a lot of those experienced players who do need to clutch up here. They'll come through strong.
Just a scary event, all things considered. And we did actually mention as well, we get a lot of players who are, you know, from this region, Italy, who only really go to the Italian event, and they have a very strong cohort. How do you think they're approaching this event versus people that are trying to, you know, get that last-ditch world invite?
Well, we see a similar thing over in a lot of the other big events now. You know, Birmingham had a lot of UK players, and we see in the German events a lot of local players in the Germany region. I think what you notice is there's a lot more fun. People are coming along to say, you know, this might be their only event this season. They want to come along and they want to play their pet deck, their favorite Pokemon. And so you might see some unusual decks about because of that. And so that's what's quite exciting here, is this special championship might not just be all about Dragapult. We'll see some of these Beedrills and Slow Kings, maybe a Mega Greninja, as people have found them in Chaos Rising, fallen in love, and bringing them along to this event.
Yeah, that was, and that's the sort of clash of ideologies here at this event. We saw the Beedrill currently at 3-0, now at 3-1. There might be a few more knocking about. Maybe we'll try and get some of those on stream. Keep an eye out for that. But if you're listening to us and you're thinking, I want to get to these events, but you haven't really actually gone to many, events in person or locals even, have a look at this. This might help you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yeah, if you want to get involved with your Pokémon League, which I and Mike highly recommend, what you need to do is get your smart device of choice, get it out, scan that QR code, and then all you got to do is punch in where you live, and it'll give you a list of all the local events and leagues near you. Mike, I know you love a locals.
I do, and actually the funny thing is, the first thing I did when I landed in Turin was I opened this very link to see what locals are about, to pop along and check out the local stores, because it's not just about competing, it's getting to see how different communities do it, how they set up their areas, but also what kind of goodies they have on offer. It's a lot of fun going on to a local store. So whether you're looking for a local near you, whether you're traveling for a weekend away, maybe you can get involved in a tournament, and now's a great time to do it in preparation for next season. There's a lot of fun events going on in the local off season, as cups and challenges have now finished for this season, but now you can start preparing and getting involved in those fun events. I know many of the locals, I mean mine have a little bit of a summer play around with different formats, different tournaments, and celebrating our season with the World Championship.
Yeah, for sure. And if you, let's say you haven't been going to locals and you want to sort of get involved in the competitive scene, but you're not quite ready for the big events that are these regionals and specials, got that Ace Trainer reward now, 200 championship points. That is achievable just off local events, so make sure to get involved with that.
What a wonderful card it is, and I'm sure a lot of our players right now will be focusing on this very tournament and where they're going to be placed at this stage, looking to try and make it all the way through to those high placing positions to potentially try and get their Ace Trainer or even be focused on that World Championship. And here are some of our 4-0 players already doing so well, some familiar names as well as some new ones.
Yeah, Brennan, Kamerman, an all-star here of our EU circuit and beyond, currently at 4-0. Ted Tobyn, fresh off, I think, a regionals win this season and a finals at another one of our top 4, I should say, coming in there at 10th. Dario, 7th. Another big name. Any other names for you there, Mike?
I mean, we just saw Sam Hunt on stream playing Dragapult,
yep.
Showing exactly why it's the deck to beat at this event, with that Crushing Hammer and having that Moltres and Watchtower. It seems to be the way things are leaning as the Ogerpon decks are getting popular. But yeah, these players here will be in great position to carry on winning. Still quite a ways from the end of this tournament. We'll have plenty more rounds of Swiss, but looking to try and get 5 wins and a tie or better in the first 8 rounds to make it through to phase 2. So if you're currently 4-0, you're in a very good spot to be getting those last few points and make phase 2, which is often people's first goal at an event. It's a few different stages to get through, right? Phase 2 is the first target, then it's all the way to that top cut and potentially the final.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I want to pick your brains a little bit here. For our players that are currently 4-0, I know you've done well, 2 top 16s. Come on. How did they start off for you? How did your day start off when you got those? Was you a 4-0 territory as well?
I've had 2 ends of the spectrum.
Okay.
I had a 7-1, 8-1 day 1 before, which was very good. That was an amazing position to be in to go all the other way. But then the other event that I did well in, I started 0-2-1. So you can start badly and go all the way. I think I've had an 0-2-1 and a 2-2-1 start and gone very far through phase 2 with both of them. So even if you start poorly, you can still make your way. But obviously, if you start stronger, you have a little bit more safety in place where you can hit a bad matchup, maybe take a loss here and there. So I think every player preferring the XO approach.
I'm sure. And then when you look back at those events, the very different records that you catapulted yourself through the phase 1, did your mindset or mental change at all between those?
I think when you're doing well, there's an added level of pressure. There's more, you're looking around the tables you're on. You've got much stronger players. You're rubbing shoulders with the best players in your region. But you're also thinking, now I've got to play against the best decks, the strongest opponents. And so every game you're much more focused. When you're at that lower end, it's kind of like you're more relaxed in a way, because you're like, well, it is what it is. And you can kind of carry on through that. I mean, that's my approach. Some people feel like there's more nerves there because they're worried at one loss and they're out of the tournament. But for me, I find it's quite comforting just being at that lower table and going, well, if I take a loss, I can't really complain. I've had a good tournament, had some fun.
Yeah, I think that's how I approach all the games anyway, to be fair.
From round one, is that?
Yeah, from round one. Well, yeah, every win is a bonus.
I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy to be under a roof with many Pokemon fans. Love to see that. So as we do get into our next round here, Mike, is there any deck you would really love to see?
Oh, do you know what? I'd love to see that Metagross in action with Slowking. My favourite Pokemon finally getting a chance to return to the spotlight. It's had some very powerful cards in the history of the Pokemon TCG, but now back with that Chaos Rising release, Metagross. Might be able to see that here.
Maybe that Metallic Hammer swinging down 300 damage. As we can look at our phase 1 meta breakdown, we haven't actually had a chance to talk about this one yet. Let's have a gander. So 30% on a roundup for Dragapult, all variants. I feel like that's been in and around the mix, isn't it, for a phase 1, right?
Yeah, I think that's somewhat higher than I was expecting. I was expecting more versatility here with a special championship. We often see a bit more creativity, but as it's crunch time, so many of those top players opting for the Dragapult to secure as many points as possible.
Yeah, I think you are 100% correct there. I want to give a shout out though. Look at old Team Rocket's Honchkrow coming in, fresh off Joshua Vanelva shadow with that top 4. 85 people thinking, I was very impressed by that performance, and they're taking it here as well. Now, a little bit of backstage knowledge here, folks. Me and Mike had a little bit of a game. I was playing Mega Lucario, and good old my friend Mike here counter-picked me and played Team Rocket's Honchkrow. And tell the people how that went.
Well, your Mega Lucario took out one of my Murkrows, and then very quickly a 360 Rocket Feathers straight back in the face of Mega Lucario in both the games we played, even when you disrupted me with Judge. I think that really showed us the power of this deck, how good it can be. When there's Megas in the format, getting a 1-prizer to take a 3-prize knockout is just so powerful.
Yeah, it really is. And as we look at another deck here that can also take a 1-prize, that can knock out a 3-prize Pokemon, is that Alakazam fresh off the regional win via Karis Jones, and that is at 5%. Did you think that would be higher or lower, or about right in your expectations?
I think some inspiration there, but also people recognizing it does, outside of Keris's build, have quite a tough matchup into Dragapult, which is so popular. But there is also that level of skill that Keris showed. Even if you go and pick up her 60 from the event, it's not as easy as the other Alakazam builds. You're not just trying to reach a big number and take a swing. You have to think about how you're disrupting, how you're using those controlling cards, like the Nighttime Mine, like the Enhanced Hammer, and all the different matchups have quite unique win conditions. I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to pick that deck up and play it, and it's been a week since that result. So maybe some people tried it and thought, hang on, this is too much for me at this stage. But Alakazam, definitely a deck to watch at this event.
Yeah, it really is. It has got a big victory under it, but proving how versatile it is as well. The sort of control-esque Alakazam wasn't something that was on anyone's radar, a week or so ago. But when you see it and actually say the Nighttime Mine, the Hammers, Handheld Fan, Beheem coming in, not Beheem, sorry, Eldrum coming in, that right there is really scary.
I guess special red card as well, coming out in Chaos Rising.
Yeah.
This format might make it feel a little more scary, knowing that more decks have that late game hand disruption that completely takes Alakazam out of the game. So perhaps that's scared some people off of it, even though there is formats we've seen out in Japan when the equivalent format out there happened. Alakazam won that tournament, even with special red card about. So maybe history showing that Alakazam can hold up to the hand disruption better than we thought.
I think it can, but I think our Swiss round 4 table is ready. So let's head down there and see who we have. We have Brennan Kamerman, who we just saw on our screens there on our right, versus Luca on the left. And we have ourselves quite a fun matchup, I think, here, Mike.
Well, we can always rely on the Kamerman brothers to come up with unique deck choices, between them every event. They very frequently play different decks, which I love to see, because a lot of people who are testing together are able to come to the same conclusion, but they like to play differently, and they've been playing for a long time, performing well in the seniors division back in 2018, and since then some great finishes for Brennan with those top cuts on the biggest stages. And I can tell you now that LAIC top 8 was with quite a unique deck for the time. I think that was Roaring Moon EX, which was, a unique choice. So yeah, always rely on Brennan to come up with something different.
Yeah, the Kamerman brothers always come up with new stuff. You know, his brother Owen won with Chen Pao, that put in the first sort of signature Chen Pao finish there on the map. And yeah, it's going to be a good match here. And if you don't know what Brennan is playing, people, we're talking about what they like to bring innovative decks. He's bringing the one and only My Caster pick, and featuring Mike's favorite Pokemon Metagross, he is playing that Slowking.
Yeah, looking really strong in this format. Has been seeing an upsurge online. I know a lot of people have been playing it. Fun little story, I played against Joe, fellow caster Joe Bernard, on live, and he was playing Slowking as well. So the experts among us are giving it a go. So it's definitely seen an uplift from just that singular card of Metagross, allowing it to hit even bigger numbers than it was before. Obviously the Kyurem we're also familiar with in the Slowking deck. So good as our players put their prize cards out.
2 Slowpoke and 2 Wondrous Patch. That's not too great for Brennan. Oh, for Luca though, Serendipity and that special card there currently in the prizes. But here's our fist bump. Here we go. Our Swiss round 5 feature match is kicking it off, and it looks like Luca is starting us off here. Now, if Luca wants to get himself to the World Championships, he needs to win this whole event. Let's see if he can do that. It starts now. It is just going to be a bench, dust skull, and a pass.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about these 2 decks. There we go. That is another reason why Slowking has got better recently, thanks to that powerful starting energy, allowing you to really set up well. And you can see exactly why. 1 Psychic in play and 1 energy sets you up, similar to Alakazam, as we saw over winning in Indianapolis. As we see a prize check here for Brennan, a key part of the game. Telepathic Energy now going to be finding a Latias EX as well as that Slowpoke.
I wonder if Brennan could be eyeing up. He does play a Smoochum, Delightful Kiss, 0 energy, search your deck for 2 basic Psychic Energy, attach them to one of your bench Pokemon. Now, provided that he has prized 2 copies of the Wondrous Patch, I wonder if he could be trying to eye that up here. Because it's essentially like a 3 energy swing, right? Because you've attached to the active, Latias gets you out the active, and you get an extra 2. Let's have a look. No, this is going to go for the Slowpoke. Don't mind that as well.
Wonder what's in the rest of the hand. We often see that Mega Kangaskhan coming in as the draw engine.
Great point.
Very unique for a 1 prize focused deck to have a 3 prizer as its draw engine, but it just shows you the power of the attacks that Slowking can copy, that you're comfortable putting 2 prizes and 3 prizes in play.
Look, so we are going to see that turn 1 secret box. Discard 3 cards from your hand, then grab an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. All of which are very impactful, by the way, because we know that Slowking loves to manipulate the top card of its deck. So that means you can use that Seek Inspiration attack to copy either Kyurem or Metagross. But one stadium that lets you do that is that Academy at Night, letting you put 1 card from the top of your hand. Well, swap 1 card from... No, it's not. It's put 1 card from your hand to the top of your deck. So basically, you get your Metagross or your Kyurem in hand, you put it to the top of the Academy at Night, and then Slowking will come in and copy that attack. A ridiculously synergistic staging for this deck.
Yeah, and the A-spec of Secret Box, so key to a deck that has so much complexity to the turn. You have so many different pieces you need all in one go. It's almost like solving a puzzle, and we're going to see Brennan do that on multiple turns here, just looking to try and piece together everything that's needed on each turn. As we see the...
Here we go, Mike. There's your Metagross.
And the Dawn, a really interesting inclusion to allow you to find not only your key draw engine with Mega Kangaskhan, but your evolution of Slowking and your attacker in Metagross.
Attacker, yes. And it's quite scary, you know. We've mentioned that Metagross attack, Metallic Hammer, will let you swing for 300 damage. But make no mistake about it, the Kyurem is also a ridiculously scary attacker as well, with Trifrost, letting you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. And bear in mind, because that's coming from a Slowking, not a Rulebox Pokemon, that can't be shamed either. So keep an eye on that. What will Brennan be looking to use here?
You see playing the Pokepad now. Just looking to try and take some options. And this is something that we've seen be punished through the Shaman in various formats, right?
For sure.
But right now, Dragapult avoiding that Shaman is it's not the biggest worry with these bench sniping attacks. But Kyurem here could be so effective at board wiping Luca next turn. So we'll have to be really conscious of that as he sets up the board right now.
So it is over to Luca now. He has got a rare candy in hand. He's just going to evolve into a Dracloak, though. Okay, here we go. Luca is playing that Dragapult EX Dust Noir archetype. Dragapult, one of the best attacks in the game. Phantom Dive, 200 damage into the active, and you can spread 6 damage counters. And what makes that even more terrifying if you are playing the Dust Noir version is that Curse Blast from Dusclops and Dust Noir can get extra damage in play as well. Basically meaning no Pokemon is realistically safe. But it is just going to be a pass with the Latias coming down as well. Back over to Brennan. This could be a devastating turn for the Trifrost.
And that Latias having to come down because recognizing the board wipe is possible thanks to the Kyurem provided. So able to take out so many targets.
Do we have Academy at Night in hand from we do from the secret box? So all we got to do, Academy at Night, we can put the Kyurem to the top of the deck, and then we can use Twilight Inspiration. But there's a few more actions we could do just to, you know, the game doesn't completely end there, of course, but wow.
Even getting that boomerang energy, which is huge for energy recovery, where typically the Kyurem attack discards all your energy and makes it harder to set up the next Slowking. On this occasion, that energy will go straight back onto it.
Slowking, here we go. This is why it was my caster prediction here, folks. Here we are going to see, there we go, the free retreat thanks to Skyliner after the run errand. There's the Academy at Night. And there's the Twilight Inspiration Triforce, 110 damage to Dracloak and the Duskull, I should say, and onto the Latias. Twilight Inspiration, Seek Inspiration, I should say. Feels like Twilight because this could be game over here for Luca. Wow.
Just getting that Trifrost and all the Pokemon, 110 damage onto that Latias EX. As we'll be looking to try and re-establish the board.
There's the body popping, Mike.
But maybe was hoping that the attack would be so devastating on the Slowking, discarding all that energy, that it would be hard to chain attacks.
Yeah.
But with that boomerang energy, it's straight back on. And so one Psychic Attachment away from chaining another attack.
Yeah, if you can just do Trifrost again, that would be... What, 5 prize card turn? No, 4 prize card turn, I should say.
Win the game.
That would literally...
Literally win the game. And
win the game.
That's how Slowking can play this Mega Kangaskhan as the draw engine, as you do so quickly take down your opponent's board. So you're comfortable having 3 prizes and 2 prizes in play.
Okay, this could be the combat Luca needed though. Budu, gonna make life a little bit harder.
Gets to draw 2 cards though with that
lucky
helmet.
That's not a tool card we see too often, but if you take damage, the Pokemon is attached, you get to draw 2 cards. There's the Psychic Energy. Do we have another way to get Kyurem?
Wow, is this going to be searching for it? Does have the Cypher Mania code breaking in hand, so we'll be able to just put that on top with a supporter.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be it.
Here we go, Cypher Mania code breaking. That's going to put the Kyurem to the top, Mike. Seek Inspiration. That's going to be Trifrost. That's going to be a 4 prize card turn. Here we go.
Just making sure he puts them the right way round. There we go.
Seek Inspiration, and that is game 1 over in 2 attacks. Slowking taking game 1 in a ridiculously fast fashion.
Brennan Kamerman showing exactly why he is the king of Slowking, has been talking about this deck online, saying it's the one to watch. And that is exactly how you do it. Look at those turns, just 2 attacking turns, completely taking all 6 prize cards.
Absolutely silly when you actually think about what has just happened there. A 1 prize deck, announced 2 attacks, Seek Inspiration twice, and that was all Brennan needed. Making the deck look like it runs, you know, like a well-oiled machine, but you know, maybe the list is cooked up ever so consistent. Academy at Night coming in, Cypher Maniacs code breaking, run errand to draw cards, Mike. That's what you need to announce. Just try fast, on to game 2.
And wow, that Cypher Maniac code breaking, you know, under item lock, perhaps Luca was recognizing that Pokepad would be the main route to get the Kyurem on top of the deck, or needing to use a Night Stretcher to get it back after it was discarded. But on this occasion, Brennan able to use a supporter to do so, as Latias EX and the 2 Dreepy go down. It's really scary when you're facing down a Slowking that can do all that.
It's scary, right? Because they can try and turbo you out the game with Trifrost, and then if you get the Dragapult out, they can use Metallic Hammer. Like,
Yeah,
you've got answers.
You got options, and that's why it's back. The Metagross filling the gap of the deck. Previously, the only way to take big knockouts was through that Annihilate, which would knock yourself out.
Of course,
unless they were basic, there are options. But ultimately, against these big stage 2s, it was really hard to take big knockouts. Now with the Metagross hitting for 300, with a little bit of help from a Brave Bangle, that's 330, and that is exactly the Dragapult you need to knock out. So really showing the power of the deck here. But on this occasion, we saw a typical Slowking approach using the powerful Trifrost, which was always available there for Slowking before this weekend.
Let's consult these prizes. 1 Cure, 2 Lilies there for Luca, though. I think the prize is a lot better for Brennan this time. But here we go. Here's game 2. Will Luca be able to put off the reverse sweep and win 2 games in a row? I would say if I had to try and pick a variant to try and have a go against Slowking, I think I would pick Dragapult Dusknoir to do so. Has a turn attachment this time. Didn't have that in the last game. Didn't attach the energy at all, I think, last game, actually. Has a Pokemon. Okay, so this is a lot better now for Luca. We'll have 3 Pokemon at least to end the term.
And what we see with this Dusknoir build of Dragapult, which is becoming less common,
for sure.
Where it was the most popular version pre-rotation, it's now being bullied out by the straight Dragapult builds. But the reason why it's so devastating is against a deck like Slowking, you are able to completely wipe the board of all of the attacking line if you combine a few Curse Blasts with that Dragapult attack. So that will be Luca's aim here, trying to really set up a nice wide board, plenty of the Dragapult line, plenty of the Duskull line, and really start popping. But what a way to start game 2 for Brennan. Secret box again.
Now, has the Secret Box, doesn't have an energy yet, though, but I guess of the supporter that you grab, you can go grab that. Has got a Slowpoke in hand as well. We'll have to discard a Slowking, it looks like, though. Let's have a look. There's Secret Box. So there's 1 Slowpoke, Pokepads, and what are we going for the 3rd one then? Surfer, perhaps? So it's going to be the Slowking. Okay, so this is, oh, wow, Brennan, this is Brennan Kamerman. He's off to the races again. Just going to consult the prize cards here. I imagine we're probably going to go for what? An Academy at Night, a Lilies. Maybe the Lucky Helmet again. I'll tell you what, the value of Lucky Helmet, Mike, when you get hit by an Itchy Pollen, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what we saw in that last game was the Secret Box was the key piece that set up everything for Brennan to take game across 2 turns. It's going to be a little bit harder this time as the lack of telepathic energy makes it harder to set up. No Hilda or Chorus's Tenacity, which you sometimes see in Slowking, opting for a thicker line of Scythe Maniac's Code Breaking and Lily's Determination to get into the game.
One nice thing about this matchup, though, Slowpoke having that 80 hit points, very much outside of range of Phantom Dive residual damage. We'll have to, you know, do it over a couple turns or get Monkey Dory in the mix, which he doesn't actually play, funnily enough, so we won't be able to use that. But it looks like Secret Box is concluding here, though. Lily's Determination, Academy at Night, Lucky Helmet.
Just going to go for that Ultra Ball. Interesting. Might be looking to get a tool that's better for discarding here.
Yeah, maybe looking to discard the Brave Bangle. Otherwise, that is some aggressive play right here, I would imagine. So there we go. Secret Box concluding and discard the Surfer and the Brave Bangle.
Yeah, Surfer's a unique card here. One that you don't typically see in many decks, but allowing you to get the Slowking out of the active when it has used a discarding attack like the Trifrost. It allows you to move into that Mega Kangaskhan, which we see right there as the Lily's Determination goes down. A fresh 8 cards, and that's going to be a great start if the Telepathic Energy comes through.
That would be the wonder turn, right? Telepathic Energy, pop down Latios, then you can get yourself the nice run errand draw as well. I guess Surfer could also be used against any sneaky Yveltal, you know, trapping shenanigans as well. Try and Surfer your way out of there. A pretty cool card. One of my favorite cards in format. It just looks like he's having a fun time, Surfer, doesn't he? Here we go, though. 8 cards, Mike. Telepathic Energy, #1.
Would be huge here.
Oh, not quite. Did get a basic energy, though.
Yeah, we'll be looking to potentially just set up the benched one here, maybe, but the Telepathic Energy and Boomerang Energy are so good in this deck because they allow you to not only set up, but recover the energy off an attack, where the Psychic Energy are a little bit more about the Wondrous patch. You often want to see them in the discard pile rather than in your hand, because then you can get them as an extra attachment for turn. But it will just be that Latias found through the Ultra Ball. So the draw engine is online, and we do have that Mega Kangaskhan EX to run some errands.
I guess in theory, you can retreat first one errand, and you might still draw in Telepathic as well.
That's true.
Let's have a look then. One error and draw 2. Ooh, Brennan, show us what they were, mate. What was that? Ooh, did get one.
That's going to be good. I mean, does have the Latias now in play, does have 2 Slowpoke, so might even just look to put the basic Psychic in case he gets knocked out. So very strong position actually to start things off. The Mega Kangaskhan, a great sponge against Dragapult, as it often will be able to take that big hit. And we saw how devastating Slowking can be. Not worried about giving up a 3-prizer. And it's now on Luca to try and set up as well as possible.
Luca does play 2 copies of Rare Candy. So there is a world in which he can actually fire off a Phantom Dive here. Start applying pressure early. Does have the Dusclops in play as well. So could actually pick off Slowpoke on the bench with the energy. Make life hard.
The Brave Bangle was discarded by Brennan, so
only 1 copy.
Taking a knockout through Slowking with the Metagross and the Brave Bangle would be pretty tricky. There's no access to Brave Bangle now, and that hand not looking so good.
No. Do you see the Pokepads? So can actually start trying to do some recon directive. Was there an energy in hand? I don't think there was either, was there?
I think there was a lot of energy. I think that was the problem. It was energy and not much else.
Okay.
Yeah, needs to try and find a little bit more off this turn. Otherwise, Brennan could board wipe next turn.
That's just silly pressure when you say it out loud, isn't it? Like, if I don't get my stage 2 out Dragapult on my turn 2, I could get board wiped. Silly sentences to say out loud, but that is what Slowking does with that Seek Inspiration attack. Let's have a look. So you can still recon directive here. We'd love to see Rare Candy.
Was a Budu.
Get the Budu though. You might have to hedge your bets here.
But yeah, it's so
Luca
scary.
Risk taker? I think you have to, surely.
Well, you need to get more than 3 Pokemon in play, otherwise board wipe is on the cards.
It's a great point, actually. Does have the Suck Energy in hand, but do you want to put down Latias again, though? You kind of have to, actually, I think, right?
We've got the Watchtower to take away the Mega Kangaskhan draw and make one more combo piece be required. But with that, you know, there's so many of these Academy at Night in the Slowking deck, there's always going to be the full 4 count. And so you're always going to be thinking, this is just going to get bumped straight away. So maybe looking to use that in combination with the Unfair Stamp. So might even look to hold on to it.
Maybe. That could be a good point, actually. Unfair Stamp plus Team Rocket Watchtower comeback turn could be on the cards. The problem is, though, normally when you use the sort of Unfair Stamp combat turn, it's after your Budu just gets KO'd. If Brennan pulls off the Trifrost, that's a very costly, you know, way to spring those traps, as it were.
Especially if it's that Boomerang energy again. But another Dracloak going down. This is the power of Dragapult. We know it's one of the best decks in format because of the Phantom Dive, but really it's the recon directive of Dracloak that's doing all the heavy lifting and allowing the deck to set up so consistently. And a retreat into the Budu to end the turn will be an attempt to slow things down.
There we go. There is a Team Rocket's Watchtower, Mike. We are going to see a turn attachment here as well, of course. And it is going to be the Itchy Pollen. Okay, Brennan, what your allergies like, my son? Let's see. What's our hand saying? Okay. I think the Academy at Night bump might have been super impactful there.
Yeah, it does still need to find a way to get the pieces together for the knockout. It's an Academy at Night, the Slowking, the energy, and the attacker of choice to put on top of the deck.
Well, Slowking energy is currently in hand, but it's going to have to be a supporter to try and get you the rest of the way there, though. There's no other pieces currently in the hand.
So,
but with one Slowking discarded, having that in hand is, you know, a good start.
I mean, genuinely here, if Luca is able to survive this turn from a Trifrost, we'll be in a very powerful position.
Okay, this is going to be a big turn here. You're so right, Mike. If Luca can weather this Slowking storm for just this turn, he can very easily get back in the driver's seat. However, if Brennan can fire off that Trifrost, that would be devastating. You know, doesn't really want to have to fire off a Metagross attack into a 30 hit point Budu. Lily's Clefairy is an interesting one. This is actually something I want to draw attention to. Is that if it all goes wrong with Slowking, Brennan does play Wondrous Patch and Lily's Clefairy can attack with that Full Moon Rondo as a bailout option.
And it does allow for the one-hit knockout from that Metagross as an attacker, not opting to play any other attackers, just Metagross and Kyurem. So keeping it very slim, only focusing on those 2 attackers. So options are available. So these 8 cards here are huge for Brennan. Trifrost Academy at Night would be game here, almost definitely.
Here we go. Academy at Night. Kyurem!
Is it there?
I don't see any Academy. I don't see any. No, it hasn't been enrolled this academic year, looks like. Oh no, I don't see. Oh goodness, do we have a? No, not even a replacement stadium, so can't even run errand. Oh, here we have a different game here in our game 2 here, folks.
I guess debating whether to use the Smoochum. A great way to set up your attackers.
Set up the Clefairy, right?
Is quite a liability at only 30 HP. Very similar to the Budu in the way it works. 30 HP, free retreat, does have a free attack cost to do some setting up, and on this occasion is to attach 2 psychic energy to one of those attackers you want to attack with.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting. Will it be a Slow King, or will that Lily's Clefairy come into play here?
I think only has 1 basic energy left, but it is going to be on the Slow King. Okay, that delightful kiss. 1 energy on Slow King. I don't mind it, because you have Wanderer's Patch to set up your Lily's Clefairy in theory.
And that is going to be the turn there, back over to Luca, who got away with it, got through the Triforce turn, and it was that item lock from Budu in combination with Watchtower that slowed things down, and that's exactly why Dragapult's so strong right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though, right? Because Dragapult would love to just, you know, keep all the Dratloak in play, but you're kind of forced to actually evolve up into those Dragapult EX so you don't get Trifrosted. So going to be a very interesting game plan here for Luca, but definitely has a way back into this game now for sure. Remember, Reset Stamp is not live currently. Wow. But yeah, so interesting. With the Lily's Clefairy, as you do say, Metagross would not need any damage modifier to take the KO with that Metallic Hammer, of course. Here we are going to see 1 Dragapult EX might hit the field. There's the energy.
Not able to find that boss's orders.
Just going to be the Itchy Pollen.
Interesting. So not able to find the boss's orders. So he's trying to slow things down here and hope to get back into the game next turn with a few more draws with Recon Directive for the top deck for turn. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking is a way to set up the attack here, as that option we saw last game under item lock. It's your best way to put something on top of the deck, especially if you're lacking the stadium in play.
You can just put the attacker there, retreat, and then attack, and just I see, yeah. So Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking does get you the attack here. I think was Lana Aid the second card? I think it was, right?
Yeah, and you can see that forethought from Brennan setting up for the next turn. So really powerful card in this context. That's why he plays 3 of those Cypher Maniacs. So powerful, and does have that helmet back in hand.
Yeah, I was about to say, could even do that.
So that unfair stamp might be less effective depending on how this goes here.
Oh, there's a telepath. Oh, I don't mind that. It goes like a fairy. I'm drawing 2. Hit Seek Inspiration. Ding! Triforce. 1, 2, 3 prize cards. Goodness gracious me. 3 prize cards there for Brennan. Instantly back in the game. Luca with the Soul Dragapult against the world.
Made it look so easy there. Typically taking 3 Pokemon out in 1 turn is saved for the very most powerful attacks, and that's why it costs so many energy on the Kyurem. But with that Slowking, for just a Psychic and a Colorless, can seek some inspiration and take out the 3. And there we go, the unfair stamp in response. That was almost guaranteed here to be the case. Yeah, we'll also just need to see those energy discard as Brennan, recognizing he's not in quite as good a spot as he was before, thanks to that Kyurem attack, discarding all the energy, and this unfair stamp putting him down to 2.
Well, that would be ridiculous if you didn't have to discard those energy, right? That would be silly. Here is the unfair stamp. Now Brennan, you know, hasn't got any ways of drawing out of that, it seems. There is no onboard draw, I should say. Obviously, Lionel's that was put to the top. Deck has been shuffled, so you're not going to get those. 2 cards there for Brennan. Let's see what Luca does. Needs to get more Pokemon down, ideally. I don't think there's any ways of doing that.
Well, might not want to put too many Pokemon down, just in case they're all there for the Kyurem.
So we've got 1 GP down. Looks like, is that a Night Stretcher being the... No, it's an energy.
Does have that red card for the future as well.
Yep. Special red cards. A new addition to from our Chaos Rising set. I'm sure in a lot of people's opinion, the most impactful card. But if you're asking me right now, I think Metagross is up there.
Well, funnily enough, you say Metagross is looking good, but Brennan hasn't needed to use it because the Kyurem has been doing all the heavy lifting for Slowking. Slowking with the inspiration, but the Kyurem with the power, taking out 3 little guys on the bench is so powerful, and it forces everyone to play completely differently. Like right now, a Dragapult would go wide, would be setting up Drakloaks, setting up as many of the Duskulls as possible, but you're limited to only maybe 2 here, because otherwise you set up an easy 3 prize turn for Slowking. So just has the Dreepy and the Pheasantipity on the bench at this stage.
Well, even the Pheasantipity is so scary because if that gets Trifrosted twice, that gets KO'd. We saw the Latias fall similar to a similar fate, I should say, in game 1. So every bench pot is crucial. As you can see, Luca definitely debating on what to bench and why. It has to have immediate value. There is a turn attachment as well for Dreepy. But we are going to see the first Phantom Dive here in our Swiss Round 5 feature match here at the Turin Special Championships. Where do you think this bench damage is going to go? Do you think Smoochum is going to get KO'd here?
It'd be interesting, actually. I mean, the other Slowking would be a great target, but it is quite bulky with that 120 HP.
Yeah,
it would take 2 full sprinkles from the Phantom Dive, but it's just going to be a jet headbutt, recognizing no energy on the active. We'll set it up over 2 turns.
Well, good top deck to switch, though, Mike.
Switch is going to come into play here as the Lily's Clefairy comes up to the active.
Energy in hand. Boomerang Energy's in hand, Mike. Full Moon Rondo is live. Is this a KO?
I think this could be a KO.
I think it might be, right? Yeah, it's normally 5+3. Normally gets you there.
Unfair stamp, not looking very unfair right here, as that Lana's Aid will find the energy as well as some of the slow line. And that's going to be a huge knockout opportunity here in response after going down to just 2 cards.
Tell you what, you call them the slow line. They definitely haven't been slow this round, have they? There is the turn attachment for the Full Moon Rondo.
And even having that lucky helmet on it just to protect you from some more disruption. And that's going to be substantial knockout. Luca with just Dreepy left.
This is silly. This is ridiculous to be watching out here. That Full Moon Rondo coming in. Lucky helmet attached as well. I don't think Luca has actually used a rare candy yet. Does he have a way to springboard again?
Well, has that red card, maybe looking to try and disrupt once again.
At some point, the disruption has to stick if you're Luca, right?
Exactly. And
there it is. Special red card. So if your opponent took a KO, had 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, they shuffle their hand away, well, to the bottom of the deck, I should say, and then they get 3 cards.
Yeah, both of our competitors here taking a little bit of inspiration from Chaos Rising, with special red card going into many of our Dragapult lists here in Turin. For Brennan, that Metagross has been a concern for everyone, knowing that Slowking can do it, but it's actually been Kyurem, plus now the Lily's Clefairy coming into play as a strong attacker, holding that lucky helmet as well, just protecting Brennan from a little bit of disruption too. So that special red card down to 3 cards, we'll be able to draw a few on top of it and put him in a good spot to get that final prize card next turn. But for Luca, looking to just try and establish a little bit more here, as every time a Dragapult comes into play, it's getting completely taken out, whether it's as a Dracloak, whether it's as a Dreepy. But on this occasion, it will need to be a Dragapult with a rare candy. Otherwise, no attack will come through and Brennan will just swing again with Lily's Clefairy. Can you find it, Luca? In this final moment.
Here he goes.
Flip the script.
Flip the script.
Rare candy. Does he have access to the Dragapult?
Wait, yeah, there's a rare candy.
Is there a Dragapult in there?
Oh, no. We've all been there, folks, haven't we? When you look through your hand, you think there has to be the Dragapult. But there isn't. There's no Ultra Ball. There's no Dragapult. All you can do then is just... Brennan's got 1 prize card left.
Yeah, you're in a sticky spot here, Luca. Not much you can do with 1 prize card remaining for Brennan. No knockout from the Dragapult. I think that's going to be...
Full Moon Wonder, 20+20, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You have to just retreat and leave Pheasantipity inactive then. That's all you can do.
Yeah, I think that's the Latias X there will allow that to be energy free. Oh, not the ideal situation when you're 6 prize cards remaining and 1 left for Brennan.
Oh yeah, the perfect game for Brennan is currently on right now. Careful, got to retreat first before you evolve. That would be terrifying. It is going to be Latias in the active though. I mean, to be fair, you did just special red card your opponent. Can they, fire off a game-winning attack? I mean, well, I guess Trifrost wins you the game here. So does Metallic Hammer. You could be Metallic Hammer in for game. Your favorite Pokemon there, Mike. Could be fun.
Might even just be a Gust and Lily's Clefairy. Not normally Gust and Slowking. So would need to try and find a Kyurem or a Metagross here. What's possible?
Here we go.
So no boss's orders available for Brennan, so we'll need to try and attack with Slowking at this stage.
No boss's orders available. So Trifrost or Metallic Hammer would get you there. So we need to find an energy attachment and then a way to manipulate the top card of your deck. I see a Wonder Patch. I see an Ultra Ball. I see a Night Stretcher. I don't think I see it yet.
Well, there's no item lock here. There is that Rocket's Watchtower in play, denying the Mega Kangaskhan draw.
Yeah. I think that was a slow poke was the other card in hand, so I don't see anything. It might just have to be a Full Moon Wando. Which is still fine, to be fair, by the way. Like,
there's lots of time still here for Brennan.
Yeah,
so.
It's not like it's a dual. You know, it doesn't have to be exactly this turn. We're both leaning across the screen to see what those cards are.
Yeah, we'll just maybe look to retreat into Smoochum to get some energy in play, or just give it up as an attacker here.
The Delightful Kiss shuffles the deck, remember?
That's true. Does have the...
I'm not going to do that.
You see there, the Night Stretcher in hand would get the Curin back, but doesn't have access to that energy, as I don't think there is a Psychic Energy in the discard pile at this stage. All in play or in the deck.
Okay. Luca has bought himself a turn. Finally, we did say at some point the disruption has to stick for Luca. Now, can he capitalize?
So just building up a big old hand here and able to survive another turn through the Drakloak evolution. So you see plenty of options there to get to the Dragapult.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think getting Dragapult is going to be a problem here.
Doesn't need to worry about going wide with the low HP Pokemon, because one would be enough here for Brennan.
Yep.
So he can go as wide as he wants at this stage. Wouldn't be able to use a Dusknoir, so Duskulls are essentially useless at this stage, as it would just give away the game.
Here comes the Ultra Ball. Going to get rid of a Body Puffin and the Frillish. A card I was intrigued to see if we could see use in this matchup, but didn't quite pan out that way, at least yet. There's a Dragapult EX though, Mike.
That's very good. Yeah, there we go. We got the attacking option. We have the fire in hand as well. We'll just be looking to use those recon directives to the full extent here. Maximize the draw. There's very infrequently do we see disruption in Slowking as well. So from Luca's point of view, kind of gets to hold all of his cards. His bench is safe. And now be looking to try and take some knockouts. Does have the boss's orders. What's the target here?
Can you... no, wait, we can't go to both Slowking here, right? You boss up Slowking on the bench, KO that one.
That would just lead the Lily's Clefairy to be the target.
Lily's Clefairy though, yeah, it's true. You can't really remove all threats here at once.
We'll probably have to get rid of the Lily's Clefairy, although that would give 2 cards a draw to Brennan.
Helmet, yeah. I think you're right. It has to be Lily's Clefairy then, right? Because that's like win on boards.
Yeah, so see how tough this position is for Luca. The early aggression from Brennan putting him so far ahead.
Put down Jamming Tower, but then you do give back one errand. So there's there is some counterplay here, but it's almost like pick your poison at this point. Can't really shut off everything at the same time.
Yeah, and it's not many attacks needed for Dragapult to win from here, as there are plenty of liabilities in play.
There we go.
It will be that Lily's Clefairy in combination with a bit of damage sprinkled around to set up game next turn, and that would ask a lot of questions for Brennan. Despite getting so far ahead, Luca is not that far away from winning here. We'll just look to try and maximize those chances with this knockout, as a knockout on Lily's Clefairy and those 6 damage counters on the bench should put him in a great position here.
Looks like we didn't see Jamming Tower come down, by the way, so we are going to see 2 free cards. I guess you see 2 cards via Run Errand or Lucky Helmet, actually, so it's pretty much a non-factor.
I guess if he draws into the Academy at night off of these 2 from the Lucky Helmet...
There we go. 3 prize card turn, though, Mike.
Probably want to look at those before you promote. And it will be that Mega Kangaskhan going forward. Just
one
in
of them
case.
has to be a state. Oh no, I guess Skyline is still live. You're right, actually.
Yeah, just in case the stadium comes off the top deck.
I see a Wonder Patch, which is live now, by the way. Boomerang Energy. Oh, hold on.
I think we might be able to make it here as Boomerang Energy and Lily's Clefairy back into play. So.
Oh, and the Wonder. Oh, so you can fire Full Moon Wonder again, of course.
Yeah, just looking to get that Wondrous Patch available. Lily's Clefairy going down. Wondrous Patch attaching from the discard pile.
And that's going to be a big, bad Full Moon Rondo for game. And it's going to need a free retreat cost thanks to Skyliner. Lily's Clefairy is going to hit the active.
And there we go, another one just to make sure. And the knockout comes through. Weakness applied thanks to that Lily's Clefairy. And Dragapult goes down.
Yep, Brennan Kamerman putting on a show there. Game 1 was all about the Slowking. Game 2 was all about the Lily's Clefairy. But that's all he needs to advance to that 5-0 record.
Well, we might have lost Gardevoir to take down Dragapult thanks to that Psychic type deck with the Lily's Clefairy, but it looks like Brennan making a case here for Slowking to be the best anti-Dragapult deck, thanks to both the attacks of the Slowking disrupting the board and the Lily's Clefairy to take those big knockouts.
Yep, it's like a double-pronged approach, right? Basically saying, if my Slowking strategy doesn't work, which we saw it work perfectly here in this game one situation, by the way, winning the game in 2 attacks announced, like Seek Inspiration, Copy, and Triforce. There's the first one. And then the second one's going to come in very hot and fast afterwards. Here we go, via the use of Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Is that if this strategy of Slowking doesn't work, turns out old, tried and tested and true Lily's Clefairy is also plenty fine.
Don't even need that Academy at Night to put the Kyurem on top. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, a great backup strategy, as we saw the secret box for Brennan in both games, setting things up early and making it a lot easier to hit those early Trifrosts, as the Lily's Determination, the most powerful supporter currently in format. Looking at that setup, you just see how much Slowking can get going thanks to the consistency built into it, knowing that the powerful attacks are so powerful that as long as you get them off every turn, you're in a great position to win.
Yeah, that's right. As long as you can, as you say, just announce an attack every turn, you're going to win the game. There's the Triforce. Bing, bing, bing. 3 prize cards. And to be fair, Luca did try his absolute best, did a lot of disruption, but the first 2, Unfair Stamp, didn't quite work out. The Team Rocket's Watchtower did put in a little bit of work, but here was the Full Moon Rondo for that big swing KO again. And to be fair, I feel Dragapult dealing with a 3 prize card turn from a 1 prizer into the one hit KO again from the Dust, from the Liz Clefairy, I should say, and then another Full Moon Rondo. It doesn't matter who you are, no one can really deal with that.
Exactly, and now we see the Dragapult going down. Slowking wise enough to do so thanks to that Kyurem attack as well as Lily's Clefairy. Turns out we have a competitor here, and it was just 1 card that it needed to complete the package. We saw Brennan talking about this deck before the tournament, saying how great it was and how we definitely need to take it seriously at this event. And whilst Shaman is not around, it's in its strongest position, because Kyurem taking out 3 knockouts in 1 turn completely board wipes so much of the format, where I think people are going to start wishing they brought that Shaman along if Slowking's rise into the top thanks to Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, if you really, I'm sure that's a lot of people's 61st card, and if you're in the venue and watching that stream match, you're thinking, whoa, I hope we don't match Brennan moving forward. But we talked a lot about Brennan and the love of his deck, but he's ready for interview now, so let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, casters. I'm Emily here with the winner of our last round, who is now 5-0 with the king.
Let's go.
Slowking Brennan. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling great. Going into this tournament, I didn't have any specific expectations, but I'm now 5-0, so I'm extremely happy. Yeah.
So talk to me about the pick. It feels like we're at the end of the season. People are constantly playing Dragapult. What makes you stroll up to the final European event of the season with Slowking out of all things?
I mean, after rotation, I've tried it at the start of Perfect Order format. I wasn't feeling it back then because there was a lot of Shaman, because of Arboliva EX, for example. But now that Arboliva EX is less of a meta threat, and we get into we get into a format where we even see more Dragapult, it's amazing that Slowking can deal quite well with those kind of decks, like Dragapult or other different decks. And so I was also a little bit scared. I was considering between Alakazam and Slowking, but after the most recent regional and the release of Red Card, I decided to play Slowking over Alakazam.
Definitely. How much Red Card impact do you think is going to have on this tournament in particular?
I think Red Card is pretty impactful. For Slowking specifically, we can actually prepare for it with Cypher Maniac. It's pretty cool. I've done that in a round before this. Like, you get your attacker, get like a Kyurem, and then in the second card is like the secret box, and then they red card you, but they red card you into the secret box, right? So it's a really good way to prepare for the hand disruption, and stuff like Alakazam can do that. So I think Slowking is pretty well prepared for red card.
Well, speaking of well prepared, you were certainly well prepared for your set that we just saw. Talk me through game 1, which was over in, what, 3 turns, thanks to you having Secret Box in that opening hand. What is the ideal setup when you have something like that? What are you really going for?
I mean, telepathic energy is like key. Just getting like, for 1 energy, getting 2 basics, like both your Latios and another Slowpoke. But what makes it extra good is, like, of course, a secret box, getting a Kangaskhan in the active, drawing those cards, and getting ready to set up the Kyurem guaranteed turn 2. Because that's the most important. Getting the Kyurem turn 2, as for example, against Dragapult, they will be able to evolve into the Dragapult DX otherwise. So, and with Lucky Helmet, it's also like, that's why the secret box comes in clutch. It's can create a board state where your opponent is really like, what do I KO? Because do I give him extra cards, or do I just KO something else? Like we saw in game 2, him jet headbutting for 70, trying to set up a multi-prize turn. But I got the switch, and the Lucky Helmet was, yeah.
Yeah, it was so exciting to see that top deck. I was the one backstage like, oh yes, like I see it coming. So honestly, when it comes to Slowking, how far do you think this deck is going to go currently in this meta? I know you're a big believer in it, but do you believe it to be maybe impactful next week at NAIC?
We'll see. I mean, if I do well here, then everyone might be playing Shaman again. I currently don't take anything for Shaman. I'm just basically losing probably to Shaman. So if it really depends on the amount of Shaman we will see. But I really do believe it can go far, the Slowking.
Well, still, congratulations. Now, granted, I do believe you are very locked for your invite to San Francisco and the World Championship. How do you think you're going to be taking your summer? Do you think you're going to be play testing a lot, going to be taking a little bit of a break, coming back? How do you think you're going to prep?
Well, I actually have a pretty long vacation before World, so I won't test then. But before, like in like June and July, I'll definitely try my best to figure out my deck before I go on that long vacation, right? So we'll see. I'm excited for the new format with the, I don't know what the English name is of the set.
Pitch Black.
Pitch Black. Yeah,
I got you.
It'll be interesting. I like one prize decks. Maybe Ghost Phil. We'll see play.
The second coming of Lost Box, and players are very excited of that. Yeah. Thank you so much, Brennan.
Thank you as well.
You are fantastic right now, sitting undefeated with the King. We hope to see you further on in this tournament. Casters, back to you.
Thank you for that, Brennan. If you can hear me, you are my king with Slowking right now. Absolutely loving that. But I was absolutely very happy to cast that one there. Slowking, I'm a believer. Are you a believer?
I'm becoming a believer, let me tell you. I mean, like I said, it's been very popular on live recently. I think a lot of people want to give it a try, thanks to that Metagross kind of covering the weaknesses of it before. It was around, it was there or thereabouts before, but Chaos Rising just giving it one more tool to make people give it a try. And I think Brennan, really a keen pilot of it, pushing it amongst a lot of players. And his list looks so clean. You know, we got to see how good it was at covering for when the typical puzzle that Slowking has to do of Academy at night, find the Pokemon, put it on top. It had the Cyphermaniac's code breaking in place where that wasn't viable. It also had that Lily's Clefairy as an attacking option. It doesn't always have to lean into that Seek Inspiration with the Academy at night. It has options around that.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw, you know, all the Lucky Helmet even. How often have we seen Lucky Helmet come up? We saw it very useful there. And it just like the deck has a lot of synergy between each other, right? Which is something you really want to see. So I'm a big believer. That's why I picked it as my cast prediction.
And him playing around special red card with the ability to stack stuff on top of Cyphermaniac's code breaking. But there are lots of interesting decks coming out of this tournament. It's not just those adding the red card in or Slowking adding Metagross. We got plenty of other interesting decks that you might want to see at home. And I think what's really key to mention right now, these decks are currently in great position to be XO, so 5-0 going into next round. Some of them are still playing and they're on that 4-0 looking to try and win. So if they are to win and you guys vote for them, then we'll be able to put them on stream. But I'd love to hear what you guys are interested in. I'm looking right down there at Metagross. Am I looking at it? I think I'm looking at it.
To be fair, yeah, that was quite good actually.
Metagross
that was good,
is very exciting for me.
Yeah, so if you do want to vote, make sure to get yourself on Twitch. So if you are a YouTube enjoyer, new tab, get your mate's phone, get your mom's phone or whatever, log on to Twitch and vote for what you want to see. But we do have to stress that this is dependent on how these players and decks perform in this round that currently isn't finished, because Brennan was playing like lightning. So depending on how they finish, we'll try our best to get the winner on stream. Do you want Mega Greninja? Enzoroark, we've seen that before. Toxicity, Monkey Dory, that could be quite fun. or Metagross Mark's favorite Pokemon.
I gave it a little bit of a try, and it is very good. It's got that precious trolley allowing it to set up and go wide. We saw a little bit of that in Indianapolis, people recognizing that the heavy transceiver, heavy petrol into that wonderful precious trolley to set up a nice, powerful board state. It is a viable engine to set up, but it only works if you're not under item lock, and so many people started to recognize that at the last tournament. If you go second, Budu, item lock, their whole game plan goes out the window as they need one item to set up, but if that item's not available, then they are in a bad position. So a great deck, but does have a major weakness early in the game, which early stages of the tournament, people aren't going to be thinking about that. They're just going to go blind first, think, yeah, here we go, do what I usually do, and then see them go second and set up straight away.
Yeah, that was terrifying to keep an eye on there. Mega Greninja, of course, as well, the sort of poster boy of our Chaos Rising set. That could also be very fun. But Metagross is a deck I would love to see personally. Is a Metang Dialga V-Star was a deck I really enjoyed playing back in the day. Obviously, get to use the Metang engine. That Metal make one of the best abilities, in my opinion, of all time. But Toxtricity, that's not something I would expect to be talking about much before. But again, an equally very strong ability.
Yeah, Toxtricity, a great user of Monkey Dory as well. One of the best ways to punish Dragapult is moving damage off of your board as they spread it around. Toxtricity able to actively put damage in play if you want to, so you can push that damage over with the Monkey Dory, but it also allows you to set up for these big knockouts, whether it is with the Mega Absol, whether it is with the Brute Bonnet, some really interesting attackers that we don't really see in other decks. So definitely, if you want to see some new attackers and some new game plans, definitely vote for that Toxtricity.
Right, well, let's see how many people did vote for Toxtricity, and is it our winner? Because I believe our results are Mega Greninja EX, okay? Throw in that damage from the active. Don't mind it, and you've got that Terra Greninja EX as well, that Shinobi Blade. Then you search your deck for any card, and also that Mirage, damage here, damage there. That, if you can get that on, that's going to be very entertaining.
I mean, Greninja EX, the Terra one, was used before. We saw it have some top cut finishes, pre-rotation. It was a very powerful attacker. Great typing, having that fighting weakness on Pheasantipity on Meowth puts you in some great spots. Having the ability to completely board wipe, similar to what we just saw with Kyurem, with that spread of 120 on 2 Pokemon. So both the Mega Greninja and the Greninja EX, great attackers, and seem to work quite synergistically together, partly because they have the same Froakie and Frogadier to evolve from. So we love to see those kind of split evolution lines which have different viable strategies.
We really, really do. Now, if you're a Greninja fan, which turns out the majority of you are, we're about to have a very fun time here on the stream, because not only are we going to try and get Greninja on stream next, we actually have a bit of content planned about the last time Greninja made the final. Spoiler alert, though, it did run into one of the biggest Cinderella decks of all time in our Pokemon World Championship history, coming up next.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymin EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokémon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokémon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only 2 choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right then, Turin, a city that has towered over European history for thousands of years. This weekend is home to thousands of Pokemon competitors where world invitations will be made or dashed. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Emily Foreman. How are we this afternoon?
I'm so excited to be casting with the only man I know that can break the sound barrier.
Who's that then? Couldn't be me. I try my best. I get so excited when you're announcing Seek Inspiration into Triforce 2 times in a row, and that's the end of the game. It's hard not to get excited.
I mean, you were onto something with the Slow King pick. I will not deny you there, Shay. I mean, you're all about bringing the noise anyway, and especially the excitement as well. And if it's anything that we're seeing, I mean, granted, we've seen 2 decks verse Dragapult. That's kind of how this format and that's how the Pokemon TCG has been. It has been very exciting to see what decks are putting in to try and counteract Dragapult.
Yeah, so as you do say, we have had, 2 decks versus Dragapult on stream already. Beedrill, unfortunately, didn't quite get there, but Slow King did, so we're currently 1-1. In the Dragapult versus the field metagame. I'm going to keep track of that for the whole weekend. How Dragapult fares against the world here on our stream. Emily, I'm going to ask you a question.
Ask me a question,
If
Shay.
you wasn't here at the casting desk with the noise and you was over that side of the wall, what would you have been playing and why?
Raging Bolt with no, big Raging Bolt, whatever. I'd be playing with Soul Rock Lunatone.
Oh!
A little callback to my Toronto 128 deck. And Sammy Allen also going a little bit further in Los Angeles with the Okidogi package. But
nice.
I've found ways to take out the Dogies, but still have some fighting type Pokemon in there. But it's not about me. There's plenty of people here, and especially not just our masters. We also have our juniors as well. Because honestly, the way you go here, the juniors meta is so different now that Mega Starmie is back. But
I know, you really hate that Starmie, don't you? Every time you see it, you're drawing attention to it.
It does well once, but still, if it's anything that our juniors are showing us, it's Dragapult's going to be at the top no matter what.
Yep, I mean, it has fallen a little bit further down. I think we had about 30%, I believe, in our Masters. They're at 24. Mega Lucario sliding a little bit up there. Now, I'm going to be honest, I love a bit of Mega Lucario. I've played it an awful lot, but as you seem to really dislike Mega Starmie in a minute, I think Mega Lucario could be, it had a couple good results, sure. I think what best place was 9th, I believe, in ASIM. I'd like to say is its best result. Hasn't really done a lot since. Could it take it all home there in juniors? Hopefully, I'd love it. Mega Brave. I'd love to be announcing that in a final.
Well, I think what it is, I think Mega Lucario is a really great deck to learn on as well. I think the energy acceleration, learning how to pivot between both the Mega Lucario and the Hariyama as your attackers, and the Soul Rock, as well as using Premium Power Pro to hit all the way up. I actually think I've talked to a lot of friends recently who want to get in, like maybe not, so much Dragapult just yet. I'm just trying to play for fun. I always recommend Mega Lucario. I think learning how to lunar cycle, resource management. I think it's very kind of clear cut on a deck like Mega Lucario. But then again, in our second place here for our decks this weekend, it's going to be that Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, and Meganium, assuming it might be with that Hydrapple that does a little bit of healing.
Yeah, that honestly, when that Hydrapple EX gets rolling, wowzers, damage is just flying here, there, and everywhere. Healing from yourself, you're dishing out massive damage. It was like 60 for each energy attached. We've got Meganium out. Golly. So that's our juniors. Let's see how the seniors one is panning out. Is it going to be similar? Is it going to be different? Let's say, oh, Dragapult 35. There's your Starmie again.
It's
Mega Greninja making the list though. Come on, 9 of you.
I think the Crustle is also really important. I think
for sure.
For the amount of times that we've seen all of these EX Pokemon doing well, and we saw Rahul Reddy take with success too. Crustle is a great deck right now for the pick. This Mega Greninja though is the star of Chaos Rising, at least on all of your product, but we're still unsure of its spot in the competitive meta.
Yeah, I think Mega Greninja is going to do a similar thing to what Chen Pao did, where we can all appreciate his power level coming out of the gates, but it's going to take a while for the right, like, you know, 55 through to 58 cards to be found. And then at that point, it'll have its place at the meta game, because it's just a very complicated deck, you know, trying to weave in Mortal Shuriken, trying to weave in the Terra EX, all of that good stuff. But hey, maybe one of those 9 seniors has already found that, and they're going to take this event all home. We'll have a look, but yeah. And there's that Mega Starmie, Emily, again at 6%. What do you think about that?
Don't remind me. I think also with Mega Greninja as well, fighting right now, fighting as a type is actually pretty good, considering all the Mega Kangaskhan that's kind of running around as well. So being able to also use that Shinobi Blade attack to just grab whatever you want, right? I mean, that's pretty good in theory, but the cameras at least are on the Masters division. I know we showed this a little bit earlier in the show, but let's head back on over here to our Masters in Phase 1. Now, I think we see a little bit of a ripple effect of Karis's win in this deck analysis here, but the Rockets Honchkrow being 4th, I mean, now granted 4%, you know, on a graphic like this, you know, but still being in 4th place technically, pretty interesting.
It is, and I think that's definitely a testament to Joshua's finish there, getting the top 4 back in Utrecht. Is that it's kind of similar to Alakazam in a sense that it's just a one prize deck that just wants to take one-hit KOs as fast as possible. Now, granted, Karis's list had that control element there as well, and did just take the regional over their home. But yeah, Team Rocket's Honchkrow, I was very surprised to see it, you know, placed this high up, but we saw it on stream in the top 8 match. When it flies, it really flies. Like, honestly, it feels like there's nothing to stop the deck when it's rolling.
The best of the rest here. We did see that Slow King. I know it's a favorite of many, actually, back here. Festival lead as well. You can never count that out, especially here in Europe. I mean, we just love plucking apples. But also, Mega Lucario down to 61 players, only 3% here. I think Mega Lopunny's time has come and gone, and players realize that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mega Lopunny, you know, had its won a regional, by the way, in Prague, and then just instantly escorts itself back out of the format, it seems, but we'll keep an eye on that one. But I have a question for you, Emily. You said that Mega Starmie is on forward watch.
I agree.
Okay, I can hear where you're coming from on that one. I would like to say I think Team Rocket's Mewtwo is also on forward watch. What do you think about that?
I think Team Rocket as a whole is a great idea, and we saw Joshua take it all the way, right? To top 8, you know, doing what it does, right? But is it ever truly capable of that win when you are so reliant on Proton turn 1? You're so reliant on it, no matter which way you put it, right? Mewtwo, Honchkrow, if you're not seeing that Proton, and granted, you do play 4, right? You do play your max amount of times to try and find it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't exactly feel good to be like, all right, do I have the one supporter I have in hand to get my bench set up ready to go? I don't know.
Yeah, even with the transceiver, because I played a lot of Rocket in my day. I played Rocket before rotation, before it was cool. And yeah, even you have your 8 outs of that Pro on, you miss it. Honestly, you are really twiddling your fingers, because then you end up not playing as much traditional ball search to find your things. So you end your turn with like a 1 spit ops, or the is it spit up? What's the basic?
The Tarantula. Yep.
And you just think, okay, this is going to be a quick game, going over to game 2. But hey, I'm going to say, Team Rocket, you Team Rocket players out there, if you're somehow watching this in between rounds, come on, prove me wrong. I would love nothing better to be announcing Erasure Ball later on in this stream towards Phase 2 and beyond. But for now, I think you could be on Forward Watch.
Well, one thing is for sure. Now, aside from bringing with me from NA,
okay,
I've brought another gift from NA, and it was something that we actually did in the Los Angeles Regional Championship, and it's going to be the Dragapult breakdown. So we're going to see the Dragapult breakdown. What is doing well? What is kind of not up to what players are really thinking of? So I'm going to assume here that the 36%, the biggest one, is going to be more so that Hammers alignment, if you will. So 36% and so closely right behind it, Shay. That Dragapult Dusknoir, what's screaming to you on this?
I wonder if this is like, this is a result of all these one prize decks starting to pop up. I think Dragapult does stop being able to just board wipe a little bit easier by just maneuvering Curse Blast in there. Again, I guess in theory, now that special red cards in the format, you can try and force your opponent into that, where otherwise we could be trying to play around it. So I wonder if that's why Dragapult Dusknoir is sort of, really sliding up the chart. Dragapult Dunsparce is an interesting one. Had its real big time in the early one in our meta game here. Now it's sliding down. But I'm really interested in the Dragapult Blaziken, because you would assume that with Crushing Hammer and a lot of energy denial, off the back of Karis as well, energy denial being in format, that having that Blaziken to just reattach it would be really advantageous. But why do you think that hasn't really translated here?
It's a great question, Shay. And I think it's because players would rather utilize something like Rose's Encouragement for those late game attachments rather than just going all the way. I don't know. It's really hard to say, because I agree with you there. I agree that it's all, it's all grass right now. Why not bring the chicken and, let the chicken just kick a teal mask, enjoy it's a couple of free prize cards. But the problem is it also can be a liability as another 2 prize Pokemon. So why not just, play your Risky Ruins, take energy off your opponent's active Dragapult, move the damage around with Monkey Dory, and just play less liabilities to get things going.
That makes sense. You are going to add a lot more, dare I say, dead cards a lot of the time in your matchup. You got Torchics, Combuskins, and Blazerkins. So sometimes you don't really want all of them. But yeah, that was our Dragapult EX breakdown. Not really terribly surprised to see that the Crushing Hammers being, the most played version now, I would say. Dragapult Dusknoir is a very interesting one, because I think when all the decks are rolling, I still maintain that Dragapult Dusknoir is the scariest deck in format. Being able to just maneuver the active and carry the active regardless of what it is. You got the 200 plus the 130, or you can try and maneuver multiple board wipes on the bench with Curse Blast. I still think that's probably my favorite Dragapult variant. Will it take all home? With those kind of numbers, I can't be terribly surprised.
I like the way, now granted, it is the Dragapult show. I don't think any of us want to deny that it's the Dragapult show. What I do think at least keeps me interested in Dragapult is the way that players go about choosing which Dragapult they play, right? So this tournament leading into the North American International Championships, will we see Crushing Hammers continue its dominance? Honestly, I think so. I don't see really this going practically anywhere, Shay.
No, the deck is so strong on paper, and all you can do is sometimes you can see it, just the right Crushing Hammer at the right time can just instantly win you the game. Quite hard to turn that one down. And, in some cases, you can win games you had no right to. If a Crushing Hammer sticks with a special red card here, or Unfair Stamp getting weaved in for good measure, quite honestly, those can just steal games away. Like, why bother evolving up into a stage 2 Blaziken? You can just flip a coin, hit heads, and just instantly spin the game back in your favor, right?
You got a 50% chance of doing it every single time. So that's either the 4 best cards in your deck or the 4 worst, realistically, when you really think about it. It's so hard to say where this meta is going to go. We know that Dragapult's always going to remain on top, but these little guys, right? The Slow King, with Brennan just kind of piloting, saying, you know what, if no one's playing Shaman, I'm gonna just try Frost of Victory every single time.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. Let's have a look at how our tournament itself here is panning out with some standings. And I believe this is, 5-0. This is going into our next round here. Quite a few. Sam Hunt, we had on stream earlier, managed to get himself another win. Remember, he said he needs a top 8 and further to get to Worlds. Doing a fantastic job of that so far. Brennan, who we just had on stream, of course, 5-0. Dario, a player that we've seen a lot around this EU circuit, Janus Wagner. Quite a few big names there, quite a few 5-0s. So we'll be able to try and get one of those, I imagine, over there into our next feature match. And there's going to be more of those. It isn't just going to be this top 16 that are currently 5-0 as well. But what do you think is going through our players' heads here, Emily? If you are at 5-0 right now, and let's pretend you're like Sam and you need a top 8 and beyond, what do you think is going through our 5-0 players' heads at that point?
Well, I can't be like Mike Ellis and get my Worlds invite in my first season of playing, I'll tell you that much.
Can't all be Mike Ellis. Can't all be Mike Ellis.
Be like Mike Ellis, but I can try and be like Sam in the moment here. And I'm really just thinking, I think he's picked a good Dragapult variant to come to the tournament with.
Okay.
I think he played extremely well on stream. But the problem is, Shay, I mean, people who have a perfect record after phase 1 and the 9th round of phase 2 that we do, sometimes we just don't even see them in phase 2 going into Championship Sunday. Like, anything can happen. I tell people all the time that, believe it or not, there is a little bit of luck in this game in terms of your pairings and what you hit into. You could hit into a horrible matchup 3 times. You've done all this prep and all of it just goes to waste, right? So if I am Sam, I'm just like, all right, I know my deck, I know the game, I know my matchups. And this is why Dragapult was my caster pick, because it's the safest deck to do that with.
And I think you're right. I think you said this earlier on at the opening of the show, right? You said that if you are in that sort of that lower cutoff point for your World Championship invite, you just need, I don't know, like a top 2, 5, 6 or 5, 12 and upwards. You just need points. I think it's very hard to justify playing anything else other than Dragapult.
Let's take a look back at our caster predictions. All right, now Mike, I think he's just doing this for the meme at this point.
Yeah.
You know, that's
his deck right there, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, you just take the picture of Marnie out of the bottom right corner of the
Mike's Grimsnarl.
Yeah, Mike's Grimsnarl here. Freya was onto something, I think, Shay, with this Beedrill EX. Now, we did see it kind of like, I would say 50% of the power, just because Lorenzo's prizes were just not great.
Didn't he, in game 1, so
yeah, not great here. But if you are able to go faster than your opponent and survive an unfair stamp, you can hit massive damage.
Yeah, those games have been very different. If he got up like 3 Beedrill, like turn 2 or turn 3, I think he just waltzes his way to victory there, the Beedrill. So it'll be very intriguing to see if we're going to see any more rumbling bees on stream. Now, Emily, I'm going to be honest with you.
Go ahead.
Your caster predictions
are boring.
I tell you what, you really pushed the boat out there, didn't you?
Well,
talk to us about them.
Here's the thing. I just said it a little bit earlier, Shay. You need points.
Yep.
It's the last event for Europe.
Yep.
You're not going to NAIC.
Okay.
You're on that cusp. And you say to yourself, what is going to at least help me safely get to a point where I get some points?
Yep.
Now, it's not me, right? I don't play Dragapult.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
Mostly players who are qualified for Worlds, you would say are pretty good players. Would you say players going to Worlds are good players?
Yeah, definitely.
So I think good players are going to play the best deck in the room. I'm sorry. And it's really boring for me. I think it's actually my most boring caster prediction ever. But I think for that reason and for that reason alone, I think it's Dragapult time. It's safe. You're able to just kind of work to your meta. You know what you do. And the red card, I think the red card's pretty good. We didn't get to see it too much impactful, but I do think in a world where we are lacking disruption aside from unfair stamp, we thought it was going to bring back some spice into our ace specs. It didn't. Unfair stamp's just too powerful, but you stack that with another late game disruption at the end of the game, pretty good.
Yeah, we saw that in our last stream match, right? We saw the unfair stamp, then we saw the special red card coming in clutch there. So yeah, double up on supporters, on disruption, I should say. And yeah, I did think that as well. I thought, now that special red card's in format, let's get some scramble switches out there. Let's get some Neo upper energy out there. Turns out might not be the case, but we do have our next feature match ready. So let's head down to the table. And you people that voted on what deck you wanted, your wish has been granted. We do have Mega Greninja being played here. And I tell you what, that's going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, this one's really exciting because I think for all of us, when we consider what came out of Perfect Order, we say, okay, the bees are cool.
Yeah.
We could do that. Okay, special red card. I see that.
Yep.
Tons of great illustration rares. We love that. Mega Greninja, what is the perfect partner for it? I just can't make it work. Okay, fine.
Well,
like,
Corentin did say he thinks he's found his right partner. Liverpool top 32 2023, and then Milan Special Championship got a top 16 as well.
Excited to see where we're going to go from here, because we do have Claudio on the other side playing Alakazam, so the winner of our last tournament in North America. And the thing is about this deck, Shay, that really kind of blows the mind of a lot of card game players around the world. How many cards this deck can draw in a turn. Sometimes, if you're lucky enough, you can draw what, like 10 in a turn, really?
Easily.
Sometimes even more. And I think that's the big appeal of Alakazam. And we did just see it win not too long ago, and especially when Crustle is kind of lurking around, right? I think it's a great option.
Really is. Here we go. Our Swiss round 6 will be getting started here soon. Both players wanting to advance to that 5-0-1 record, putting themselves most likely in a phase 2 scenario and beyond. Okay, let's consult these prize cards here. Oh, Shaman being prized now. That right. I wasn't going to draw attention to it right away. I wanted to weave in the storyline. But that Shaman's going to be rather impactful. When it's at the top of your prizes, when players traditionally take them bottom to top, in this game 1, Shaman will not be protecting anything.
Yeah, we'll get into what Mega Greninja does with its ability. But one thing's for certain, Shay, is that that will be sorely missed this turn, as we're going to head over into Corentin's turn. We'll see what this Greninja is going to be able to do. It's a win. In.
Here we go, winning in for phase 2, our Swiss round 6 feature match here. If you're just joining us here at the Turin Special Championships, you've picked a fantastic time. We have Corentin playing Mega Greninja EX versus Alakazam on the right for Claudio. So, while Corentin will conclude this Pokemon, let's have a quick rundown of this Mega Greninja EX archetype. I don't blame you for not knowing what it does. First of all, it's a stage 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon, 350 hit points. That's monstrous. Mortal Shuriken ability. Once per turn, if this Pokemon is in the active, you can discard a water energy from your hand. If you do, place 6 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. That is a Phantom Dive residual damage on an ability. And the attack's not bad as well. Ninja Spinner, 120. You may put a water energy attack from this Pokemon back into your hand. If you do an extra 80 damage.
Well, I think that's also why, Shay, that players have really tried to pair Mega Greninja with Dragapult, because it makes sense, right?
Sure.
Some more damage counters. Let's get some damage counters going. But unfortunately, this just doesn't sync well with the Dragapult line, because you need a couple of water energy to really kind of get it going, right? Granted, you could play these two, right? But it requires a little bit more. Dragapult needing that fire and that psychic. It just doesn't sync up well. But what it does sync up well with is going to be not only the Dunsparce that's hitting the bench, but also that Greninja EX using that Shinobi Blade, because fighting is a great type right now.
Really is. We'll have a bit more talk about that Terra Greninja EX afterwards, but it is over to Claudio now, who is playing that Alakazam archetype, which just won Indianapolis Regional. Looks like he's going to start us off there with the Lily's Determination. So Alakazam is a fairly simple deck on paper. Get a lot of cards in your hand, because Powerful Hand does 2 damage counters on your opponent's active for each card in your hand. So Psychic Draw on Alakazam lets you draw 3 when you evolve into it. Kadabra lets you draw 2. And then, of course, we've got everybody's favorite 108 draw to Dunsparce in there as well to draw cards. So the game plan's simple for Claudio. Get cards in hand, announce Powerful Hand 3 times ideally to win the game.
Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards. The thing is, Shay, we really need a telepathic energy right now. Was able to at least find a couple of options to sift through some more Abras. Okay. But I think with us now in this Chaos Rising format, with red card legal here, Alakazam players really have to understand their mapping around getting out of it once they've taken those 3 prizes.
Yeah, I think you're right. On face value, that special red card can make life hard for the Alakazam player, but I think they have ways around it as well. They can take they can take a 2 prize KO, then try and leapfrog away. They have ways around it, but you are right. It's definitely something you have to keep in mind in the format. So Buddy Poffin is going to conclude it. I think was that for an Abra and the Fan Rotom. Fan Rotom, of course, a fantastic card. Fan Cool. Then you search your deck for any 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. put them in your hand. I can only do it on your first turn, of course.
So this is the big difference between Karis's winning list in Indianapolis versus this list right here. And it's not playing that control package of the LGM and Nighttime Mine to move the energy around. It's playing more of the consistent packaging, thanks to this Fan Rotom, which has been good since it came out. We've been using it all this time. And on that first turn, you're able to grab up to 3 colorless Pokemon here, all below 100 hit points. So you can't grab your Dunsparces, but it's a very easy way to reserve resources for your Pokepads for next turn, so you don't have to use it to grab your Dunsparces, rather grab your Dunsparces.
Like, look at this hand, Emily. If you imagine Pokepad draws 3, other Pokepad will draw 3, Kadabra draws 2. So what's that? That's 8 cards without playing a supporter. Claudio's going to have an explosive turn too, but it is over to Corentin here, evolve into the Dunsparce. A Lily Determination for 8 now. He does play 3 copies of Rare Candy, does play a Neo Upper Energy, so that means an attack would be live, and does play 7 basic water. So there is a world in which we start firing off some shurikens this term. Here we go.
The big thing here, Shay, is that if Corentin is able to get all the way up to the Mega Greninja.
He's got Rare Candy and the Mega Greninja!
But does he also have the basic water energy to keep going?
Get us it? Yes, on the last card!
Oh my goodness.
2 Mortal Shuriken. Golly, wow. If that doesn't get you up and off your seat, I don't know what will.
Yeah, that was a perfect, right? Because honestly, even if Corentin didn't find the Neo Upper Energy and just found the water, that would have been okay as well. Because that's 6 damage counters taking out an Abra regardless, though. I mean, but that's everything in the hand you could ever want, Shay. That's the Rare Candy into the Mega Greninja and doing it again.
×2. Oh, wow. Wait. Oh, he hasn't got enough. Wait, he has Air Balloon. He can do this twice. He can Mortal Shuriken, KO an Abra, retreat with Air Balloon, KO another Abra, and then you can attack with the Neo Upper.
Is there a second
That's a 3 prize cost. He has got one. There's the Air Balloon. There's your free retreat. Go on, Corentin, get you there, my son. There we go. There's your Mortal Shuriken. There goes Abra. Now you can attach Neo Upper Energy for a 3 prize card turn the old-fashioned way.
My goodness. We just keep seeing it, Shay. Back and forth between no matter what deck you find. You can just find ways to board wipe your opponents and still using the ability not only once but twice. And honestly, it was really lucky for Corentin because taking the water off of the prize cards guaranteed the second Mega Greninja to be able to place more damage counters here. Now, granted, we all know that Alakazam can hit these high numbers, but are you going to have time now that 2 Mega Greninjas are set up?
And this is the problem now, is that you need to essentially get down like 6 Abra if you could, because the Abra that come down, they're just going to get Mortal Shuriken, provided Corentin can keep finding the water energy. But let's not make no mistake about that last turn there, folks. That was a double Rare Candy, stage 2, double more Water Shuriken into your Neo Upper Energy A-Spec. That right there was a masterclass.
Yeah, that feels really good. I can't say that that is a guaranteed every single turn too.
No, I think if it was, there'd be a lot more than like 3% of the room playing, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, Corentin feeling amazing after that, right? And wiping all the attacking threats off the board, honestly, it doesn't feel like anything could really hurt him.
No, and this is the thing, Claudio will need a turn to sort of recharge and get back in this game, but Corentin is definitely a driver's seat. If he can keep firing off those Mortal Shurikens, I don't see how he can basically not lose this game. But here we're going to see the Enriching Energy to draw 4, and then obviously a fantastic with the Runaway draw. Can you get another 3 and you shuffle in the Enriching Energy to draw a 4 again?
It's so unfortunate too because Claudio is playing that copy of Genesect as the deck does. And unfortunately that all happened, Shay. Because no Genesect down and no tool onto that Genesect either. So it is going to be Claudio just going to have to sift through the deck just a little bit more and hope that Corentin doesn't have the Night Stretchers and the energy retrievals that he plays in order to keep this deck swinging on these Abras.
Now, he does play 2 copies of Enhanced Hammer. Does Claudio. You'd love to try and hammer off that Neo Upper Energy just to sort of stop Claudio from at least, you know, because then your energy that you're discarding, it becomes a lot more costly because you're not going to attack. So at least it forces Corentin to make some decisions, but doesn't look like we've drew into them yet. Still has a good few draws, though. Runaway draw again. Has he played a supporter yet this turn? Did he?
I
Lily,
do
this
not
turn?
believe so,
No?
but...
Do we see an enhanced hammer? You'd love that. You sort of need
Yeah,
that
I was about
realistically.
to just look for the counts inside of the deck list as well. There are 2.
Enhanced hammer?
Yep, there are 2 in the
Yeah.
deck list, which seems pretty standard at this point, but doesn't play a Dedenne to get those back. Let's see if Claudio is going to be able to recover here. Does have to promote a Pokemon to the active, but just making sure that not going to go back into the deck with something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin and reestablish there. But it is going to be Fan Rotom that might just actually have to sponge the hit, Shay. And the Genesect's coming down, but unfortunately for Claudio, that Neo Upper Energy has been already there.
I guess that means, in theory, you can't return it to hand and try and use it again if the Ace Canceller Nullifier was to get established. But, oh, that Hilda, that's going to find a basic energy at the very least. So that means we're going to have 1 Mortal Shuriken, and we're going to find the Frogadier, letting you find an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy card. Can we do this again? We need 2 energy, right? So he has 2 energy in hand. Oh my lord, with the beach, he can do it. We can Mortal Shuriken that benched Abra. We can use the beach to switch again. We're gonna see a Mortal Shuriken again. Abra's hit the board. Abra's hit the discard pile. Corentin, 3 prize card turn again, winning in 2 turns.
What is going on with this format?
This is ridiculous.
What is going on? Mega Greninja was on fraud watch. We swear, but realistically, right, Corentin having the absolute perfect turn 2 this deck could ever ask for. Rare Candy into Mega Greninja twice, and having the Air Balloon with 2 Water Energy, being able to grab 1 off of the prizes, and also Claudio not having the Genesect down in order to prevent the Neo Upper Energy. It was just cinema.
What is going on here on the stream? We saw the Slowking take 3 prize cards, and here we're seeing it again. Mortal Shuriken, Air Balloon, Retreat, Mortal Shuriken into Ninja Spinner Attack. And we saw that he did it again. This turn 1, this is the sort of thing you tell all your mates about. You might get 1 of these out of regional. You tell your friends until the end of time. Corentin not only did it once, he did it twice in the same round on stream. I bet if you're Corentin, you can't wait to get off this stage and clip that.
It feels really good, right? Because the amount of believers that there are in this deck that say, you know what, guarantee you it is good. They can reference a clip like that, saying, you know what, there goes everything that you've really been working for, right? So still, I mean, Corentin, I mean, that was the perfect. That was the perfect turn 2 you ever could have asked for from Corentin. But if I am Claudio, I'm going to need more Abras on the bench this game, Shay, because clearly 2 is not enough.
Like I said, if you could put 6 or 7, you would love to. But yeah, I think if you are Claudio, you're thinking, all right, we've just seen the dream. Well done, Corentin. You have your stream highlights. Everyone's going to be clipping that. It's going to do numbers on social media. But you ain't going to do that 2 times in a row. If I'm Claudio, I'm thinking, you ain't going to do that again, are you? I hope not, because if you are, there's nothing I can do about it.
It would be so funny and so hype, honestly.
Yeah, at least he's taking it in good spirits, our Claudio. Yeah,
you gotta be, right? I mean, there was nothing that Claudio did wrong in order to enable something like that to happen, right? It wasn't a matter of like, okay, like I've put myself in a vulnerable position for something like that to be happening. I think lesson learned, just, you know, bench 1 more Abra and maybe you'll have a chance to kind of recover everything. Yeah. But still, I mean, who's expecting turn 2 Candy twice to Mega Greninja, you know, all the way through? We'll see how this one is going to go. Also, big thing, Shay, is that Shaman was prized. It'll probably come into play now.
Yeah, for sure. 1 that enhanced hammer's prized as well. Oh, dearie me. But remember that Shaman doesn't stop a damage from abilities. That would only stop the Mirage Barrage from the Terra Greninja EX. So keep an eye on that one. But Claudio probably has the best lead in the deck with that Fancall Rotom.
You can probably anticipate at this point that the Buddy Buddy Poffin here going to be grabbing a couple of Abras and still being able to use that fan call to sift through the deck a little bit more. And like we said, that this is a big difference from the Karis control list.
For sure.
With Dedenne and with LGM. It's much more about your consistency, getting set up, and being able to sift through the deck and run away draw. We did see Claudio get to that point, right? At least a little bit, but I don't think we saw a Kadabra at all last game.
I think against any other deck in the room, or any other player who was doing any other normal turns, Claudio would have been very happy with his setup. It just so happened that you was getting 3 prize cards given up every single turn. So you mentioned that this is, you know, different to the sort of Keris list.
Yeah.
What are the additions? What does it gain from not playing that sort of energy denial package?
Well, I think it's a little bit different because Keris leaned very heavily into the nighttime mine package.
For sure.
Specifically, I don't want to be around Dragapult at all. And honestly, Claudio is playing the battle cage here, so can prevent some damage counters. It's just unable to find anything. But the attachment of that A-Spec enriching energy is something that we can absolutely anticipate here. This is a lot more cards, but still, you know, 2 Abras, not exactly too comfy.
Worth noting that battle cage does stop the Mortal Shuriken actually, so keep an eye on that one. That would be an amazing find there for Claudio. It is over to Corentin now. Oh, hot draws Corentin. Let's see what he can do. Got 2 Froakies in play, loving those illustration rare ones as well. Beautiful artwork there. Into the Pokemon. Now, that hand, I don't think looks as hot as last time. No, I don't think I even saw supporter, if I'm being perfectly honest. So maybe we see a more, what's the word I'm looking for here? More accurate representation, let's say, of a Mega Greninja versus the you know, the turn 2 double rare candy into double Mortal Shuriken. But we haven't actually spoke much about the Terra Greninja EX, actually, Emily. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that one?
Yeah, this Greninja EX, its first kind of showing of it from Twilight Masquerade, believe it or not, almost 2 years ago at this point. Fighting type, which is a great type right now, especially with all these Lopunnies and Kangaskhans running around.
For sure.
And it's really about that first attack. The second attack is really great, but this first attack, right? Shinobi Blade, 170, which is perfect for setting up those damage counters. And then you get to just search a card from your deck and just put it into your hand. And then shuffle the deck, of course, but why not just pick whatever you want out of the deck? Do want to talk a little bit, Shay, about the counts in Corentin's list, because it's a really heavy Greninja line here. Most of the time, players would really be kind of heavy on something like a Dunsparce to Dunsparce line, but it's only 2/2 to Dunsparce, which I don't consider that heavy. It's actually a 4 Froakie, 3 Frogadier, 1 Greninja EX, and 3 Mega Greninja EX. It's not the engine to just stacking up damage counters. It is the attacker here. And honestly, the more that you see the Pokemon that you want, the guaranteed the better. But it's back on over into Claudio's turn, as we're finally going to see a Kadabra, Shay.
Yeah, this is going to be a hot turn here for Claudio. Has what, 1 Kadabra in play, has 2 the Dunsparce that could be used, has a Hilda, so that could be another Kadabra. Now, how much hit points does Kadabra have? That has that is still in range of Mortal Shuriken actually. So, but if you're looking at Corentin inside, maybe you think I should be able to get away with it. Hopefully, there's that Hilda. Both players playing Hilda. Then you grab an Energy and an Evolution Pokemon.
Now, I'm wondering if it's going to be played a little bit slower here, Shay, just because
for sure
that Froakie is a very nice target up front. It already has the water energy attached onto it. All that Claudio is really missing is that stadium in order to activate Assault Landing here. But it is going to be the Rare Candy Alakazam drawing some cards here.
That's
and
nice.
Still has multiple runaway draws, even draws into the Pokepad as well to grab another Dunsparce.
Yeah, if you could do the Assault Landing plus Battle Cage turn, that's going to really make Corentin force, you know, to answer some questions. Though there's the Battle Cage.
Feels really good here. Still does have more draw to go along with. It really is the question, Shay, of, hey, does Claudio just get things rolling now, or just going to take it a little bit slower? And I think Claudio has the green light. I mean, if I'm Claudio, I'm a little bit afraid of what could have been, right? But still, I mean, I see another perfectly good bench space to start benching more Abra or reestablishing your Dunsparces.
I think, this is a very different game here from game 1. Claudio is definitely in the driver's seat, has got that Battle Cage. And the thing is, if you're playing against a Stage 2 deck, if you start making your opponent, who is also playing a Stage 2 deck, answer all these questions, like, yeah, you need to find your rare candy, you need to find your energy, now you need to find the stadium. At some point, they're going to fall over one of those hurdles, I would imagine. So I think that's what Claudio's trying to do. It'd be interesting to see if you could try and develop Genesect. Opted not to yet, but with Runaway Draw, could always get that back at a later date.
Well, I don't think a game one like that is going to happen again, at least on the horizon for Corentin. So Claudio doing a great job of reestablishing not only a Dunsparce, but there's the Abra, finding and putting down the battle cage here. And it will be the attachment for turn onto the Fan Rotom. It just makes sense. Take this knockout. Only one Froakie to deal with next turn.
Yep, great turn there for Claudio. On the board, that's his first prize card taken here in this win and in for phase 2 Swiss round 6 feature match here. Okay, runaway draw. Ooh, was that Hilda? Ooh, hold on. That's Mega Greninja. Rare candy? Was there a rare candy? Oh,
I don't see it, Shay. It is going to be the Frogadier.
Beach into the judge. Now, Frogadier attack's interesting. Lets you grab 3 Pokemon and put them in your hand. Now, isn't like the water duplets from back in the day where you could put them straight into play. It doesn't go to hand. So Corentin kind of needs to find some bench Pokemon here with that summoning jutsu. Yeah, I did get that right. Put them into your hand. Yep. Just making sure. It has been a while.
The arts are very pretty.
They are.
It is Mirage Step.
Very nice line.
It's like Mirage Step Light, really, because, you know, they don't just go down, really. You do get to sift 3 cards here.
Okay.
We'll see what 4
Ultra
cards
on a
Claudio's
Froakie.
gonna get.
Okay, that's not bad. Are you going to put your hand down, though? That's risky. I think you have to hold, surely. You're going to get Pokemon from your summoning jutsu. Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm not so sure. It is going to go for the summoning jutsu. 3 Pokemon from your deck. Put them in your hand.
Just ready to go on that one as well. I think the big saving point here for Claudio is that if Claudio is able to reestablish some Dunsparces and draw up, this Frogadier will be going down and will require Corentin to find the rare candy to get into Mega Greninja. But seeing what Corentin is grabbing off of the summoning jutsu here, and it will be that Meowth EX. So Shay, I'm anticipating some sort of supporter coming into play. Hopefully a Lily's Determination, honestly. There are not a lot of cards in Corentin's hand.
Yeah, depends. You know, could grab a... Did you play Petrol? Just play Petrol. So you could, you know, grab the rare candy off of Petrol and Ultra Ball, depending on, you know, what your hand can support. It is over to Claudio, though. The door of opportunity swinging open here. Does open up with a Kadabra. Now, bear in mind, Frogadier has 100 hit points, so his stop landing is not a KO, so we'll have to try and use powerful hands. Not the hardest thing in the world to do, though.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity for Dawn as well.
For sure.
Can grab just a basic, unfortunately, could grab a Dunsparce out of the deck, actually, a Dunsparce for the stage 2, and then grab an Alakazam as well, so it can synergize a little bit well here. You also would be able to have 2 Alakazam, so it wouldn't necessarily be the most unsafest play here, as Dawn is going to be the supporter for turn, but there's the Alakazam, assuming a Dunsparce, and maybe the Genesect at this point, Shay. Maybe it's tool time to make sure that Neo Upper Energy, Rare Candy, you know, run around and just do whatever you want isn't going to happen next turn.
Yeah. I don't mind it, actually, because if you can remove that water energy as well, and you're going to, you know, stop the Neo Upper, it's basically saying that sort of wombo combo turn you did last time isn't going to happen. Shaman's going to come down, don't mind that. Well, not come down, come into the hand. That will stop any potential Barrage shenanigans as well from the Terra. Only stops damage, though, so it wouldn't stop any Mortal Shuriken. But
no tool in the hand either for...
Yep, good point.
So no Genesect, but... Couple of cards to draw here. So 3 cards first. Yeah. At least 6 right here, which is pretty good. You'll definitely have enough for powerful hand. There's the air balloon, though, Shay.
Ooh, we needed that.
And the stadium bump with battle cage, too.
Yeah, this is a well good turn here for Claudio. And everything he can. Going to KO the active battle cage coming back down. And remember, Corentin hands is very small right now. Well, I say very small. It hasn't got a lot of helpful stuff in it, I should say. There we go. Powerful hand now for Claudio. 2 prize cards. Corentin did top deck a Buddy Puff him. I think, what is our best? Can we even just use...
What do you think?
Shinobi Blade here. I don't know. I don't know.
It might have to just be for Lily's Determination, Shay. I mean, I'm not liking it too much either, just because Claudio is now at that point where he's just going to be fishing for boss's orders every turn, especially if you put that Meowth down. But
yeah, great point, actually.
Just maybe it is just a Meowth for Petrol, like you had talked about, rare candy into the Greninja. Does have a Buddy Poffin in hand, as well as has not only a Buddy Poffin in hand, but just has the Froakie and the Dunsparce here.
The only problem with going for the Petrol is that you haven't got the energy in hand to actually pull off Shinobi Blade, which is quite sad. Bear in mind, Corentin did prize his special red card, by the way, so if he's going to try and use that to get back in the game, that's not going to be possible right now. Here is the Buddy Poffin.
Shay, you want to know something kind of funny about an interaction here is that Alakazam is actually resistant to fighting, minus 30, but thankfully it is still just in the range of Shinobi Blade for the knockout. So it could have actually struck disaster just a little bit, but instead Corentin just going to take the time that they need here to really kind of just assess the situation. The problem is, though, Shay, I think from watching this game, what Mega Greninja does extremely well is kind of that turn to pop off. And the problem is now Claudio is pretty set up with his board, has two Alakazams and a Kadabra ready to go, has a Dunsparce for next turn and a Dunsparce ready to go. So how does Mega Greninja kind of warp around everything?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So we saw the Meow for the Lana's aid, which is going to grab back 2 water energy and a Frogadier, it's looking like. But I'm not really sure. Are we going to see another summoning Jutsu turn here?
Oh, that would not be ideal. I mean, you might have to, right?
I think so. I mean, there's nothing else in the hand that can... I don't think there's any other attack we can realistically see. There's no rare candy in hand. Terra Greninja's in hand.
It feels so bad.
It does.
Because then it's just another 2-prizer, right? And Mega Greninja is weak to Psychic as well, too. So
Greninja EX.
Greninja EX, sorry, excuse me. There's 2 types in this deck.
There is.
So even if it was going to be the fighting type Greninja EX, it would just go down to even a smaller hand than needed.
Yeah, that would be terrifying. So here we are going to see the summoning Jutsu. Hasn't quite decided on what to grab here. Looks like Runaway Draw, the Dunsparce, and the Mega Greninja. I must say, I love those full art Megas that show the other Pokemon in the background. They are my personal favorite, if I'm being perfectly honest. It is over to Claudio now, though, who has free reign to do whatever he likes here. You imagine probably just carrying axes. Oh, I guess you could go after Meowth actually as well.
Yeah.
Probably do that, right?
That's the biggest thing, right? Is that Claudio knows at this point that Corentin is not playing, at least unfair stamp here. Does have to stay a little bit wary of the special red card, but it is in the prizes for Corentin. So this is going to be a big turn for Claudio here, as the runaway draw is going to guarantee a couple of more cards. And it really is about whether Claudio wants to play aggressive or not. And I think, while yes, the Meowth is a very juicy target right there for the taking, there is only 1 energy on the board, and Mega Greninja doesn't play any type of energy acceleration. So there's no Crispins, for example, but there it is, that Genesect coming down with the air balloon to prevent the Neo upper energy from coming into play next turn. And now it is going to be Claudio just sifting through this deck, finding every single card that he needs.
And as you say, now that you got to remove the own energy in play, that Genesect is disastrous for Corentin. Basically saying you're going to have to, you can't use your near up energy anymore. So if you want to actually attack with your Greninja, you can't do it. If you want to use your ability, Battle Cage is still around, so you can't do that. Basically saying, really forcing Corentin into a corner here that he has to draw really well to get out of.
Doesn't even need to use the runaway draw this turn either. It does already have the boss's orders in hand, and really considering it, right? I mean, Corentin hasn't taken a prize card yet, doesn't have really an attacker up and running, and Claudio has multiple attackers ready to essentially go here. So it is going to be the boss's orders. I think Claudio wants to stay on those even prizes here. Going to use that runaway draw just 1 more time. Hopefully we'll reestablish at least 1 Dunsparce here, potentially with either something in the hand. But still, I mean, Claudio, 2 prize cards away essentially now from taking this game and getting back into it.
Really is, and there's that replacement. Oh, debating it. I was just working out.
Making sure, but
yeah, don't mind it.
You
so
definitely have
8?
enough.
You need 8, right, for KO on that. So there we are, powerful hand. KO on the Meowth. Sorry, it's 9 for the KO, but we have got there. Claudio down to 2 prize cards remaining. Corentin. All right, we have a water energy. Okay, we have. This is the turn Corentin has been waiting for. It's come a little bit later than in game 1, but we are here now. There's one array draw. Drawing 3. Air Balloon Mega Greninja. We need a stadium.
Need that surfing beach.
Need that surfing beach.
We haven't even talked about it, Shay, but this surfing beach, and it's once during each player's turn, they may switch their active water Pokemon with a benched water Pokemon. So that's why it's very synergist with this deck, because you could just move between your Greninjas. But still, I mean, finds the stadium bump, or needs to find the stadium bump. We'll see 3 cards. Let's see what they do.
Oh, we got Rare Candy. You love that, but not without the surfing beach. Do we have any way of finding it?
Need to promote a Pokemon as well.
Need to promote a Pokemon. You are correct.
Does have a couple of water energies in hand, but we don't have that swift movement that you really kind of need.
Well, with the Battle Cage, you can't use them any ability anyway, right? Battle Cage stops it.
So it might just have to be attack into the active here.
But then the attack is for 2 waters, right? So we can't even do that without Neo Upper Energy. Ninja Spinner, yeah. So we can't, currently, unless we can find a stadium, we can't do anything right now.
And there's no more draw here either, Shay. And you don't exactly want to just evolve into Mega Greninja for the sake of evolving into Mega Greninja to soak a hit, because it's Alakazam, who's pretty set up at this point, only needs to draw, you know, a couple more cards. Now, granted, Mega Greninja is a very big Pokemon with 350 hit points. But still, I mean, Corentin might just have to take another slow turn, but that's not going to look too good, Shay.
Oh, here we go. Petrol. Didn't see that in the hand. That can find you a stadium. Wait, well, there was one stadium, right? I just saw it at the back. Yeah, there's one.
There's one surfing beach. Oh, no.
There's 2 surfing beach. Okay, so now we're back in a race for drive and see, because we do have 1 energy attached. I forgot about that one active. So we can actually attack with Ninja Spinner. But are we just going to start firing off our Well, the thing is, when the Shurikens, we can KO a Kadabra. The thing is, there's not as many easy KOs as there was in the last game. There's the Surfer Beach now. So Mortal Shurikens are live if they were to come into play. There's 1 Mega Greninja. We do have Rare Candy for a second one. We're going to ding that now. So that's 80. We could ding that twice and get access to Neo Upper Energy, perhaps. There's Rare Candy. There's your second one. So now we can Surfer's Beach into that. Here comes Mortal Shuriken number 2. Ding. There goes Genesect. Mid-turn KO. Corentin needs to take a prize card. Has he taken a prize card? There's an Air Balloon. Haven't retreated yet, by the way.
No, technically not. Surfing Beach.
We haven't got energy to attack now, though. Oh,
it has to just be the sponge here of the Dunsparce. That's
so
not
close to
good.
greatness.
But look at the hand that Claudio does have boss's orders in hand, so just needs to go all the way here and get the hand enough to hit 350 hit points.
18 cards in hand to get to 3. That's 360, right? I think.
It's 360.
Okay. Could that be the biggest powerful hand that we see today?
It's gotta be, right?
It's gotta be. Oh, instantly gets back the Genesect with the knight. Oh, that's brutal.
That's mean.
Oh, if you're Corentin there, I'm seething. Do you see how much work I had to do, Claudio, to KO that? I was going to get it straight back again. But here we go. Are we going to see the Wonder Term? Enriching Energy would be fantastic at helping you get there, right?
I don't necessarily think that Claudio even needs to go all the way with...
Go down to 1 and a boss is fine, I think.
Yeah, just going down to 1 prize and just assuring that, hey, next turn if I have boss, I win. And there's plenty copies of boss left in the deck to really kind of, secure that win. I saw at least 1.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was the Lissandre one at the start. I saw you there.
Yep. Still, though, I mean, it's a weird line where it is, you see a Mega Greninja, you're like, ooh, I want to get that right now. I always choose the most, aggressive lines possible.
So do I.
So it's like, oh, it's so juicy. But look at the prize cards, really, between Claudio and Corentin. I mean, I don't think, I think the sugar on top would be finding another battle cage, realistically, to bump the surfing beach.
I do agree with that.
Not too much, but the thing is, the damage counters or the Ninja Spinner attack, it isn't Mirage Barrage, so it actually can't affect the bench, but it is just going to be the attack. Corentin, got to take a prize card.
What do you do with this Ultra Ball? Hold on. Oh, we can get a Dunsparce, I guess. Oh, okay. No, I'm going to say it has to be the Dunsparce. Oh, the
Dunsparce EX!
That's
okay.
That does more damage. Okay, and I was going to say, the Dunsparce EX does 60 for each EX card your opponent has in play. So that would do a grand total of 0 right now. So it is going to be for a Mega Greninja EX. 3 Mega Greninja, I'll tell you what. the potential for shenanigans are quite high with 3 Mega Greninja EX in hand. Oh.
Yeah, looking for those energy
and it's going to be the concession. We're going to a game 3. Claudio managed to navigate out of that disastrous game 1, weathers the storm on the surfing beach, and wins, and will advance to a game 3 now. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the best part of Alakazam when it has time. When it has time to just draw the cards. There's no mortal shuriken that's, just looming, waiting to destroy your entire bench. But like we had talked about, this is a big difference between the control Alakazam that players have been seeing in Indianapolis versus what I'd like to consider more standard Alakazam, with that fan Rotom kind of being your driving force, and honestly could be your first attacker for first couple turns before your Alakazams are kind of ready to show their powerful hand.
You're right, and I think if you're facing off against Mega Greninja, I think you'd prefer the more traditional build because, as you say, when you give it a bit of time, turns out, it's pretty good. And I think Corentin didn't draw the best there. We didn't see anything, anything to note until turn 4 or something. So, yeah, that's how the matchup should go. Now we've seen both sides, right? We've seen game 1 where Corentin was off to the races. Now it's in Claudio, who did, I think, a traditional Alakazam. That was quite good.
Traditional,
yeah. So hopefully in game 3 now, let's see a meeting in the middle where both players do what they want, and let's see how that pans out.
I think it's just way too dangerous to put the Greninja EX into play, the fighting type. It's just way too dangerous with it already being weak to Psychic. But like we said, it definitely does have its place in the deck. It's just not for this matchup out of all things. So resolving some mulligans here for Corentin. I mean, I'm happy to at least see Greninja up here because I think I was a big doubter of this deck. But clearly when it gets going, it's pretty good here. We're checking out the prizes. 2 copies of Hilda Shea for Mega Greninja doesn't exactly feel too good, but Corentin going first.
Here we go then. Game 3 in our Swiss round 6 feature match here, the Turin Special Championship. This is a win-in scenario. The winner of this round will most likely find himself a slot in phase 2. Corentin with that Mega Greninja versus Claudio with that Alakazam. Here we go. Corentin has led Dunsparce and has a buddy Poffin to boot.
Pretty good if you're, you can't ask for anything more on your turn 1. Maybe a second Buddy Poffin. Just because grabbing 2 Froakie off of the Buddy Poffin, if Claudio is able to find a way to get that Abra out of the active and a Fan Rotom and a Stadium into the active, we know that Claudio does play an Air Balloon. That only draw power could go away here.
Wait a minute. I think that Pokepad is the only way to find basic Pokemon there for Claudio.
No telepathic energy in sight?
No. Oh, the Hilda can grab. Oh, good point. Yeah, the Hilda can grab the telepathic energy.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, is there no Hilda?
No, there was a Hilda. I just got a bit worried.
Yep.
But yes, okay. Claudio can get in this game then. I wonder if he's going to try and. If I'm Claudio, do you really prioritize the Genesect?
No, you got to prioritize your Fan Rotom here. Always Fan Rotom, I believe, at the start, because you're able to at least establish the bench going forward here, and then can use Hilda to not only grab the Dunsparce, but also grab the telepathic energy and get your 3 Abra technically into play. So I think it's going to be that Fan Rotom, and then just doing a quick deck check. And for the prizes, honestly, for Claudio, it's nothing too crazy. Does play a copy of the Lily's Clefairy EX, but in a matchup like this, it's not actually what you want to be attacking with. Still, though, 1 Dunsparce heading to hand, and will be using the Hilda to find the telepathic energy to get some more Abra in play. Claudio finally having a turn to breathe here.
Yeah, this is a great turn 1. Worth noting, with 2 copies of Hilda currently prized for Claudio, and that 3rd one being played, that is all the Hilda currently has access to until some do get taken. But there is a telepathic energy, a ridiculously strong special energy card. And you put any 2 psychic Pokemon on your bench when you attach it. So strong. And I tell you what, if you're Claudio going into a game 3 and this is your turn 1, I'm feeling quite happy with that.
Yeah, telepathic energy has truly done the work that it's needed to do. Not only, of course, in this deck in Alakazam, but we saw it a little bit earlier in the Slowking deck, because not only are you able to grab non-rule box Pokemon, you can grab rules box Pokemon. It doesn't kind of show anything here. There's the teleportation attack to protect the energy. I love it.
That's very clever. And there's a sneaky little 10 damage as well. All right, so we're going to see Frogadier. So no turn 2 explosion, at least yet. And there's a Lilies. Okay. Well, I guess there
Can we see it again?
We could, well, with one Frogadier manually evolved, I think the sort of wonder turn would be a Mortal Shuriken for one Abra and then KO the active. That's like the dreamer turn. Let's see if we can piece that together. Okay, Rare Candy Greninja. Oh, Rare Candy! No Greninja!
Still 3 more cards to draw, Shay, with the Mega Greninja here.
Oh, this is close, folks.
This is a turbo player's deck dream.
Yeah,
this is like,
really
well,
is.
if I can hit this very interesting sequence of cards, I'll be able to do whatever I want. But high risk, high reward, right? And I think that's the best way to describe Mega Greninja here. But Corentin doing the right thing, at least, and using the Buddy Buddy Poffin to get some Pokemon on the bench, thinning all the way down. Only plays 2 copies of this Ultra Ball, Shay, so it's not guaranteed. Yeah, the counts are very interesting in a deck like this.
Okay.
Here we go.
Runaway draw. Mega Greninja! Oh my god, we saw another red can. I don't think I saw a way to grab it. With the promotion of that Frogadier, I think, no turn 2 shenanigans this time. I mean, summoning Jutsu with 2 Frogadier basically means, and a rare kind of hand, we are going to most likely see 2 Mega Greninja next turn. But Claudio will be able to breathe here, has got a little bit of room to maneuver, and start attacking next turn.
Has to reestablish the Dunsparce as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to while using the summoning jutsu. It's taking one more look at the hand. I do not believe I see a Buddy Poffin. So it is just going to have to be one Dunsparce, a Meowth, and the Mega Greninja, and it is back on over to Claudio's turn here. Can't ask for anything more. Now, granted, Claudio's not going to be able to take a knockout exactly, just because this Frogadier's a little bit, higher in hit points, but will be able to start drawing all the cards he wants.
I mean, you can always just retreat the Rotom if you would like and start swinging with powerful hand if
Find
you
a
so
rare
desires.
candy. Oh, it still has one in hand too.
Still got a multitude of options in that hand. So all sorts going on. There's rare candy. And now the summoning jutsu, the Mortal Shuriken is not. Oh, wow, I found the battle cage as well off that Alakazam draw. Oh, wow. Now, we do know that Corentin does have a Surfing Beach in hand, but Claudio isn't to know that.
It's the right thing to do, right? And I think that's a big thing with a lot of players, is that even if your opponent has the counter, it's the right thing to do, and that's all that matters. Using Dawn here for the supporter, as this deck does, going to be able to sift out a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2, and here comes that Genesect as well. So this is the cherry on top to a great turn for Claudio, especially if he has the tool in hand to prevent any energy flow attachment issues for happening for him.
Yeah, I think I saw a lucky helmet at the bare minimum. Did we, or do we have the air balloon? Just play one of those, I think. There's a turn attachment. No tool cards in hand yet.
Yeah, so doesn't exactly want to put down that Genesect without having the guaranteed tool in hand, which makes the most amount of sense to me. You kind of have to preserve Genesect a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if it does go down, you do have to use something like a Night Stretcher to bring it back, or Lana's Aid here. So just going to, take it a little bit easy, using Powerful Hand. I can't ask for anything more.
Okay, big turn here. Special red card. That's not live right now. There's a Dunsparce fan of summoning Jutsu. Now, we do know we have at least one Mega Greninja in hand. We do have rare candy as well. We do have Meowth. Meowth is pretty scary though when you're on the back foot. We saw it get picked off in game 2. There's a Surfing Beach. No water energy in hand, actually.
There's just so many cards in hand for Corentin, and I guarantee you they're none of what Corentin actually
I was about to say, none of them, I think,
right?
for the most part, he actually wants right now. Is that a petrol, though? That is a petrol.
The thing is, there's not a sweet way of getting this water energy out of the deck aside from something like a Hilda. Will might actually have to use the Meowth to grab Hilda, but won't be able to grab both water and the Neo upper energy as well. We'll just kind of have to choose one here.
Yeah, I think might have to just go for the Neo upper energy here, right?
You might just want to start attacking while Genesect is not down. Now, granted, it is very, very dangerous to not put something into play while you don't have guaranteed hand disruption, when there are 2 Dunsparces ready to go, 2 Kadabras waiting to evolve, and there's still plenty of Dawns to boost that hand. I'm a little concerned here.
Ooh, we're going for the Shinobi Blades. Okay, 170, search there for any card. I don't mind it. That would be interesting. I would actually KO an Alakazam as well. 170 damage. And that is when your hand is looking a bit dire, being able to just search your deck for any card you like is pretty good. Of course, Alakazam does place damage counters, so that won't affect it. It's going to be affected by weakness.
Okay, going into the water. Yeah, Shay, it is way too dangerous to just put a Pokemon that is weak to Psychic into the active here, but going to use the ability to get some damage counters on at least, and using Surfing Beach to put in the Greninja EX that is weak to Psychic in play. I'm scared, Shay.
Well, I think Alakazam places damage counters, right? So
oh yeah,
get affected
God,
by
my brain
weakness.
is not. My brain is not there. Well, you know, there could be some shenanigans with Lily's Clefairy as well.
That is good point for sure. Does play the Wonder Patch, actually attack with it. But there we are going to see the Shinobi Blade. Interesting turn of events. They had to use the Mortal Shuriken to then use Energy Retrieval to get the energy back into hand. Nice turn there for Claudio. Not for Claudio, for Corentin, I should say. Okay, now bear in mind, with Ignition Energy, Mirage Barrage, if no Shaman comes down, is actually live. Keep an eye on that one. 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon.
It's a lot of cards in hand for Claudio.
All right, how much, let's do the maths. How much hit points does this Greninja have? 310. Okay, so what, 16? That get us there, 16?
Times 2, Shay. 16 times 2.
220. Should be there, right?
320, yeah.
You're scribbling. I'll get a bit worried about my maths, folks. I'll be honest. There is the Wonder Patch, though. Okay. Oh wow, this is a
look at how much cards can be drawn on this turn. You have 3 from Alakazam, 3 from Alakazam. That's 6. Then to Dunsparce, that's 3 more. That's 9. Then Alakazam in the active. That's 12. And your draw for turn. That's nuts. That's just nuts. That's just insane. And like you had said, now granted, like Alakazam does attack for damage counters, so it's not exactly hitting for weakness. It's still when pretty good.
When you're drawing 12 cards a turn,
it's insane.
You know, who needs weakness? And I think those 2 cards that he's placed down there, that is the Genesect and the Lucky Hjartarson. He's basically saying, I'm going to put this down this turn. Can I still take the KO? And I think the answer here, folks, is yes. We need, what, 16? And that hand is looking accordion-like.
Also does have, I would love to see if Claudio has enough to keep this Dunsparce on the bench.
That's huge if he can.
It doesn't have to runaway draw for a couple more here, but that actually might be enough. Might have to count it out, at least for us, one more time.
That hand is huge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ooh.
I mean, this is also fair.
To get the Mega KO?
No, come on, Shay.
I think that's what he's going for here, though, right?
No shot.
I think that's what he's eyeing up. If you're going to eye up the boss, hold on. Oh, Claudio, we need to count again. I'm getting excited. I'm just jogging on the spot. That's how excited. If you could weave in a boss Mega KO.
That would be nuts. Then you have the Greninja just sitting there, the Meowth sitting there as well.
Here we go.
Count it out for me, Shay.
Here we go. Oh, okay. Ooh.
Giving up some cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Powerful hand.
That's what, 440?
It's a lot of cards, Shay, and you got nothing to protect you from that at least. So with that, Claudio can actually go back in and start setting things up again.
So this is 21. So you got 21 in the hand after this Ready Pop, and that's going to let you re-establish Dunsparce. The cheek of it, you can actually play cards still and KO this. There we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times 2. The exact number you need, 360.
Powerful hand.
3 prize cards.
And 3 prize cards afterwards.
That's not looking too good for this Meowth on the bench either, but Corentin does at least have the special red card in hand as well, so can actually save it just a little bit. But this is why Claudio resetting up the Dunsparce, try and get something started. This is really scary, Shay.
So, yeah, let's actually think about this turn. So Battle Cave, prevent all damage campaign by effects and attacks and abilities. So I think Mirage Barrage does damage, right? It's not damage counters.
Does damage, yep, correct.
What you can try and do here is if you was to get rid or KO these 2 with your Mirage Barrage and then do the special red card, you're basically saying you've got no way of drawing cards next turn. Hopefully I can deal with your Alakazam. I think that's what he's going to have to try and go for here. Whew.
There's another...
But the only way we can get to the attack, though, is with Ignition Energy, right? Or the Neo Upper. Does play 2 copies of those. Do we have access to those even? Oh, Ignition is in hand. Yeah, this has to be it. This is the only way I think you get back in the game, surely.
And on...
Dink, there we go.
Yep.
There's the Mirage Barrage. Special red card. Can Corentin get back into this game?
I'm wondering, Shay, if there's a Lily's Clefairy line somewhere, right?
Yeah, no, that's great point, actually.
Because Wondrous Patch can go to Lily's Clefairy and then hitting for weakness.
Yeah. This is actually quite scary, though, for Claudio, right? No on-board draw right now. Let's consult our hand. Hilda and an Abra and a Night Stretcher. Okay. Hilda...
For the Enriching Energy to draw 4.
Yeah.
So that can go on a Dunsparce after the... Buddy Poffin has been played.
Yeah, good point. Eyeing it up there.
We'll have to just powerful hand for this turn for as much as possible.
Yeah.
And then try and just recuperate the damage after here. But I don't see, Shay, why not go for another Mirage Barrage if Corentin's able to find another Ignition Energy.
Well, it only plays 1 Ignition, so you'd have to...
Is that it?
Yep, so you'd have to use Neo Upper Energy if you want to do it again. Which is quite costly, because you have to, then it gets discarded, right? If you're Claudio, if you could get down Genesect, that would actually stop that line of play completely. I don't think that's possible with this hand, though. Here's Enriching, drawing 4. If this finds a tool... Oh, okay, we could go for Night Stretcher. Wait, was Genesect discarded? It wasn't, was it? Oh, no, it got special red carded back into the deck.
Yes, unfortunately, never actually came into play here. And I don't even think Claudio has the ability to just say, okay, you know what, let me just put down 2 Dunsparces, because Claudio understands that the Mirage Barrage is going to take it.
Yeah, but at least it's interesting, because you have to force him to get to the Mirage Barrage. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Night Stretcher will give us a clue what he's going to iron up here. Do you go double Abra? 1 Abra is in hand, of course. Or do you go for... No, again, powerful hand. Didn't quite consult how much this is going to be.
Just has to go in and attack from there.
I mean, you can just 2-hit KO this Greninja as well, right? That also gets you there.
That is absolutely an option. Can you do your 2 times 2s? I was just about to ask you, can you do your times 2 tables, Shay?
There you go. I can do that one. I can count dice.
I can count that one.
I can do dice. I wouldn't be sat here if I couldn't. I can tell you that for free. Oh, it turns out they can't now. Okay.
It's so playing up there is not as easy as people say, right? You got this white noise absolutely blasting.
You on stage
in
lights
your ear. You're under the stage lights. You look to your right. You got a bunch of people just staring at you. It's not easy, right?
No, it's definitely not.
You can't just blend into the crowd like you do sometimes at the tables here. So just making sure everything is correct. Thank you to our judges.
Yeah, everyone say thank you to judges. Without them, we wouldn't have our events. So yeah, that is. So what are we on there? 120. 160 damage on the Greninja.
Shaman is the grab here as well. God,
Triple Pokepad. Wow, we are searching.
Sifting at this point. I think thinning the deck as much as possible.
Yeah, what are we... Yeah, this is awkward. No Froakie or Frogadier. You can't really use the Dunsparce EX realistically for any, you know. This Greninja will just get 2-hit KO'd.
Has to find something else at least, right? And you don't want to promote the Meowth.
No, can't promote Meowth. Water Energy Battle Stadium. We did find a Battle Stadium. Surfing Beach, I should say.
I think that's why the Shaman might have been the grab off of the Pokepad.
Oh, okay, just to put into the active.
Just to sponge something for a turn, give yourself some time to maybe try and get more Mega Greninjas up to try and use the ability to keep stacking the damage counters and then go back in and Mirage Barrage through there, Shay. That would be my only guess at this point.
Guess it is something we've been so engrossed we haven't realized. Actually, time has been called.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, we're at minus 3 minutes on the time right now. So current time rules, currently 1-1. So if you're Corentin, if you can just not lose, you could actually force a tie here. But Claudio definitely can still steal this game.
So interesting too, right? Because then Claudio, if had Dunsparce's in play, could go for the runaway draw to find boss's orders, and that could be it here.
Yeah.
But like you said, Shay, it's the name of the game at this point is to just try and get a tie, and it's a shame on a winning in, right? But still, I mean, this is what you have to do at this point, at least bumping the battle cage here.
Well, the interesting interaction, you can't actually use that battle, the Surfing Beach, because it's not a water type. So it's going to see the pay retreat. You're going to boss at the one without energy and retreat. Okay, Claudio.
Boss's orders off the top? No.
No boss. Do we have any way to draw? Not even. Enriching energy has been attached. Can Corentin hold on? Or can Claudio swipe this game back? We have an attack at the very least. We need to get confirmation of whose turn it is. We'll try and get that for you as soon as possible. I mean, what turn it is in regards to time, I should say, of course.
It is. These games flee away so quickly from you when they're constantly sifting through decks, right? And it's honestly Dunsparce. It's the Dunsparce's fault, realistically, right? When you run away draw and you have to shuffle, and then you're like, oh, I forgot to buddy wop it, I gotta like shuffle again. So there are tons and tons of ways that these games now can take a rather long time, but it would have came down to Corentin potentially drawing boss for a turn.
So this is turn 2, I can confirm for Claudio. So Claudio needs to win this turn. And without the boss's orders, I don't see a way in which we can do that.
Doesn't feel like it either,
feel
right?
Like it, yeah.
It just, unfortunately for Corentin, is not going to be able to Mirage Barrage the whole board away, right? At this point, it won't be able to take all 3 prizes. And Claudio, this is the last turn, right? So we'll have 1 prize card left. And it's about Corentin, and the fist bump is extended. So it will be a tie.
So it is going to be the tie. Was able to hold on there, was Corentin. And it's interesting, had that extra time, I wonder how that would have panned out. I guess it is the nature of the beast when you're playing 2 stage 2 decks. They can be a little bit slower out the gates, and not enough time there for a game 3. But still, what an absolute beast of a round that was to watch. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of felt like we reached the top of the mountain in terms of excitement.
Yeah.
And then we just took a very slow walk back down. But that's totally okay, right? It comes down to this play.
Yeah, here we go.
And it was just the double rare candy, double Mega Greninja, the air balloons, the discarding of the water energy to just wipe the Abras off the board. It just happened in a flash, right? And this Mortal Shuriken ability showing why it can be very good on these basic Pokemon with not a lot of hit points, especially Abras out of all Pokemon, right? But unfortunately for Claudio, just had no fighting chance in this game, not with a hand like that.
Nope. I want to go out on a limb here and say, unless some shenanigans happen in the rest of our rounds here today, that was probably the play of the day, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know how we top it.
That was so fun.
That was a turn 2 3 prizes on 3 separate 1 prize.
Well, hold on.
Pokemon.
Slow King remember, Slow King did do the thing.
How we did, not even halfway, well, we're just past halfway of the day, and we've had 2 turn 2 3 prize KOs on 3 different Pokemon. Golly.
It's just these small decks are doing it, right? Alakazam, right? Slowking, out of all things. Like, the innovation is still very much alive in this game. If you choose and if you choose to innovate, right, and you find the most consistent list, this is what can happen. These are what, you know, you're able to do. But coming back in to game number 2, it was Claudio, who was 2 set up at this point, right? Then using Powerful Hand for all 360 hit points. Just had no fighting chance, but then game 3, just not enough time to really get things going.
Yeah, in game 2, Claudio said, hold up, I can do a lot of damage as well. Watch this, hold that. And then Corentin here in game 3, you know, had to rely on this Greninja EX. You know, using Mirage Barrage on this is just so costly when you're having to use Ignition Energies or your, you know, once per deck A-spec there in the near upper. But this, whoa, what a turn that was. Boss's orders into Powerful Hand on the 1-hit KO on the 350 hit point Mega Pokemon. Corentin said, all right, all I can do here, Mirage Barrage plus special red card and slow this game down. And that's pretty much exactly what he did.
Yeah, that might have been the turn that guaranteed Corentin at least a tie, right?
Yeah.
Limiting Alakazam draw so much and saying, you know what, I can't get rid of your attacker, but I can at least get rid of the engine. And that seemed to be what paid off in the end. And it did result in a tie. But both players, I mean, you're at what, 4-0-2? Not a bad place to be.
No, it can definitely still get more involved into that phase 2 and beyond. I'm sure both players, well, I don't know, actually. I guess if you are a Mega Greninja player, thinking after that Barnstormer game 1, I just couldn't get over the line again. But yeah, still ridiculously fun to watch, and it can still definitely get a spot in phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have, what, 2 more rounds to just get a win, right? Still need to do it. And we got to see Mega Greninja in its prime. I don't think you're going to get much better than that, Shay. I really don't. For that deck, I'm not quite sure if you can, you know, power it with some, you know, somebody's going to figure out a way to do it with Dusknoir, I guarantee. And then, you know, it's, see, your face says it all, right?
Could you imagine weaving a rare candy Dusknoir on that turn as well? Just Shuriken here,
I got your NAIC deck for any of you Mega Greninja believers right there, right?
You got that some free information right there if you go in NAIC.
4 rare candy.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you play your, what, 3-3-3 Dusknoir line and just go, Candy Evolve, see ya, throw the Shuriken,
Throw
right?
those Shurikens. Yeah, that was, it's interesting. I would have liked to have seen, I think, on games 2 and 3, didn't really see the Mega Greninja get too much involved. I'd like to see what an average game of Greninja looks like. I think those games 2 and 3, I think, were suboptimal. Game 1 was, you know, the complete over-end dreamer scenario. What does your normal Mega Greninja game looks like?
Probably that game 3. Maybe fighting back just a little bit harder. I know for me, Shay, whenever I want to test a new deck, I head straight to my locals. Locals are my favorite place ever. You have your best friends, your testing partners, all at locals. And if you want to find your locals, we got something for you to check out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So if you're anything like me and like a Mega Greninja player there, you have to cook up your decks that aren't traditionally seen much at events. Get yourself to local. That's why I test them. A lot of them don't come out of there. But if you do want to get yourself to locals as well, like Emily said, she loves them as well, get your smartphone out, scan that QR code there. And it's really simple. All you got to do is punch in where you live, and it'll give you a list of all the closest ones. Emily, I know you love a locals.
Oh, I love a local, Shay. And in my local UK area, when I'm over here, I'm actually starting to be a part of a first local for the area. So we have about 8 to 10 players, which is actually pretty big. I'm learning pretty big for the UK. Not a lot of locals are around, but I cannot stress enough that I love my locals. I talk to my locals every day. We have a group chat going. I've also traveled to tournaments with my locals as well. So you want a very supportive environment for you to learn the Pokemon TCG. I know at least for me, I've only had positive experiences learning the Pokemon TCG at locals. People are willing to help you. Just go. People will help you build a deck.
Yeah, honestly, if nothing else, being at a locals, you're going to be at a place with people you see minimum every week who all love Pokemon and like playing the game you enjoy. That right there is a good thing to me. Another good thing to me is if you're watching this, you think, you know what? I want to dash some Mortal Shurikens as well and get myself to the locals, but I don't actually know the rules and how to play. Don't worry, because we have something just for you.
Ooh.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, let's have a little fun fact for you. Turin used to be the capital of Italy, and right now it is the capital of our European Special Championships here. The last event here for us in this season. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Freya Pierce. How are we feeling? We're getting towards the business end of the event now.
We are, and we've had a little bit of a sneak peek at who we're going to be featuring for this round, and we're both excited, but for very different reasons, aren't we?
Yeah, so one of the decks is one very close to my heart, I must say. We'll get more information on that when we head down there. But then for another reason, why is it with the other reason?
One of the players we're featuring is one of my locals in Copenhagen. Like someone who's known for playing at locals, for playing a lot of like different decks. Again, don't like give away what's been played so far, but I'm not surprised at all to see this player piloting something like this to Turin, and clearly doing very well with it as well.
Yeah, so this next round, honestly, it's going to be a barnstorm. And off the back of the last round where we had the Mega Greninja throwing those mortal shurikens here and everywhere, then we saw the powerful hand one-hit KO in a 350 mega hit point Pokemon. And I tell you what, spoiler alert, we might be seeing some big damage getting thrown about in this round as well.
That Metagross, maybe, you know, we were talking about Chaos Rising, maybe not the most impactful set in the world, but this Metagross in kind of showing up in two different forms?
Yeah. yeah. So we saw obviously earlier on in the slope from that metallic hammer. And we'll wait till we get to the table before we can tell you just exactly.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
we are ready right now. Let's kick it over to the table.
Come on. Here we go here. So this is some more winning in action here. We have how do you pronounce that one there, Fred, I should say?
Ingvar Hjartarson.
There we go. Ingvar versus Lorenzo on the right.
So Ingvar, originally actually from Iceland, but currently living in Denmark. So yeah, one of my locals, always a pleasure to play against, always the absolute pleasure to be around, and I'm sure he's going to be very excited to be on stream. Having said that, you were saying it's a winning in, but he plays a 6-0.
Yeah, that was my bad. They're doing well. They're playing with house money right now, but there is Ingvar. Look at this, the top got a good few accomplishments there. Little regional top 128.
Very consistent finishes, right?
And all really recent as well. So Ingvar, I imagine if he was to ask him here though, he's going to want to try and turn one of those into like a top 8 or a champion or beyond.
I think so as well, and very excited to see him on stream. I think it's the first time that he's been on stream.
Okay.
Don't have much going for, like, we don't know as much about Lorenzo, but again, also on 6-0, got to be feeling pretty happy with life, you know, in his local region.
Yeah, of course, 6-0. I'm sure I'll be happy as Larry right now if I was 6-0. So here we go. Let's consult some prize cards then. That's going to give us a clue of what's going on here. Oh wow, okay, Metal Energies and the recycling. Oh no, Gigas. That could be impactful. 2 copies of Rare Candy, the combo skin, and the Dracloak over there for Lorenzo. Okay, so prize cards I think have to favor Lorenzo here. But here's our fist bump, our Swiss round 7 feature match is getting started here, and Lorenzo on the right is kicking us off. We have a Dreepy squaring off against the Team Rocket Kangaskhan EX there for Ingvar. We'll get into Ingvar's deck when it is his turn, but for now Lorenzo is playing that Dragapult EX Blaziken EX archetype. We all know about Dragapult EX right now. It's the big bad scary of the format, that phantom dive attack. Then you do for 2 energy 200 damage into the active, and then you spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench. That isn't all Lorenzo's playing. No, we do have Monkey Dory to maneuver damage from your Pokemon back over to your opponents with that Adrenaline Rain ability, 3 damage counters at a time. But then also, he is playing that Blaziken EX. So this is an interesting one, because not only does it counter the plethora of grass types in format with its attack Smolder Salt, but its ability Seething Spirit lets you attach energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon, letting you power up Adrenabrain easier, its attack easier, Lily's Clefairy easier, or obviously your Dragapult as well.
Yeah, it's one of the kind of new partners that's emerged ever since rotation, really, for Dragapult, with the loss of some of the other options that Dragapult had to get itself going. some of the players have really opted into this Blaziken package, but as you mentioned, both for the energy acceleration, but also the fact that it gives you really good type coverage into some matchups that can otherwise be tricky. Now, for the initial setup, Lorenzo has a buddy popping in an energy, so again, nothing to scream home about, but pretty good at a start as things go. But meanwhile, Ingvar starting off with a Team Rockets transceiver.
Off to the races. I'll tell you why. That Team Rockets transceiver can find you a Team Rockets petrol for let you social deck for any trainer card. And then that can find you Precious Trolley, which will let you grab as many basic Pokemon as you like and put them on your bench. So Ingvar's deck's a funny one. I mean, it's a good one, I should say. It's going to be that Metagross. We're attacking with Metagross, actually using Metal Energy via Metang, a deck I've near and dear to my heart with that ability, Metal Maker. Then you look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Now, Freya, listen to me carefully when I say this out loud.
Okay.
Any energy you find there, you can attach to your Pokemon in any way you like.
I mean, we'd have to go back a long way to look back at the last time Metang was such an impactful card. Origin Form Dialga V-Star was really the last time it made a massive impact. But now here in this Metagross deck, here we go. Quadruple Beldum hitting the bench alongside that Genesect EX, of course. Powerful in Golding EX before it rotated, and powerful now just once per turn with its Metallic Signal ability, letting you search for 2 Evolution Pokemon. And of course, you're going to grab double Metang with Metal Maker with that.
So yeah, we're going to be attaching a lot of energy to our Metang and evolve them up into Metagross, because it has that Metallic Hammer attack, 150 damage. If you discard 3 Metal Energy from this Pokemon, do an extra 150. So if you can use any damage modifiers like the Brave Bangle or Gravity Mountain, you can actually one-hit KO Dragapult EX.
And just about anything else in the format as well. Let's be honest, 330
fair point,
is an absurd amount of damage. Now, this Team Rocket's Kangaskhan is interesting in here. So the main reason why this is in here, it's packaged together with the Team Rocket's Articuno, because this is like a kind of 2-card mini package you can insert into your deck as a counter to Alakazam.
Yep.
So that's why this package is in here. But of course, starting it in a matchup like this, not really going to feel ideal.
No, that's probably one of the worst things you could lead against Dragapult, to be perfectly honest. But it is over to Lorenzo now, who's going to evolve into a Dracloak in the active. And we're using that Recon Directive. Then you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 in your hand, and then 1 to the bottom.
I dropped it for the bench one, not the active one, for the evolution.
Yes, good point. Yeah, sorry. Did I say active?
Yeah, you say
I did not mean to. I apologize.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Following up with that Ultra Ball, like gorgeous, the full art from Ascended Heroes. I'm such a sucker for the full art items. I don't know about you. Just the fact that they stand out so much in the deck and they look so nice and celebrate some of the trainers that, of course, make these decks so powerful. Not to get too distracted, of course, but that lovely Ultra Ball will find a just as lovely Dracloak number 2, and that one will go into the active.
There we go. Now, it's worth noting, funnily enough, Blaziken will hit these metal types for weakness. I mean, you know, it would have been carried anyway, but I guess it's something to keep an eye on, perhaps. Probably not. But here we go. Lily's Determination for 8 cards here. Now, because we've seen both of these Dracloak evolve, we're not going to be seeing any rare candy shenanigans. We could, in theory, attack with Blaziken, 200 damage. That won't actually KO Kangaskhan. Leave it with 30 hit points remaining, though. That is still currently live. If we can get energy in the discard pile, energy to attach, rare candy Blaziken, probably asking a lot actually, but let's see what we can do.
I say asking a lot, but I mean 8 cards is a lot of cards to draw.
A lot of cards. Recon Directive number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Blaziken.
Okie dokie. What was the other card though?
I think it was Stadium, which you do have to keep an eye on, because Gravity Mountain, if that sticks for Ingvar, that means those Metallic Hammers will be tearing through you. But we did grab the Blaziken. I don't see no rare candies there, though.
No, another Dreepy does hit the field. No Budu, which this deck does play.
Oh, that's a great point, actually. Budu, you need Budu to slow this deck down.
Yeah, but that is just not present. So Ingvar's going to get another turn of items. And if you're Ingvar, regardless of the terrible start with the Team Rocket's Kangaskhan EX, I think you're feeling pretty okay about your position. Yeah, it's just a retreat into a Torchic.
Well, the thing is, it's not like the end of the world. You can attack with the Kangaskhan. It's 120 damage, I believe.
Yeah, true.
Plus 100 if you play a Team Rocket supporter. So, I mean, you can even attack with it in the early game for sure. Here's Metallic Signal number 2. Now, this is where the deck gets scary. When I played Metang, I didn't even have Genesect. So when you get them, because you've already searched out, was it Metang, and a Metagross last turn, but now you can grab 2 more Metang, which means you can see, what, 16 cards and attach those energy. Bear in mind, Ingvar plays 17.
We were talking about 2 times tables earlier. Just done your 4 times table very effectively.
Yeah, look at me go!
4 times 4. 4 times 4 is indeed 16. And yeah, so you can be digging through 16 cards. Yeah, like you were saying, surely you find some energy off of that.
You're going to find...
And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the Metal Maker can attach to anything, right? It doesn't
anything.
Yeah.
Anywhere, anything.
So yeah, like you were saying.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh, that's the dream right there, Ingvar.
Quads! We have Quad Metang hitting the field.
Metang. Here we go. Metal Maker. Any energy there? There's one. Oh, here we go.
And it's a good point that you made, Shay, because, yeah, sure, it's not necessarily ideal on attacker, but even if you don't play a Rocket supporter, this kind of guy can knock out a Torchic.
KO. Yeah, exactly. Do we see one? Do we see one more we can attack? Oh, the Metal Maker engine. Oh, engine is so lovely. I do love it. We still have 2 more.
Surely you...
You got one already.
Yeah. And I mean,
there we go.
How much did the attack cost? Oh, it only cost 3.
So, that's what I said, we're there.
Yeah, yeah. So, but, I mean, Ingvar had an energy in hand. So he could just attach and pan anyway. He already got it with the 2.
So this is just 3 attachments here. Now, one thing you do keep an eye on with Metal Maker, the cards do get put to the bottom. So you do have to keep an eye on what you're putting to the bottom. And at some point, if you want some cards at the bottom, you have to shuffle your deck. But yeah, there we go. Look at that. You've got your attacker of choice. You can start turn attaching as well, getting the metallic hammer ready. But yeah, Mega Kangaskhan can hit for the KO here with wicked impact.
And hold on a second, it does 100 damage by base. So yeah, boss's orders, bring this Draclo, get that energy off the field.
Wow, what a turn there. Boss's orders, wicked impact. Bear in mind, that's his only copy of Boss's orders, by the way. So coming at a
Oh, he missed the one, goodness me.
Yeah, it's the only one, yeah. So,
wow.
There we go. What a turn there for Ingvar. Oh, and he did take the Regigigas out the prizes. Regigigas basically KOs Terra Pokemon.
Yeah, not a card that we've seen kind of exploited for a very, very long time, but with its devastating attack for 4 colorless energy, was Jewel Breaker, 100 damage, but 230 more if you hit a Terra Pokemon. That will one-shot a Dragapult EX.
Yeah, it will. So it is over to Lorenzo now, who has got... We have got another Draclo compare. We do have Budu. Okay, so we can try and slow the game down, but the problem is, with Metallic Signal, you don't really need a lot of items, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe this is one of the reasons behind Ingvar piloting this deck. He tends, like we were saying at the beginning, he tends to favor these kind of like, a little more often better and rogue strategies. And the fact that this is a strategy that is so resilient to item lock, when item lock is such a big part of the format because of Dragapult, I can see the vision. And
yeah,
I mean, the vision is already taking him to 6-0, and he's off to a great start here. So, you know, he kind of proofs in the pudding right there.
Oh, maybe we're not going to be seeing Budu, I should say. With Dragapult EX is now live thanks to that Crispin. So it's going to be 200 damage into the active. And we've got 6 damage counters to spread. 3 and 3. Oh, we're going to do 3 and 3? We're going to do 1 and 5. No, we're not.
1 and 4.
We're doing 4.
2 and 4.
2. There we go.
Yeah, you want to put 2 in the gen sets, of course. It does have 220 HP, so, you know, 20 damage on it will mean that a later active Phantom Dive will get the job done. But...
So, is there a world in which you take a metallic hammer KO? Now, Petrol... Okay, we can. Oh, my goodness. Petrol can find Brave Bangle. Metallic Signal finds your Metagross. If we can get 4 energy onto... Oh, no. First Metal Maker miss. If we can get 4 energy onto a Metang Freya, we have a one-hit KO on the cards here.
Notice something very important sequencing-wise. Oh! Found 2 already, but okay, this actually just proves the point I was about to make. He has decided to go for this first before searching because he knows...
He's got it!
He's got it!
He's got it!
Because he knew that there were so many non-energy cards at the top of the deck because he burned through Math Makers already. So this is amazing sequencing paying off for Ingvar.
Right. We haven't messed this up, right? The Petrol finds Silver Bangle, or it could find Gravity Mountain, either or. There is in hand, right? There's a Petrol in hand.
You see one more to go.
We got more Metal Makers, Freya. Another 2! What? So this was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be a 7 Metal Maker turn? Where do you put them at this point?
Just spread your bets, right?
Yeah, put them everywhere.
But it would have been so easy for Ingvar to, you know, kind of pigeonhole himself into thinking, oh, thinning the deck means that I get to more likely to see the energy. But he already knew that there were so many non-energy cards at the bottom because of the previous Metal Makers that he did. So this is why he went for the Metal Makers first, and now he's going to go for the Metallic Signal.
Yep, there you go. That's exactly that. So we are going to see Metallic Signal grab any 2 metal types. It's going to be the 1 Metagross. Could grab a second, but obviously you don't want to evolve them too early. No. You lose your Metal Maker, of course. But here we go, Freya. Metallic Hammer. This is the first announcement, I believe, of Metallic Hammer. I imagine we're going to.
Oh yeah, because it didn't even come up in the Slowking game, did it?
Slowking game. So there is the petrol for the Gravity Mountain. All Stage 2 Pokemon lose 30 hit points. That means Dragapult EX goes down from 320 to 290. Metallic Hammer is 150 plus 150 if you discard 3 Metal Energy Flare. Here we go. There's the evolution. There's the Gravity Mountain. Anything left for Ingvar? We've still got a turn attachment Freya. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous.
I mean, because, yeah, this
Here we go.
KO.
Metallic Hammer. Big KO there from Ingvar. The one prizer. One hit KO in the big, bad, scary Dragapult. What can Lorenzo do?
Didn't even need the Regigigas to get it done.
Good point.
Gravity Mountain, Metallic Hammer gets there. And, yeah, Lorenzo is very much on the back foot now. Not out of it yet, though. Dragapult is still Dragapult. There are plenty of tricks that Lorenzo can use, but I will say one thing that Lorenzo can't make use of, which perhaps he would like to otherwise, or I guess even Dragapult in general, maybe not so much this list. This list does not play Crushing Hammer, I believe. No, it doesn't.
No, Blaziken can't.
But this is also, this Metagross deck, does this deck even care about Crushing Hammer when you play like 1 bajillion energy?
No, you play 2 Recycler. Did take it out the prizes as well. So yeah, you're not super... The only thing you have to be concerned about as a Metang player or Metagross player is that if you attach too much energy and then you get bosses, or this is what I was about to say, you can sometimes get caught if you haven't got enough energy to attach from your deck. Now, bear in mind, Genesect resists grass, so that isn't going to do any damage, actually.
No, actually, that's not.
Yeah, there you go.
Important to note.
Yeah, so this can sometimes come back to bite. You know, you can't play your energy recycler now, so you might have to be careful. Now, but in theory, you can actually attack with Genesect as well, right? 3, 4, 1, 50 would take a KO.
Protect charge, and then I believe it takes less damage as well.
But it's going to be the pass. Ingvar knows I might not have enough energy here. Or just wants to turn attach twice, perhaps.
Yeah. Just being very cautious. I think he knows that he doesn't necessarily want to go overboard with retreating. So just playing it slow, recognizing that he has time, and just a manual attachment onto the Genesect, and then back to Lorenzo.
The only thing you've got to be careful of here is that if you're Ingvar, you have got two prize liabilities, which, you know, Dragapult can very easily clean up. So even though Ingvar did get the monstrous one-hit KO, I wouldn't say it's out the woods yet.
Maybe not, but I think even with those two prize liabilities, I'm a lot less worried considering where the prize deficit currently is. Ingvar only has 3 prize cards left to take. Lorenzo still has 6.
And he still has the Regigigas in hand as well, by the way. So that gets you a one-hit KO.
On a 1-prizer.
On a 1-prizer. And then you have this Metang, which is just itching to become a Metagross. That's going to be a one-hit KO on a 1-prizer.
And 100 HP means that even with one singular Monkey Dory, there is no way to get a residual Phantom Dive knockout either. That's a double Monkey for that.
So what can Lorenzo do? Here comes the Dawn. Love that artwork on that as well.
Dawn on her bike, finding Lorenzo a basic stage 1 and a stage 2.
On her bike. Arriving just in time. Obviously, his Serendipity shouldn't be live though, right? So we are going to take it, but it isn't currently live.
No, it was a pass from Ingvar. No, not even any damage done, let alone a knockout.
Blaziken EX.
No stage 1s to find, just a basic and a stage 2. Is the rare candy in hand so that
I imagine it must be. You probably wouldn't go for a Dawn if you didn't, right? What is this?
Oh, the Chi-Yu coming in.
Goodness gracious. Okay, what does that do again?
So this is mainly in as a Festival League counter, I believe.
Stage. Oh, yes. So you're right, yeah. 60. And if it's a stadium in play, you can do an extra 60 and discard that stage. Now, that would actually one-hit KO a Metagross, right? Weak to fire. Is weak to fire.
Yeah, so there'll be 240. That would be enough for the KO.
And does remove the Gravity Mountain.
But having said that...
What is interesting, though, is it's only Metagross that needs the Gravity Mountain modifier. Regigigas does not.
No.
Regigigas just one-hit KOs Terra Pokemon. No
does 330.
But it is going to be the Itchy Pollen. Now, if you're Ingvar, do you go for a Metal... Oh, you should pay retreat. Of course, I got two retreat costs. Okay, silly me. Right. So what is our attack here? You could go for the Metagross 1 energy attack, bounce back, 60, switch out your opponent's active to the bench, but it get KO, so it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, I think bounce back makes the most sense here. You want to preserve the energy that you have left. As you rightly pointed out, one way you could lose is being run out of energy with no way to recycle it. So in case the Budu comes back, that's something to bear in mind. I think the bounce back is fine here.
I think so.
And I think that's what he's going to go for.
There we go. Bounce back, 60 damage. Now, the effect, you'd have to promote a Pokemon if you're Lorenzo, but you would have to do that anyway if you care. It's not actually, like, super impactful.
Yeah, because it's a KO, so yeah, they'd have to bring up a new Pokemon anyway.
Now, this is a scary position if you're Lorenzo here, though. Ingvar has 2 prize cards left. You're at 6, and they can one-hit KO you. It's going to have to be some perfect gameplay here from Lorenzo. Chi-Yu is a good start, actually. Doesn't give up 2 prizes and can take a KO here.
Actually, important to note, Ingvar's last 3 prizes are all Metal Energy, so that was another Metal Energy that he just took off of the knockout there. So that's going to help him.
Well, he has got a Recycler in hand now, which he can play.
Yes, as long as Lorenzo doesn't re-establish Badu, which he might.
Which, to be fair, I mean...
It's a tough one, right? Because you have to make a call on whether there's enough energy in the deck. There's 17 Metal Energy in Ingvar's deck, so... You probably would expect a very high energy count if you're playing against a deck like this, but can you make the call on whether the Itchy Pollen would actually just stop Ingvar in his tracks? It's a very tough call to make.
I'm going to use 2 Recon Directive first. Oh, wow. This is, honestly, this is really close here if you're Lorenzo. The Ground Melter off the Night Stretcher is going to be live. And I think if you're Lorenzo, you don't want to actually put down a 2 prizer. You don't want to lose to Boss's Order. He doesn't know that Ingvar only plays 1.
Yeah, no, it's
so
actually...
at least try and wait a turn if he can.
Yeah, we're not in the top cut phase yet. These players do not have access to each other's deck lists, so there is. This is why you're having to make these calculations in your head about what you think your opponent is playing. And when you're a person like Ingvar playing a deck this out there, it makes it even harder for a player, for someone in Lorenzo's position to make those calculations.
Boss's Order's Genesect.
Okay.
Well, okay. Now, I guess this kind of makes sense. What's the point in going after a Metagross? Your opponent has another one. This would be a KO. The Ground Melter because of weakness, of course. Lorenzo taking his first 2 prize cards of this match. No 2 prize cards down currently for Lorenzo. So Ingvar cannot win exactly this turn. Cannot bounce back a Chi-Yu. So we'll have to do a Metallic Hammer. But remember, that is a you may. You don't have to discard all the energy. So you can just hit for the 150. Can you find a Metagross, actually? There is no Genesect down right now.
No, there is.
Ultra Ball
I mean, there's the Metagross already on the bench, of course, but I think the key thing here is...
Big card.
There is now the opportunity to play items, so in case Lorenzo does pivot back to an Itchy Pollen line, you're going to want to play as many of these items as possible, get your energies back into the deck, play that Ultra Ball, fin out, and set yourself up for a checkmate position so you can just take these last 2 prizes.
So, let's have a think. Could you... I'm trying to think. So you probably go for Metallic Hammer, 150 into the active. And then that means you have 4 energy on your active, right? Hang on, let's act this out here. So you go for Metagross here. Do you bench Regigigas here? Get your 4 energy on it as well. Just basically saying you can't KO. Oh, look at that! Right in the spot as well.
Yeah, it's spot on. You do that. You just set up a checkmate, right? Just 2 attackers. Lorenzo can't deal to both of them. Yeah, that's absolutely the move.
Yeah. Okay. And that's basically saying if you're Ingvar, you can try your best to move both of these. It's going to be quite tough. That Jewel Breaker, which does 100 damage, plus 230 more if it's hitting into a Terra Pokemon. The only response that can do there is try and throw up a Blaziken. That doesn't, you can try and KO Metagross with that. That doesn't get KO'd by Regigigas, but then you've got another Metagross just chilling there. There's a lot of hurdles Lorenzo needs to jump over, and these Metal Makers are hitting Freya. 3 energy on that Regigigas already.
1 more away from taking the knockout, and yeah, this is the problem. Like Lorenzo does have some counterplay into this, but it's not exactly amazing counterplay, and it's just going to be Metallic Hammer, no energy discard needed to KO there. 1 prize card left for Ingvar. Lorenzo doesn't have any good responses to this.
What is his hand disruption? I mean, he's playing off the board right now, though. That's the thing about Metal. He does play Unfair Stamp, does play Special Red Card. Yeah, this is a really tough scenario. With 1 prize card remaining, you can't sort of play musical chairs with your 2 prize. You have to stick a high hit point Pokemon active and just hope that your opponent's Metal Makers miss it. I think that's your only out.
And the other problem is Dragapult is your best attacker for carrying multiple things at once, but that gets dealt with by the Regigigas. Like you were saying, maybe you can attack with the Blaziken, but that's not hitting the bench, so you're then needed to go for another. Yeah, it's so tough.
You're at the mercy of either one of them, right? I guess if you were to go with Blaziken, you force Ingvar to try and find the Brave Bangle at the very least.
Yes.
Or another Gravity Mountain. He doesn't know he only plays 1, so I guess that's probably asking the most of your opponent at that point.
Yeah, I think that's still like the
we just said he evolved into the company. That's not an option.
No, with the Combusken Evolution, it's going to be commitment to the Dragapult. But then if you do that, you just lose with 1 energy attachment.
Yeah. I guess it's not unreasonable to assume that your opponent might not be able to hit a Metal Maker, but let's be honest, like, those energy cards have been flying. Here's an Ultra Ball, though.
Maybe Lorenzo playing off the fact that there are now 2 Metagross out, which means there's only 2 Metal Makers left. Maybe. Okay, but we're going to try and boss his orders. The Regigigas, that does also get you there. That Meowth, is that going to find a boss? I mean, he kind of has to, right? Because otherwise...
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah, but it has to be this, right?
This does work. You're still at the mercy of a Gravity Mountain or a Brave Bangle, but this makes sense.
So it kind of forces Ingvar to have a little bit more.
And we can KO the Kangaskhan on the bench as well. 3 prize card turn. Go down to 1 prize card, right?
Is there enough?
No, 3 prize card turn. So
yeah, it will be enough. You're absolutely right. There is enough damage on that Kangaskhan for the residuals to work. But
whoa, we just played boss. We just played boss. Stop. We just played boss. Wow, yeah, no, can't do that. Yeah.
Thank you both to Ingvar and the judges for catching that one for us.
Yeah, that could have got out of hand quick. Yeah. I was going to say, you can't boss all and Lily in the same time. How many cards on the deck, by the way? Keep an eye on that one.
Not a lot.
Here we go. Phantom Dive. KO Regigigas. Are we going to KO Kangaskhan? Do we leave that for later? There might not be a later. I might say those prize cards now.
Oh, yeah. It's tough because, you know, if you do it this way, maybe you leave behind 1 more Metal Maker to go for, but going for the prizes instead of denying the extra Metal Maker, just, you know, this is Lorenzo deciding, I know a Lucio Brave Bangle, but I'm just bringing it down to this anyway.
You force your opponent to have it. Now, I believe, eagle-eyed viewers, there is a petrol in hand, I believe.
There is.
There is. We just need that, right? Got 4 energy on the active, not missing something here. Ingvar, or is that 2 factory? Oh no, it is a petrol.
Is it?
Have we seen the Brave Bangle? Here we go.
Maybe he just realized it. Hold on a second.
Brave Bangle.
We know it's in the deck because not in the prize card.
There we go. Brave Bangle will increase metallic hammer's damage to 330, and Ingvar's going to take game 1, dropping the metallic hammers down on Lorenzo. How will he respond?
Wait. Okay. We overlooked something very, very important there. We were saying about, you know, how maybe there could have been a Blaziken play going on. The 2 rare candy that were prized were the only 2 that he plays.
Oh,
that's why. He's not playing the higher rare candy count that we sometimes see in Dragon Ball Blaziken. It is only the 2. So those double rare candy prizes, he had no access to rare candy that game at all.
Oh, didn't realize
That's why.
Look at this beautiful turn, though. Turn 2. 4 Metal Makers coming down. We even saw the wicked punch there from the Kangaskhan, wicked impact, I should say, to KO of the boss's orders. And Ingvar, I tell you what, if Metagross runs like this every game, it's hard to argue. This is a very powerful.
I think that's probably how Ingvar got to 6-0, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, look at this. When the metallic hammers are coming down, you're mostly a 1 prize operating deck. Imagine if he didn't lead the Kangaskhan, by the way. It would have been only, what, the Genesect.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's poetry emotion when his deck's rolling.
Metallic Hammer coming in, dealing with so many different threats from Lorenzo's side, dealing with the Chi-Yu, dealing with the Dragapult with the Gravity Mountain, and then right at the end, the Brave Bangle dealing with Dragapult number 2 to close out this game 1.
Yeah, I think if you're Lorenzo, you did prize both of those rare candy. No. Hold on a second. Is that 1? Is that 2? Genesect EX there for Ingvar, and he's led the Regigigas again. Well, not again. He's led the Regigigas, I should say. So 2 suboptimal leads. This is going to be a very different game. Ingvar was used to just plucking out his Metal-type evolution Pokemon via the metallic signal. That is not going to be an option here.
For the benefit of the folks at home, yes, those 2 Genesect EX are the only 2 copies that Ingvar plays, so he will not have access to in this game, and is one of Boss's orders in the prize as well.
That is some bad prizes there.
Woof.
Yeah. That is not great. And I think Ingvar's going to be consulting the prize card, his deck here via the prize cards, and thinking, oh, okay, we're going to have to really work hard this game now. And it's not impossible. It does play, you know, 2 copies of Ultra Ball, but it's going to be a lot harder for him to filter those Metal-type evolution into his hand when both of the Genesect EX are prized.
He's going to do his best to set up regardless, though. Team Rocket's Transceiver will find the Petrol. Now, he's going first. We won't be able to play that straight away, but it does mean you kind of preemptively grab it so that you don't get, you know, Itchy Pollen out of the game. And Buddy Puffin still gets found, so at least 2 Beldum hitting the field. I guess I have to find some other ways to, you know, get himself into his Metang and start doing those Metal Maker.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be An uphill struggle now for Ingvar, that's for sure. I think, do we have a turn attachment? I guess, I'm not even sure. Do you turn attach to the active? I mean, you can still do Jewel Breaker for 100 into the active.
I think I like attachment onto the active because, Ultra Ball just gets something else. So, getting another Metang, right? Just to, again, preempting the Itchy Pollen, just wants to make sure he at least has access to one Metal Maker. And I think it does make sense to attach to the Reggie Gigas here because, maybe if you get lucky off that one Metal Maker, you can hit the Badu.
He hasn't got any energy in hand now. Ultra Ball them both away.
Oh, never mind then.
I mean, there is a world in which that one Metal Maker hits 4 energy. I've never done it myself when I've been playing Metang.
I think didn't Andrew Hedrick do that once on stream?
I think he did. He did. I think a fair few 3s, never a 4.
No.
But it's going to be wow. Okay, another costly Ultra Ball here for the Meowth. It's going to be for a Lilies, I imagine then.
I mean, if it gets into the game, right, it is worth it. I mean, a Dark and a Dragapult EX aren't the worst things to discard. Those are 2 resources you can recover with your recovery cards in your deck.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
So definitely could be a lot worse, and especially, if this last-ditch catch, on the last-ditch catch on the last-ditch cat finds the determination you need to get into the game.
You did well to get that out. I would have got tongue-tied trying to say that. Goodness. Okay, but there is the last-ditch catch for the Lilies.
Yes.
8 now. Currently, we've got one. About to say we've got one GP.
That's pretty solid, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, the GP with the energy drop as well.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm going to say if it was like GP, we have to find some on the back of this Lilies. But when you got 8 cards from the premier supporter in our format, I think it's safe to say we should be pretty good here. What are we looking for? Just more GP, I imagine, right? Maybe a Torchic as well, if you want to try and weave that in.
I think a Buddy Puffin or 2, or just the Evolving Basics would set you right as rain. Let's see what this Lily's Determination finds.
Right as rain. There we go. Oh, there you go.
Double, 2 of them.
There you go. Ask and you shall receive.
Oh, actually, he had 3.
3?
Yeah, he had 3. He has another one still in his hand.
Rooney's precious trolley. Not Lorenzo.
No, goodness me.
Lorenzo looks at Ingvar and says, you want your ace spec to fill your bench? Just draw your buddy Puffin. Yeah, just do that, bro. Oh, dear.
One more bench slot to fill. Now, it's going to be interesting whether it's a choice between the Dreepy number 3 or Torchic number 2. You can make an argument for both, but I think in this instance, just get yourself more Dreepy online. More Recon Directive equals more cards, probably equals more winning.
Yeah. The card economy of getting those Dracloak into play as early as possible is massive over the course of the game. It is over to Ingvar now, though. Would love the top deck of Metang there. Did get the Ultra Ball. Can't use that, obviously. Yep. Okay, last-ditch catch.
So what other supporters?
Yeah, what can this find?
This could find...
No, can't use that, actually. Could Brock Scouting?
Yes, so that would mean 2 Metal Maker, which actually could be all right.
Could be, yeah.
Of course, Brock Scouting often used for that effect that lets you grab 2 basic Pokemon, but you can use it to grab 1 evolution as well.
Yeah,
so I think I like this a lot.
So if both of these Metal Maker hit 2, which I don't think is not unreasonable to ask, we could see the KO here and force some pressure. I tell you what, that would really force some pressure on Lorenzo because you have to basically try and get your rare candy because you can't let that Regigigas knock about any longer with 4 energy. That's brutal. Are we going to see it though? I would love this.
Yes.
Okay, Metal Maker, we see 2 energy. Oh,
that's 0, I'm afraid.
Okay, we have to hit 4 on the deck. This is why I love Metal Maker. You can still do it. Here we go.
That's...
2.
See, we need to do that twice. That's the problem.
Twice, yeah. Now, where did these go? I mean, have to be on a Metang, surely. I mean,
it can't go on the Regigigas now, right? Not now that you've missed your chance. So I think, just preserve them on the bench makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
Just to pass over.
Ingvar could be in trouble with that hand, though. We're not doing a lot. I guess next turn you can try. Okay, it's over to Lorenzo now, though. Crispin, we're getting energy in play. Look at he's playing fast. He's got some things to do here. Crispin, grab any 2 basic energy, attach 1, put 1 in your hand. An extra energy attachment.
Important to say that unlike in game 1, Lorenzo does have access to both of his rare candy. I saw 1 in the deck, but was there 1 in his hand as well? Because, I mean, if there is, a very early Phantom Dive could be devastating here. Dark goes onto the Torchic, Fire goes to the hand. Just another fire.
Okay, no, we're not going to see Phantom Dive.
Just building up his energy, just playing it slow. We have seen this strategy pay off before, and actually, to be fair, the main reason why he's doing that is because his hand is kind of terrible.
Okay.
So he's not just doing that to deck Finn.
If Ingvar can just start attacking, he could be back in this one. 1. Oh no, it's only 1. Now, this is do you attach it? You are. Okay. Freya, this could be a 3.
You've done 3 Metal Makers at this point. Maybe the 4th one will get you there. Can you hit 3 off this one?
Oh.
No, so close!
Oh, that was close, Freya. Oh, if you attached that one from last turn to the active, you would have been there.
But I think it was objectively correct not to.
No, you're right. You're right. You're never to know, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is this going to find? To find us a supporter, perhaps, to try and Team Rockets. I mean, you could do a Team Rockets Factory actually, just to draw 2.
Petrol for Rockets Factory turns Team Rockets Petrol into draw 2 cards.
It's
not exactly amazing, but
it could find you another Metang though.
Oh, that's true.
This is why I love Metang, you see, Frey. There's always like, oh, this could happen, this could happen. And then that Metang could get you 3. That does shuffle the deck, however, though.
Hold your horsey. This turn might not be over yet.
Draw
Team
2
Rockets
cards
Factory.
if you played a Rocket supporter this turn. Oh, it's energy. They were both, I think were they both energy?
Yeah, both energy.
Oh, there would have been 2 Metal Maker hits.
Oh, wasn't to know.
I mean, what's Regigigas retreat cost? Is it 4?
It's 4, yeah.
It is 4. Okay.
Same as the attack cost. Oh, find the Pokepad though, Lorenzo with the top deck Pokepad.
Wow.
Hold on.
Almost, yeah. Almost, Lorenzo. Just so excited to be able to get back in this game. Pokepad to find any non-Warbots Pokemon, of course. There's a Dracloak. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see. This is going to be... Oh, find Dracloak number 2.
Another Dracloak. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, suddenly we're off to the races, right?
Boss's orders I saw there, right?
Yeah, although it does seem to end there. Granted,
it does seem to end there. I mean, that's not. But over the course of the game, they will start to convert those recon directive for sure.
Yeah, the main thing is the fact that he just saw any Dracloak to begin with. So like now he can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief because he just continued to do the same, build up the energy. Maybe you can boss's orders something. No, this Regigigas. Why would you do that? Right?
It's the perfect thing to keep in the active, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was a Rockets Articuno off the top of the deck for Ingvar.
Yeah. Okay. Metal Maker number 1.
There's one.
It's got to be. It's got. And this is the thing, the more energy they get attached, the harder it is for those Metal Makers to hit.
Yeah, but he has filtered through a lot of the deck at this point. Maybe another one.
It's a one. It's a one-er.
You can attack now, though.
Can we?
Yeah, because there's an energy in the hand, remember?
Oh, so cost of it, though. You are correct. Yeah. Okay. The Jewel Breaker for the Big Bad 100. I'd love to imagine the visuals of the Regigigas running up to the Budu and having this wicked way. There we go. Jewel Breaker for the KO. Lorenzo is going to have to... Well, you have to KO this. Does he have a Dragapult in hand? He has an Ultra Ball, I think.
No, there is an unfair stamp.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Fair. We cannot let this Regigigas hang about.
No, this is the thing. That there's, I think he's going to try and thin his hand out as much as possible before going for this unfair stamp.
Unfair stamp first and then use your... Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, Lorenzo. This is going to be your way back into this best of 3, I think. Can we... Did we even announce Phantom Dive? Oh, we did announce Phantom Dive in the game when we did. Yeah. But yeah, here we are. Unfair stamp. Ingvar will have 2 cards. Lorenzo has 5. Still has access to 2 Recon Directive and a Supporter. Here we go.
5 cards drawn.
Uh-oh. Lilies, oh wow, not the greatest yet.
Well, I mean, Lily just makes it completely fine, right? Because
you said it's it. Oh, he said it's it. Of course he is. Yeah. Okay.
And also, no, never mind. He just found a Dawn. That will do it.
Okay.
Dawn will get you your Dragapult EX. It will get you your Combuskin and maybe another Dracloak. It basically gets you everything you need.
Yeah, surely you play the Dawn, right? There you go. Letting you grab a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. You're right. That was probably the best draw you could find that scenario, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because I mean, sure, Lilies is nice for drawing a bunch of cards, but Dawn just finds you the exact things that you need that turn to attack. So yeah, just play the Dawn, grab a Combuskin so you can start to build up to a Blaziken EX, grab the Dragapult so you can start putting pressure on, and then I wouldn't even grab for your basic, I guess, a Torchic just to thin it out.
Yeah, this is actually a scary situation for Ingvar to try and deal with now, because hasn't got the Metallic Signal. I mean, hasn't got Metallic Signal, I should say, to just bail him out. We'll need to try and find the Metagross. Ideally, you find Metagross plus a Stadium or Silver Bangle. Silver Brave Bangle, of course.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. So I didn't grab the Dragapult yet, because it must already be in the hand then, because there's one prized. So yeah, okay, the second one's just ready to go in the hand, it looks like. Wait. No, he discards it. It's the Ultra Ball. Oh my goodness, this is huge. He actually can't do Phantom Dive. There's no... He needs to...
He only plays 2?
He only plays 2 Dragapult EX, yeah.
Oh.
This changes everything. I thought he played 3, but no, he only plays 2.
He played Rare Candy?
Yeah, okay.
Whoa. Okay, we got out of the frying pan there. That could have been scary.
So very fortunate he was able to put together this attack with the Blaziken, with the Dragapult EX discard, and only playing 2, and the second one being prized. Wow. That was almost extremely dicey.
Didn't even... I just assumed he played 3 this entire time.
I guess you have to find a space somewhere in this Blaziken list, right?
Yeah, to find a space like Chi Yu and things. Okay. Oh dear. Is there a Metagross in this card?
No.
Oh, so energy, Night Stretcher.
That's pretty bad, I'm not going to lie.
What can those metal makers... Oh, dear.
I think there is a universe in which Ingvar might consider a tuck tail angle this turn.
I agree.
Get the liability off the board, and it also means next turn you can search for another supporter.
Also means next turn, if you can get your way into Metallic Hammer, you won't need to find a modifier as well.
Yeah, there it is. This is absolutely the turn to tuck tail if you're going to do it.
I think so. I do agree with you there. There's a lot of reasons to do that. And then you can use it next turn to try and get yourself a supporter out of this mess.
Yep.
So there we go. 2 retreat cost, a tuck tail, 60 damage, and return the Meowth and all cards attached to it back into your hand. Now, energy in hand is one of the worst places to have energy in a Metang deck, of course. But as you say, when needs must, needs must.
And it does soften up this Blaziken EX as well, so it does mean that a Metallic Hammer wouldn't need any kind of like damage, either health reduction or damage modifier to get the kill on the Blaziken later, so he has that going for him as well.
Do we have access to that Night Stretcher yet? You'd love to try and maneuver that Dragapult EX at some point, wouldn't you?
No Night Stretcher in the hand yet.
It's just going to be the Smolder Assault again then.
Yeah, and important to remember, of course, at the beginning of the game, we saw the Dragapult EX at the top of the prize cards.
Going for the Chi-Yu, that's clever.
Yeah, that is.
That is very clever.
Can go ahead and power that up with a combination of...
Oh, boss's orders onto a Metang?
Yeah.
Has to be. It's got to be.
Fire, then...
To do Seething Spirit.
Brings the energy on.
Oh, this is a great turn, actually, there. If he does play the boss, surely he played the boss. There it is. Boss onto Metal. It's got to be 2 energy, of course. And, yep, there's the KO there. Was it Burn Ground?
Swats away that Team Rocket factory with disdain. And understandable given the circumstances.
Ooh, Petrol off the top.
Okay.
Well, without Metallic Signal, though, it's so hard with this deck, isn't it? You can just see the difference in board state.
I mean, for multiple reasons as well, because no Metallic Signal means, you're not filtering out your evolutions, but also you're not able to find your Metagross, and in this specific situation, you're dealing with a one-prize attacker in the active that can one-shot you. It's really, really rough, especially with that one boss's orders prized.
Oh, no. That is not the time to miss your Metal Maker, is it? I think if you're Ingvar here, do you consider concede him?
Yeah, I think you absolutely do, and I think if he isn't able to find a meaningful attack right now, that is probably what he's going to go for.
Because it isn't even like you need to discard the energy off the Chi-Yu to take a KO, right? Yeah, it's just 60. Yeah, 60 times 2 is another.
That's another whiff for the Metal Maker as well. Surely.
I think you have to start thinking about game 3 here. I really do.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great because, of course, there isn't that long left on the clock. You do have Meowth.
Okay.
Of course, because that did come back to the hand last turn with the tuck tail, but what do you even grab here?
I don't think there's a... I think it has to be a support. Well, it would be a support for this turn, but it doesn't really play. There's no lilies. There's no hassle.
It would have to be hassle, yeah.
Look at top 8 cards of your deck. Put 3 of them into your hand if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last time, which of course it was.
Yeah, I mean, hassle is the only option here. Your Petrol's already in hand. He would have played that if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I think hassle is going to have to be the way.
I guess because you'd hassle, try and go into a Metagross and use bounce back. But that doesn't really. With the Blaziken EX out, there is no retreat. You know, trying to strand something in the act. It's not possible.
Oh, I mean, okay. There is the one other supporter option that he does play. It is that Philippe.
Okay, that is true.
So that lets you
attach 2 metal energy to one of your metal Pokemon from the discard pile, right?
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
but
was that Petrol?
So he's gone for the Petrol, so he's going to take the Precious Trolley here, it looks like. So he's kind of preemptively using the Meowth for the last-ditch catch to grab the Philippe for next turn, but now it's going to be Petrol for Trolley, and he can fill up his bench and maybe start to try and re-establish something.
The Heatran, that's an interesting one. Discard as many metal energy as you can from this Pokemon. You do 50 for each metal energy discard space. It's like a basic attacker, which can hit, into the Blaziken for sure, whereas obviously like a Heatran couldn't. I mean, Regigigas couldn't. There's a flip the script, though.
3 cards drawn.
Didn't quite get to... Energy Recycler is obviously nice.
Yeah, that would have been nicer earlier.
Kangaskhan? Can't make out the other one.
But I think the big problem here, Shay, is that you used both your Metal Maker already, so what are you really powering up?
There's nothing going on this turn. It's going to be attached retreat into Shaman and a pass. We did see the boss's orders from Lorenzo last time, so we can just hope that there isn't any more. That could be wishful thinking when there's 3.
It's usually 3 or 4 copies, right?
Yeah, could be wishful thinking there, but
maybe he's just kind of making the decision on whether to concede or not based on what Lorenzo's next turn is. Because
Maybe.
if Lorenzo's turn isn't that impactful...
That was a boss on the last recon directive there, Freya.
So, yeah, surely now. Because did he find a Night Stretcher as well? I mean,
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He did, so we can start Phantom diving now.
Yeah, they're a Night Stretcher, going to get back that Dragapult EX that was discarded earlier. Comes in with the Phantom Dive. It's going to start really dismantling Ingvar's board here.
Yep. This is where things start to get scary, because you've got Presentipity down, you've got Meowth EX down. Lots of easy... Well, there's lots of easy pros on that board, let's be honest. Shamey can get cleaned up at some point as well.
I mean, surely just go boss's orders on Meowth, right? Take the 2 and then set up
Fez.
Yeah. Or that's even better, right? Because you can now deny another flip the script usage, and this is the trick that Dragapult EX does so often. 200 on the active, spread the damage around, and just take 4 prizes next turn to win. Yeah, this is almost like the signature Dragapult move.
Yep. Also keeps the bench spot locked, so you can't put a Beldum down there if you're Ingvar as well. Yep, not a lot of maneuverability here.
Absolutely brutal.
The dream... Oh, I don't think you can you even take a KO with Metang here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nope. Can't get a Metang KO. I mean, Metang Heatran KO either.
Energy Recycler
well, I guess you can actually.
Yeah, there's an Energy Recycler in the hand. But how do you even... Because Lorenzo's played 2 boss's orders. There is 1 left in the deck still.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does play 3 copies. Maybe if you're Ingvar, you're hoping that it doesn't get found, but... Like we were discussing earlier, the time is ticking. There's 8 minutes left in this game. Maybe Ingvar is wondering if he can like just about survive this, but Lorenzo wins in 1 attack. It feels so difficult.
Yeah, it really does. There was the Energy Recycler. Is there a world who take the KO of Heatran? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. You need 7 turn attack. You need... No, it's not possible, let's be honest. Oh, wow. Not when you only hit a 1 off your first Metal Maker as well.
Yeah, even after the Energy Recycler as well.
Yeah. I guess you've got a 3 in hand from top tail still, but...
And of course, with Lorenzo very wisely, neither taking a KO or even like going down to under 3 free prizes, the special red card in Ingvar's hand isn't doing anything either.
Wow, only hit 1 against. We can't even attack with Heatran unless you... Well, you can't turn attach to it because you can't get Presentipity out actually turn attach there, so... What's going on here? Is concession?
Yeah, no, that's it.
And that was a concession there from Ingvar. Lorenzo wins that one. It's going to a game 3. Slow and steady. Cool as a cucumber there is Lorenzo. Weathers the storm. Let's see how game 3 pans out.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal there. Like, just really prizing the double Genesect kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. And, I mean, we saw this start. I mean, Ingvar set up okay considering, but it just wasn't really enough. I mean, the Itchy Pollen just did so much work right there at the beginning, and with the really wide setup as well. Lorenzo, at first, there was a little bit of concern because, you know, there were no ways to draw more cards, but eventually found the Dracloak, and after that, Lorenzo kind of ran away with it.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that Dracloak, that could have got scary, but this was that unfair stamp there, slowing the game down. Smolder Assault starts to come in there. I just really put Ingvar on the clock, and he just wasn't able to navigate out of it. Hasn't got any explosive draw options. Didn't have a Metallic Signal to get the Pokemon into play. And Lorenzo was just slowly but surely using Ground Melter here, was just able to get Ingvar out. And then this was the scary turn. This was the sort of textbook Dragapult turn, right? Boss's orders, as you said, put 200 damage onto Fez, make it really hard for Ingvar. Ingvar knew couldn't do anything about it, unfortunately. And that was all she wrote for game 2.
And it does make you wonder, doesn't it? With the way that game went, we were almost like telegraphing it from the beginning. Would it have been wiser for Ingvar to concede that game a little bit earlier, to maybe have more time to win this game free? I mean, obviously, benefit of hindsight.
Surprised as well.
Again.
And one of the Dragapult, though, to be fair.
Also again.
Yeah. Oh, no, but then look, Ingvar's led the Meowth.
Oh, no!
That's not what you need in a game 3.
That's not what you need in...
Because how often does the Meowth find the petrol, which finds the precious trolley? So now you have to open Transceiver or petrol.
Oh, it gets even worse, Shay. Have you seen Ingvar's hand?
I haven't. He's put it down. Let me have a look.
It is absolutely dreadful, and that might even be an understatement.
No playables outside of boss.
And energy.
And energy. Okay, wow. 5 minutes on the clock here. We do have time to consider. But I tell you what, if that hand doesn't change anytime soon, Lorenzo might be fine.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, dearie me, indeed. Lorenzo, has a turn attachment as well. Okay, Ingvar, what are you going to top deck? Because Lorenzo's done everything he needs to there for the most part. Petrol? Oh,
it's another energy.
Can happen. This honestly, this can happen with Metang decks, Freya.
And it gets even worse as well. Lorenzo's playing Rare Candy.
Yep. It could end. It could end here.
Fire Energy, Rare Candy, Dragapult just ends the game.
Oh, okay, clever.
Okay, now you need to retreat as well. But let's see. Oh, that's your cloak.
So you what? Do you evolve active? Do you play any form of switching cards? No.
No.
Don't think so. No Latias or anything. So yeah.
So yeah, with that, Ingvar has bought himself one turn perhaps, but even then.
Oh god.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah. Lorenzo knows. Wait a minute. I can win this even with time. Go for the. I guess. Yeah.
Just to deny more outs, right?
Yeah,
it makes total sense to me. Yeah, just and we go. Has a Dawn as well.
Oh no! This means you can find the Dragapult EX as well.
And the Dracloak. Just for another recon directive.
Does he have a way to get Draco out of the active though? Do we see it? Oh wow, and the Meowth as well. Goodness.
I think he wants to find an energy off of this recon directive number 2. I think that's kind of what he's digging for, because I don't see an out in hand. So yeah, it really does come down to this. Recon directive, do you find an out to retreat? Oh,
nice stretch is not live.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, he's still in a great position.
Yeah, still in a great position, but it does mean a Team Rocket's Transceiver is now an out for Ingvar. So he has one top deck. What does he find? Oh. It's a Shaman.
I mean, it's a Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon.
I mean, hey.
That's about as generous as you can say in this circumstance. It's a Pokemon card of all time in the current scenario.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, wow.
Oh no, here we go though. Boss is Rare Candy!
Yes.
Doesn't even need it. What am I on about? He's got 2 stage 1s out.
And also, I didn't...
Oh, wait, but you know, you can get... Wait, is Blaziken in hand? Is there energy in discard pile?
There's a Crispin in hand, isn't there?
There's a Crispin. Okay, so energy's not actually a problem. Oh, wow. This is honestly so much stuff going on here. This is looking very dicey for Ingvar.
There's Meowth. Same difference, basically.
Meowth for Crispin.
Yep.
And that means we're Phantom Diving. Oh.
Yeah, and he's playing, I will say, one thing I really like about Lorenzo, he knows he needs to win Lightning fast, so he is playing as fast as he can because he knows that's what he needs to do. So really liking that. Oh, Rare Candy Blaziken as well, just to get everything going. Goodness me. And yeah, just no time wasted. Phantom Dive.
Uh-oh.
One more top deck for Ingvar. What do you find?
Petrol.
It's a Metagross.
That's
it. That's
it, right?
That's it.
That's it. And there it is. There's the conversion from Ingvar. Lorenzo pulls off the reverse sweep, winning game 2, winning game 3. And that is all we wrote. Lorenzo advancing towards that 7-0 now.
7-0.
7-0. And Ingvar, you put on a show. Unfortunately, fell short at the final hurdle, but what a performance from Lorenzo. Kept cool, kept composed. Take a deep breath now, my son.
A very understandable sigh of relief at the end of that best of 3, especially considering how little time was left, but just caught of a bit of a lucky break at the end with Ingvar just drawing the most horrendous hand. But let's go back and look over the series because it was so cool to see this Metagross deck do its thing.
Yeah, we saw wicked impact from a Team Rocket's Pokemon in a Metagross deck attacking. We saw the big, bad, scary Metallic Hammer getting dropped with that Gravity Mountain to be a one-hit KO. Then we saw the bounce back. We saw it all in game 1, to be honest with you. We saw Wicked Blow, we saw Metallic Hammer, we saw bounce back, and then we saw Metallic Hammer again, this time just for the 150. And then we saw the sort of boxing in there with the Metallic Hammer plus Brave Bangle combination to wrap up game 1.
Yeah, and that is really showing the power of the Metagross deck. But on the other hand, this is kind of the reversal of fortune, right? The double Genesect prize, so brutal. Ingvar trying his best to make things work, but Lorenzo was so well prepared, doing exactly the right things to capitalize on Ingvar's poor start. And that's what you have to do when you're in these situations. You can't get complacent. You need to make sure that you don't give your opponent a chance to come back. And so many devastating turns for Lorenzo, even with the double Rare Candy prized.
Yep. Double Rare Candy prize didn't seem to matter. It was a textbook turn, 200 damage onto Fez.
Rather, sorry, that was game 1, as in with the Dragapult prize rather in the early discard. Yeah, no, that was my bad.
That's okay. But yeah, this game 2 just able to just eke it out, and then this in the game 3, Ingvar plays a grand total of what, 2-3 cards, Shaman, energy, and that boss.
Yeah.
And that's all it was. Lorenzo didn't need a great, well, did need a great deal eventually. There was the Phantom Dive carrying that. Ingvar top decks. What was it again? Are we going to see?
It was the Metagross.
Oh yeah, Metagross. Yeah, we need Beldum and Metang for that. And that's all Ingvar could do. And Lorenzo advances at a 7-0 record.
Huge congratulations to Lorenzo, representing his home region very, very well, and commiserations to Ingvar, taking such an amazing deck and a new strategy, a rogue strategy, to a 6-0 record, falling a little bit short there, but I mean, he's locked to phase 2 at this point with the 6 wins already. I'm sure it's not going to be a great loss for him, but at the same time, I'm sure he's going to sweep it off and just come back stronger and try and do his best to make his way through to the next phase.
Yeah, of course. Still what? Undefeated, right? Oh no, he lost that one. Sorry,
He was undefeated.
Yeah, he was undefeated. That's what I meant to say. But it'll be interesting to see how this event pans out. What is going to be the better Metagross deck? Will it be Metagross, funnily enough, or will it be Slowking?
Well, I mean, there's arguments for both, right? Because we saw the power of both. Even with Slowking just outright won its series, but in that one game that Metagross did win, we kind of saw what makes it so strong. The fact that you're resilient to Crushing Hammer because you play one bajillion energy in your deck, and the Metal Maker you're filtering through, just like we saw all the way back with, as we mentioned before, that Origin Form Dialga V-Star deck. Those same strengths are there with the Metagross, but we're dealing with a one-prizer here. So the fact that you can one-shot so much of the format, you have this really cool engine with the Team Rocket's Petrol, of course, and the Pressor's Trolley. There's a lot to like about this deck. I think, again, there's a good reason why Ingvar's 6-0. I wouldn't be surprised to see either Slowking or Metagross go very far.
They both put on a show in their respective time. Unfortunately, Ingvar wasn't able to do it in one game versus games 2 and 3. And I think, had he not prized double Genesect in game 2, it's hard to tell how that game would have panned out, but I imagine it would have been a lot better than how it actually did for him.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we do have our 7-0 currently feature match winner, Lorenzo, over in the lounge. Let's hear from our winner over at the lounge.
Wow, what a game. Tense at the end there for Lorenzo. I mean, I'm going to say it straight away. You must be feeling amazing. 7-0 at your home event. How are you feeling right now?
Well, yeah, I'm feeling good. Like, the deck is working pretty good. And yeah, I'm just happy.
Let's talk a bit about the game. So you're up against a quite unusual deck with Metagross. Did you know how to play against that deck particularly?
Well, yeah, the only game I've ever played against the deck was against a friend of mine, I think a week ago at Locals, so I thank him for that.
Amazing. I mean, Metagross is my favorite Pokemon, so I was a little bit biased towards Metagross, but you showed exactly the weakness in the deck by taking out all of the 2-prize Pokemon on the bench and disrupting there. How do you feel about that third game where suddenly you're thinking there's not enough time and then there's an opportunity to win it?
Well, yeah, the third game was, I mean, I thought we were gonna draw, but he bricked, then there was nothing he could do. Like, sometimes it happens, especially this format, there's a lot of randomness, so yeah, it can happen. Like, I'm sorry for him, but he didn't get to play.
Yeah, but I mean, what an opportunity to compete in your home regional, traveling not too far away. We're just speaking just down the road from the event. So what's it like competing here? I'm sure a lot of your locals are here and things like that. Are you all kind of hanging out together in all the rounds and everything?
Yeah, of course. There's my group of friends. A friend of mine, Alexander Rat, he's playing now. He was 5-0-1. So yeah, he's pretty good. Doing well. I mean,
this is something we always talk about coming to Turin and Bologna before, is you guys are really strong, but you often only travel to this event. For you, is this potentially inspiring you in the future to travel to more events and travel abroad?
Well, yeah, I just started playing, like I started last June, so I haven't really had any time to participate at events. Also, like, I'm pretty busy with university and stuff like that, so it's hard to get the time for events. But yeah, definitely, like, I'm having a blast. Every one of my friends having fun. My first regional was at Prague, like a month ago. I had some pretty bad luck, but now it's going good. So I'm happy. And yeah, well, definitely, probably next season I will participate in some more events.
Oh, amazing, Lorenzo. So just 1 year ago, you started playing, and now you're here 7-0 at Turin. I guess for you, what is the best thing about playing Pokemon? What's the thing that's been the standout over the last year?
Well, I really like the game. Like, the rules are pretty simple, but there are a lot of little things that you can do to get the edge, especially with Dragapult. In June, I started with playing Dragapult, and then I only play Dragapult. That's the only deck I play every format. And I really love the deck. There's a lot of cool strategies you can make, and I came from other card games, so I was already familiar with some mechanics. But yeah, I definitely love this game. Like, there's a lot of skill involved. Well, of course, luck is involved too, but there's a lot of skill expression, especially with Dragapult, and I really love that.
Well, a lot of skill, put you in 7-0 currently, going to round out day one pretty strong, and then looking to go all the way to that final, I'm sure. Is there anyone you want to shout out at this moment I can see by your face there's a lot of people you want to thank.
Yeah, of course, shout out to all my friends, Alex, Yuri, Moemi, Marco, Jacopo, Nico, and Francesca, everybody watching at home. There's a lot of friends I made, like playing Pokemon. That's the thing I love. I meet a lot of people, very nice people, I make a lot of friendships, and that's really good. And of course, thanks to my parents. And well, yeah, sorry if I forgot anyone.
I mean, there's so many people to thank, and thank you for an amazing stream game.
Thank you.
Hopefully see a bit more of you later on, Lorenzo. But for you guys at home, let's take a little moment to guess some Pokemon and see what you know. Hello everyone and welcome to Guess
the Pokemon!
Where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows.
Oh, wow.
I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one.
Floatzel.
Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokedex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous.
I promise. I did not.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay, here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No?
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
We can have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I want you. Is it?
It's Gengar.
Hey, back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to two. Can't just actually get two in a row.
Okay, Shane. Okay. You've proven yourself, Leo. You're still.
Leo's just here for the vibes.
I had a good guess. I mean, you went for a crazy ghost type, right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Yeah. Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well. So
yeah, true. Fan favorite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon GO so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse. Item knocks your opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Vonzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or Grumpig.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these types.
I'm not even close.
Two new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's
It's Palia. There we go.
Let's go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG, so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. And I thought, psychic fairy dancing?
Yeah, why do you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the one and go. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
But I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokemon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokemon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Ogie Dogie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch, using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in format, such as Squawkabilly EX, Luminion V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Ogie being a single-prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy! So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's classroom.
I'll tell you what, it's heating up both physically and metaphorically here.
Popping to that. That was fantastic.
That was a lot of fun there. Yes, it's me, Mike, joined with Freya here, going to be taking through the action of round 8, and we'll be seeing which decks can make it to those top tables. Freya, we've had some interesting decks on the stream so far.
We have, and not only have we had some interesting decks on the stream, if we're talking about stuff that's not been on stream yet, I might be having to eat my words a little bit. Something that I called on Fraud Watch might currently be on 7-0.
Yeah, that Mega Starmie, which has been popular but not able to convert into those big results at many of our recent tournaments, is currently in a great position to do just that. 7-0, as well as a few Slowkings in that 7-0 spot too. So some interesting decks that aren't Dragapult currently sitting on those top tables.
I mean, Slowking is an absolutely fascinating one because the deck was already starting to creep up in terms of the murmurs around, this could actually be a real archetype. But I mean, Metagross does help deal with a lot of different stuff, so I guess maybe that's part of it, but is that what pushed it over the edge to this extent, that now we have 2 of them on 7-0?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, also the fact that Shaman has disappeared pretty much. There was a period of time where Arbeliever EX was popular, forcing Shaman into a lot of Dragapults. Now it's starting to fade away. That's where that Kyurem becomes oh so more deadly with that Trifrost that's going to hit 3 targets, and it can be devastating to wipe boards out, especially against Dragapult, which is trying to set up those Drakloaks, trying to set up lots of those 110 HP or less Pokemon, which is exactly what Kyurem aims to hit.
These kind of dynamics, they remind me of, there's been many formats in the past with what we call bench barrier Pokemon, right? Pokemon that protect other Pokemon on the bench, and them kind of coming in and out of the meta, in and out of a prevalence in the meta game based on what's around or what's not. And yeah, when you get to this kind of lull where people are thinking, oh, it's safe enough to not play these bench barrier Pokemon, suddenly something like Slowking comes in and Triforce says, thank you very much, I'm going to wipe out 3 of your guys. People may be thinking about playing Shaman again after this, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and after watching Brennan play so well on stream with it, and against Dragapult, which is the target for many of our players, it seemed to be in a great spot for the format. Lily's Clefairy, a great addition to the deck to be able to take down that Dragapult EX, but the Metagross is the thing that's making it the front of people's minds, right? It simplifies the attacking options you need. You only need the Kyurem and the Metagross. You don't need all these unusual little one-of options that might give you an edge in certain matchups. You can just focus on the two.
I mean, the other big one was, of course, Annihilate, right? That was kind of the big one-shot option that Slowking used before. But, I mean, Slowking deck's even playing that anymore? I mean, you probably don't need to anymore, right?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, Brennan was only playing the Metagross and the Kyurem, which definitely was an advantage in that simplicity, especially when you got so much of the puzzle to solve. You don't want to have to think about which attacker am I going to use as well. Keep it down to just the two. But yeah, Slowking, a deck should definitely be watching, as there are many of our trainers on the top tables with it. A few 7-0, a 6-0-1 as well. So yeah, definitely looking for one of those in Top Cut for sure.
You know what? The more I think about it, I think the progression of Slowking actually reminds me a bit of the progression of Golden Go, in the sense that it slowly but surely gained more and more pieces until all of a sudden you kind of know it's a deck that's been around, but you don't necessarily respect it as much. But then it just gets that last little bit that pushes it over the edge, and suddenly it's absolutely everywhere. I mean, with Golden Go, we had the slow evolution with first like the Gen set with the metallic signal and also the air balloon to give the flexibility there. And then, you know, the Lunatone Soul Rock package was what really took it over the edge.
100%. And even going further back, Regidrago V-Star, when you've got that attack that says you can copy the attack of something. In Regidrago's case, it was dragon types, and in Slowking's case of non-rulebooks Pokemon, it does always rely on the Pokemon coming through in the format. So every time a new set comes out, those Slowking fans will check every single one of the non-rulebooks Pokemon that might have a peak attack that Slowking can copy with that Seek inspiration.
And bringing us full circle, of course, what was the attack that pushed Regidrago V-Star over the edge? It was Dragapult EX and Phantom Dive.
Exactly. For almost like 2 years, Regidrago V-Star was a hugely off-meta pick, and then suddenly it was the dominant force of the format, similar to how Dragapult EX is now.
In fact, the argument was, what's the better Phantom Dive user, Dragapult EX itself or Regidrago V-Star? And I guess maybe, now I guess it's a similar debate, right, with the Slowking. What's the best Metagross user? Metagross itself or Slowking? It's funny how history, it doesn't always repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
Exactly, and Metagross unfortunately falling short in that last feature match, just being solved by the Dragapult player on the other side. An amazing 7-0 position for Lorenzo, and looking around the hall, there is a lot of the local players coming out, and that is what we always see here in Italy. It is a strong local community, many of which those players will only travel to a few events a season. Suddenly here, you got to watch out for those names, and here's some of the names we've been watching from the beginning.
Yeah, so we were talking about local heroes, right? Kim Pobega and Fabio Battistella, not so much fit in the category of players who don't travel outside of Italy that much. These two absolutely do. Both of them, in fact, got top 8 at Utrecht, so really representing Italy that well there. And Julius Brunfeldt, I mean, he is here, there, and absolutely everywhere. There is not a single place you will not see this man with a smile lighting up the whole field, and just, yeah, absolutely one of my favorite players, honestly, just to watch.
And one place we often see Julius is in Phase 2, as he's currently 5-1-1, as well as Fabio, who's also 5-1-1, where Kim slightly ahead on points at 6-1. So all of our players to watch making Phase 2 in round 7. So a great set of players we've chosen there.
Yeah, sometimes we've been a little bit hit or miss, right? Sometimes, you know, some of the players that we've picked, we almost like cursed them to an early exit, but it seems like this time not the case.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, these are some of the strong local players to watch out for, with Julius traveling a bit further afield, but there are many unknown names you've always got to watch out for at these events. I think when you're in the UK, there's a similar effect there. Plenty of strong UK players travel to Birmingham and EUIC, and you never know who you're going to face when you see someone from the local region, and the same thing applies here in Italy. You might not know their name, they might not have any kind of previous results, but they'll still be a player to watch out for.
It's happened so many times, right, where even some of these, like, maybe not so much with like Fabio and Kim because they've been around for a little bit, but every now and then you will get a player that will just be like the surprise local hero that, yeah, we might not have heard of before, but suddenly they're in the finals of a major, even taking down the whole thing.
Exactly.
It's happened many times. It's happened many times before, and I'm sure it'll happen again. In fact, very poignant, some of the players currently on 7-0-0 fit that category pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. Lorenzo, who we just saw on stream, only playing Prague, has been playing since June and is currently 7-0. Has played
June last year, I assume.
June last year, yeah, not this June.
Yeah,
that would be incredible. Got his ticket before he even started playing. Yeah. But here we can see some of those players we were just mentioning. We have had a chance to see many of these on the stream. Brennan was one of our first stream games with that Slowking we've been speaking about. But other than that, we've got some great names up there.
Yeah, we've got some great names, but again, very fittingly, it is a mixture of the known and the unknown. I see some names I recognize here. I see Lorenzo, of course, we just saw on stream. Brennan, Toby Clark as well from the UK. We're talking about the UK strong players there. Raz Wolp as well, but I'm not seeing a lot of other names I recognize other than those, you know.
Yeah, and you can see very quickly there are a diminishing amount of players on XO. Just the 5 players currently holding that 7-0 record, and that will go even lower after this next round, as some of those will pair up and see who can take their way through to 8-0. We might even have no players on XO at the end. This is always a fun thing as the events get bigger and bigger. Holding 9-0, 10-0 is becoming more and more possible as we're seeing 2,000 plus players. But as you can see, many of these players aiming for that top cut and are in a great position to do so.
Well, I mean, also the fact that, of course, with the recent changes to the rules in the top cut, if you go into top cut in a higher seeding, you do get to choose who goes first for game 1. So it really is more of a benefit to not take the intentional draws and to play out as many of your games and win as many games as possible so you can get that top cut advantage.
Even as the day starts to get longer, you know, you're on your 8th and 9th round, you start to feel a bit tired, you slow down and ties start happening more. These players are hungry for wins to try and get every single point they can and make it all the way into that #1 seed, as you mentioned. Advantages now for those players in the higher seeds. And really, I think the question here is, what is the deck to watch? Because Dragapult is the known archetype that we're all worried about. Whenever we come to an event currently, you're thinking Dragapult's going to win, but what else is out there? We mentioned Slowking, but we've got other archetypes up at the top.
I think the answer is on your lapel.
You think the Matang?
Yeah. Well, I mean, granted, sure, we just saw it lose on stream, but we also just saw in game 1 how powerful it can be when it does get going. And we have seen a similar archetype, of course, way back being piloted by Andrew Hedrick, that Origin formed the Alga V-Star, also a Metal Maker deck, go all the way. I'm fairly sure Ingvar's going to shake off that loss and at the very least make it quite far into phase 2. I don't know. I'm sensing some aura. I'll put it like that.
Well, to throw one back at you here, Freya, what about your lapel? You have the Celebi to represent that Hydrapple inclusion. You know, Celebi, a great little support Pokemon in Hydrapple.
The grass decks in general, right? I had Beedrill and Forest of Vitality for my prediction, and I think if we're talking about grass stuff, there's a pretty good representation here during the phase 1 breakdown, right?
Yeah, Teal Mask Ogerpon, one of the most powerful cards in the format. Not only does it allow you to draw, but it accelerates energy, 2 of the most important key factors to develop your board. You want more than 1 energy per turn, you want to see more cards, and they do it both together.
See, I'm going to sort of give a little behind the scenes insight here. So whilst we were doing our rehearsals, I made what apparently was a very controversial statement, which is that in a vacuum, in terms of the whole package of what it does, Teal Mask Ogerpon EX is currently the strongest card in the game, and that's I don't know, I feel like that was met with a lot of disagreement, like even from yourself, but I don't know.
I actually sat quite quietly there, Fred, because I was uncertain as to whether that was true. I think there is a huge argument for that, because I always look at cards and I go, if you can accelerate energy or draw cards, you're probably a very good ability. And with Dragapult, we've got Dracloak that allows you to see draw more cards, and so that gives you that consistency there. You know, we've seen things like Charizard in the past, Gardevoir. Currently, you've got, you know, Grimmsnarl. I must add that in there, that accelerate energy, which is great.
Yes.
But when you combine the two together, it's so versatile, and that's why we see Teal Mask Ogerpon featuring in so many different decks, whether it is in combination with Raging Bolt or with a whole variety of attackers in these big basic decks.
I think for me, so like when I'm making a statement, I'm talking about something very specific, right? So when I say Teal Mask Ogerpon is the strongest card in the vacuum, that is not me saying that Myriad Leaf Shower is the strongest attack in the game, because that definitely goes to Phantom Dive. But what I'm talking about is what one single card enables you to do in one package. So like you were saying, the fact that it draws you cards and accelerates energy, and the attack is pretty decent.
Covers the grass weaknesses.
And then add on top of that, the fact that because it's a Terra Pokemon, it enables certain engines as well. So like all 4 of those together is what makes me kind of make that statement. It's not me saying that it is the strongest card in the game in terms of the attack, but in terms of what it offers you when it's in deck, it's kind of the complete package, hence my statement.
Yeah, and if history serves us right, it was part of one of the most powerful decks in recent times with that Regidrago V-Star we mentioned before, and it opened that up. So yeah, maybe it is one of those cards that everyone should be thinking about. How can I best include this in my next deck? Whether it is something like Raging Bolt, which uses it to kind of build up energy for attacks and a little bit of a draw engine, or whether you're using it with Meganium to attack or work with Hydrapple, Arboliva, and then there's things like Lily's Clefairy, which very conveniently works with that colorless energy cost. You can use the grass with an energy switch and make that attacker work. So there are so many different ways to use it, and perhaps versatility is something that is underrated when it comes to the most powerful cards. You guys let us know in the chat, because it'll be interesting to see what you guys think. I know Monkey Dory often gets chucked in as a card, maybe Dragapult, Dracloak, but yeah, I think we've made a fairly good case there for Teal Mask Ogopon.
And yeah, again, if you want to talk about overall, just like maybe the strongest ability in the game, that I would also give to Monkey Dory, just because Adrenaline Brain is absolutely bonkers. I'm just talking about the whole package in a card, and that's where my argument for Teal Mask Ogopon stands. Phantom Dive, strongest attack. Adrenaline Brain, strongest ability. Teal Mask Ogopon EX, the strongest overall package.
Well, round 7 was an incredible match on stream. Round 8 will be coming up shortly as our players have made their way to the table and will be setting things up. We'll be getting into that game shortly. But from our point of view, we're seeing some of those top players right at the top, but new names, and I'm really excited for this event to get to know some of these players who might be having the tournament of their lives. So let's see how these two players can show off what they've come up with here in Turin.
Yeah. In the left corner, we have Nathan Bonavia Zammit, whose only current result is a top 256 at Gdansk Regional. I think that is going to be close in your memory, isn't it?
Well, it's actually a fun fact. I played him in round 5 of that event. So we tied. We were both 2-2-1 and made it through to phase 2. And remember, early round of phase 2, we both kind of gave a nod to each other if we've made it. So that was quite fun.
Yeah, and meanwhile, in the right corner, we have Jonathan Gorgos with a few more accomplishments, actually, all the way back in Offenbach in 2019, got top 32, and then but now has come back with some more recent accomplishments: a top 64 in Prague, a top 128 in Stuttgart, and a top 256 at LAIC. So you know what? No slouch himself.
And I think looking at those results, that might put him in a great position to be competing for that World's Invite, where we know many of the players at this event are trying to finish off their points to get as close as possible to that top 135, and this is definitely a player looking to do just that, as we see the cards being laid out, and it looks like we've got Alakazam back, but that Mega Starmie coming through.
I feel like I am getting a little bit trolled here, I'm not going to lie, because here we see the Mega Starmie coming in on 7-0. This is the archetype we were talking about earlier, and you know, it's really dropped off in the metagame breakdown, but obviously it does have its strengths, and Nathan is kind of leveraging those to a 7-0 start so far.
Well, looking at both these players as they kick things off, round 8, 7-0 versus a 6-0-1, where we were talking about their world's positioning. Jonathan is currently on 640 CP, so on that cusp of making a world's invite. We'll want to get some points here to rise up a little bit further, but currently sitting at 601, we'll be pretty happy with his positioning.
So as I understand it, 640 championship points is actually currently enough, but really wants a few more to secure it. But Nathan, on the other hand, he is up against it. One of the few players from Malta that we've seen. We have not featured many Maltese players on stream, so really cool to see someone from so far coming and doing so well, but he is in that position of he needs a golden ticket for the invite. It is win or bust for Nathan going to Worlds.
And just Jonathan there with the Alakazam, only an Abra and a Dunsparce down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nathan's starting with the very cat-like Pokemon you do not want to start with, and it's that Meowth EX sitting in the active spot. Buddy Poppin will be a saving grace to get things going, but at this stage, you are certainly not happy to be seeing the Meowth start.
No, it's never something you want to start with, given that when you start with it, you can't make use of that last-ditch catch ability. We're just getting a list up here. I do believe that's also the only copy that Nathan plays in his list, so will not have access to whatever support he wants, but is able to start up with a Buddy Poppin, which is still pretty solid. And, oh, hold on a second. Are we seeing a Mega Starmie, Mega Greninja hybrid going on? I see a Froakie hitting the field.
Very unique in terms of the start here. We saw the Staryu in the prize cards, so we knew that there was going to be a Mega Starmie involved. But yeah, you mentioned there the Froakie coming down. A unique list here. Definitely a combination of Pokemon you wouldn't necessarily expect to go together.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I feel re-vindicated all of a sudden. No, this is not a Mega Starmie deck. This is a Greninja deck with Dusknoir and Mega Starmie as a backup. This is bonkers here. Goodness me.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see a little bit more of how this deck works. Oh, has attached to the bench there, and has to leave that there and won't be able to go into that Budu here. So a bit of a mistake to item lock Jonathan at this stage. So now a little bit of an opportunity to draw some cards and set up a bit better.
So it's sometimes just like a mental blunder, right? You just know you need to retreat, but you want to set up your energy on the bench, so you just kind of attach without thinking. But now with that mistake, Jonathan's going to have access to items, which is really, really rough. I think Jonathan's turn will look very, very different if Nathan was able to hit you pollen this turn.
100%, and the telepathic energy coming through. A key piece that's unlocked Alakazam alongside that poker pad. It just feels like they were made for the deck, as it will be able to set up nice and wide. 2 Abras go down on the bench, and the Dunsparce and telepathic energy for next turn to hand from that Hilda.
So, Mike, for the benefit of the folks at home, why don't we go ahead and go through? We've seen it like one stream already, but for the folks who might not know, how does the Alakazam deck work?
Well, off the back of a victory last weekend, Alakazam is very much a hot deck, and it's because it draws so many cards in combination, the Dunsparce and the Kadabras and Alakazams, drawing through Psychic Draw and Runaway Draw. And then that attack, powerful hands doing 20 or 2 damage counters, not damage in this case, to the active Pokemon for each card in your hand. So very quickly, that hand size grows and the numbers increase.
Yeah, so you just draw a bunch of cards, and then once you've drawn a bunch of cards, you basically take a one-hit knockout on anything with that powerful hand. That is the idea. Now, so Jonathan didn't have the most insane turn, was able to only get 1 Kadabra down, but it's going to go ahead and soften up this Meowth and do 30 damage to it with the Super Psybolt on the Kadabra.
What's really interesting is the package that Jonathan has is there to combat Dragapult EX. You see that Nighttime Mind, the handheld fan, but actually we got to start looking at this deck Nathan's playing. It gets caught in the crossfire there, as the main attacker is Greninja EX, which is a Terra, Nighttime Mind increasing the attack cost, and the handheld fan will be pushing that high energy cost of the attacker away. So as Nathan does his Chorus Tenacity now, will be looking for a Stadium Bump, as needs that in play to be able to attack for the full energy count.
Oh, that's really brutal. Of course, the no Mega Greninja in the list at all, actually. I stand corrected again. So it is, like you were saying, the Terra Greninja, that fighting type with the Shinobi Blade for 1 water energy, does 170 damage, lets you search a deck for any card, which is super, super strong. And of course, that Mirage Barrage attack, the devastating double 120, 120 to each of 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, just really clearing out boards. But with the Nighttime Mind coming in, yeah, it's going to be really hard to get that attack going.
Yeah, that Chorus Tenacity, an interesting supporter inclusion from Nathan, does play a Stadium Ace spec in that Grand Tree. So we'll look to try and use that at various points throughout the game, allow you to evolve up through the Greninja line. A typical support way to get the Greninja X in play, where otherwise it's quite a tough deck to play consistently, so needs that Ace spec for the evolution. Meanwhile, the other side, Jonathan looking to try and grow that hand, evolve the Alakazam line, and hit those big numbers.
Yeah, no items this turn, but still is able to do a lot of drawing through non-item means. Of course, that Dawn is going to be the big one, able to let you search for one of each kind of evolution stage of Pokemon, basic stage 1 and stage 2, so you can grab a lot of your lines really nicely there, including that Alakazam coming in with the powerful hand and the Psychic Draw to top the hand even more, and it's going to be more than enough to KO the Alakazam.
And looking at this amazing list Jonathan's playing, popularized by Keris's win in Indianapolis. A unique take on Alakazam, previously focused on consistency and drawing to try and make the Alakazam strategy work as often as possible. Now leaning into more of these controlling aspects with the Stadium, with the handheld fan, and that Dedenne that we saw do so well to win in the final last week.
And make no mistake, although this control package is in there, this is still a hyper-aggressive deck. You are still drawing a ton of cards. You are still taking a one-hit knockout, so much stuff. But yeah, stuff like this handheld fan can make things really, really annoying in terms of if you get attacked into, suddenly you're moving the energy to something useless, and you can really make things a hassle for your opponent to deal with.
Well, we'll see how that comes into play now. Nathan will be looking to try and start attacking. You don't want to give Alakazam too much time to set up, because it can start to get huge numbers with that hand size. But with the inclusion of the red card that we've got in the format now, special red card came out in Chaos Rising, and it has been touted as a hard counter to Alakazam. But there are lots of things that Alakazam players can do to play around it. And I think that's really what we're seeing here from Jonathan, just leaving the Dunsparce on board, recognizing that as the game goes on, and just in case there's an unfair stamp, just in case there's a special red card later on, we'll be able to stabilize the board.
Oh, hold on a second. A huge find from Nathan as he does find that Ignition energy and a boss's orders for good measure to be able to try and take out a couple of Pokemon. Of course, with the Ignition energy coming in, that's going to be enough to both provide the attack cost, but even under Nighttime Mind, because that's going to be 4 energy, and now you can Barrage 2 things.
Exactly, and we'll just discard those 3 energy there. An amazing heads-up play from Nathan, both disrupting and taking out 2 Pokemon. 2 prize cards for Nathan. Jonathan's going to have to try and find a way to return this knockout with that disruptive Abra Gust in the active.
Yeah, because now Jonathan needs to find a way to get this Abra out deactive or evolve it into an Alakazam as well. It definitely makes it a bit more of a headache, but Hilda could get him there.
So we'll just be Hildering now for an energy and maybe looking for that evolution. Does have a rare candy in hand. Can attack with the active. Does have the ability to draw plenty of cards with what's on board at this stage, and had a pretty big hand size from the previous turns too. So Greninja with that 310 HP will need to try and get 16 cards in hand, which I always find it quite funny watching Alakazam players count, because they're very good at counting, but they always want to double, triple check because it's such an important part of the turn. You need to check every resource. What can you play before you do your attack? And you're always having to adjust your hand because it's such a big hand size to play with.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're not, under damaging, right? Because if you do that, you end up in such a bad spot. And that's exactly why these players do take the time to count up, finds a Pokepad off of that runaway draw. So I think with that, we'll be able to find enough cards to get to 16 and take the KO on this Greninja EX. Yeah, he's doing the counts now.
This is why I said it's a lot of counting going on, and we'll just be working out what can be played on top of that. Does have a little bit of room here to play the Buddy Poffin as well, so we'll be able to get that one Dunsparce out of the deck, the other in hand, I believe. So just limited on how much is possible there, but then this will be that point we're talking about. The special red card is now going to come into play after this knockout.
There's an interesting dynamic potentially coming into play as well, which is in the fact that, so one more runaway draw is going to come in, but also important to consider, Nathan is actually playing a Dusknoir line in his deck. Jonathan is playing a Psyduck, but Jonathan's not seen Nathan put down any of the Ghost line yet. So that could come as a pretty nasty surprise for Jonathan later on.
And just see, counting out the cards onto the table there, runaway draw, and we'll get another 3 cards. But obviously with each of these draw engines, you're also putting a card in play. So yes, you get 3 cards, but by putting the Dunsparce down, you're only going to get 2 cards on top, technically.
Yeah, it's a +2 in card advantage overall, right? You -1, then you +3, so it's a +2 overall. I think there's a little bit of a debate around what was done with the telepathic psychic energy.
Yeah, just working out whether the effect of the special energy was done on top, I should imagine. Just checking here. It's always important. We got those stream judges there for a reason, so any of those questions come through, the players can ask away, so we'll find out what's going on there for you. But the Alakazam really totting up the numbers there, looking to try and get up to that 320 damage that could knock out the Greninja EX.
So I wonder if the debate is whether the deck was shuffled after the telepathic psychic energy, but I'm fairly sure searching the deck for 2 Pokemon is optional here. I guess. Oh no, it's not actually. Yeah, so when you attach from your hands to a psychic Pokemon, you have to at least search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon. So that's probably why there's a debate here, because of course we need to make sure to do the things properly. So just making sure they're clarifying that essentially.
Yeah, just checking things through here, as every little decision has to be perfect in these high pressure moments. 7-0 and 6-0-1 for our 2 players we're featuring at the moment. Both of them will be wanting to try and make their way into that highest position possible into phase 2, as we have one more round of phase 1. These players don't need to worry about it. They've already qualified for phase 2, but there's many players out there right now on 4-2-1, maybe 5-2, looking to try and make that final few points to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, just looking through at this judge ruling, I do believe there was a shuffle already done for another draw card. So in theory, it shouldn't impact the game overall. There were no other actions taken that would have made that make a difference either way. But that's exactly why the judges are going through with the replay, just to clarify that nothing else happened. But I don't think I saw anything that would have made that impactful.
Well, we'll leave it with the judges over there to work things out and see what the conclusion is. And again, this is why we're very lucky here with Pokemon TCG, that there's an amazing team of judges out there to make sure everything is followed through. And at any point, our players are able to ask the question, ask about the rulings, and they're always there to help. So great to see that coming through here. And it was all done in such a simple way. Ask the question, and the judges will work it out.
Speaking of questions, I got one for you, Mike. So can you name an example of a time where a recent judge interaction that you had? Of course, you've been competing a lot this season as well. I had 2 top 16 finishes. Do you have any kind of stories like that you want to share?
I'm a bit of a fiend for calling a judge on myself.
On yourself? Okay, fair enough.
And I realize I've made a mistake, and then I'm like, well, let me get a judge over. I need to correct this. And normally it's all done nice and easily. I think the key here is as long as you explain everything that goes on, there's a very clear system in place to make sure everything's done fairly. I've had plenty of game losses, double prize penalties for my own silly mistakes, and it is just part of the game. And I think one of my games in Toronto, against my worst matchup, I made a game loss error through my own mistake.
Oh no.
And the judges resolved it, and it is what it is. My opponent and I were very friendly about it, and it was like, I've made a silly mistake.
Yeah.
It is just how it goes sometimes, and then consequently lost the game, which I could have won against my worst matchup. So, you know, it happens to everyone, but the best way to do it is just be polite, and things will get resolved.
Yeah, I'll sort of, in solidarity, I'll share. It was probably my most embarrassing judge call. This was a while ago, and it was at a much smaller tournament. This was at, like I think it was at a city championship back when those were a thing. I somehow started a game putting out 8 prize cards.
That'll do it.
And I didn't even notice until we're partway through the game, and I looked to my side, and it was like, I put out 8. And the judge just like looked at me. It was actually a friend of mine, Danilo. He came over, called judge, and he looked at me and just like, Freya, how did you do this?
I mean, putting out 0 prize cards is one of the most common errors people do to start a game. I've forgotten to put my prize cards out plenty of times, but to put extra ones, that's quite the moment.
I don't know how I did that. We ended up resolving it by, like, you know, 2 of the prizes were shuffled into the deck, and of course that was a unprompted deck shuffle, so I think I got like a prize penalty basically for that. It wasn't like a game loss because it was giving myself a disadvantage, so like obviously no advantage was gained, but it was still an incorrect move, so I got a prize penalty for that. But now I look back on it as a funny memory. But at the time I was like, oh my goodness, how did I do that?
Well, hopefully the resolution can be found soon for our stream game. As you alluded to, I think there was a telepathic energy attached, and the effect was not completed potentially. So we'll find out what the conclusion is there. But you know, all of these high pressure moments is really, and also with fatigue, right? That's typically where the mistakes come through. You're playing in a high stakes game and you're tired, and that's where you lose your focus. You can't prize check anymore because your brain's all fuzzy, and you're having to really think through the mechanics. I mean, even back in Frankfurt, my round 9, I got a game loss for taking 1 too many cards off of an INO, and that was, my brain was just completely fried. I couldn't think straight. And so yes, it is always these final rounds where things start to get more and more complicated for our players.
Okay, but let's think about it this way, right? So one thing is, you know, a mistake happened, but to try and, I guess, turn it back around. When you're in that moment, how do you pull yourself back out of it? Because you made a mistake, but you know you need to go through. So what do you do to like pick yourself back up?
Well, I'm lucky to have a background in coaching and esports where I always had to come up with that
That's
advice.
Convenient.
Yeah, but deep breaths are always the best advice. So for everyone at home, it looks like our players are resolving the final moments of that judge call, and we'll find out exactly what happened there. But yes, I'm sure both these players nice and calmly sorting this out, because there is no place that's more stressful to have any kind of gameplay errors than when you're on the stream table and all the eyes are watching as our players carry on. And it will be the Dunsparce for 3 cards, as we saw just before we took that little break there, and shuffling them into the deck. And I think that will mean that Alakazam can take a knockout on Nathan's Greninja EX.
Should be enough cards in hand, right? I do see a ton there. Be able to do a counter here. There's a 3, is it 5, 7, 6, 7? No, I did it again, didn't I? 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's enough.
So that'll be the knockout there, and just got word that there was a warning to Jonathan for skipping an action with the telepathic energy there. So no prize penalties here. We'll be taking that knockout, going down to 3 prize cards, and now Nathan gets his ace spec on board, and it will be that Grand Tree.
Yeah, and what an appropriate thing to evolve into, of course, that Mega Frostlass that does more damage for every card in the opponent's hand. If there's any Pokemon that's going to be knocked out from that attack, it's going to be an Alakazam.
100%, and 3 prize cards given up when that gets knocked out too, so definitely a scary prospect to leave that Mega Frostlass there. And a Lily's Determination. I'm sure Nathan right now will be looking for some disruption of some sort to try and take this knockout.
Well, I mean, a special red card would be perfect, right? Because that would put Jonathan on 3, and that would be 150 damage, which would still be enough to put Jonathan on a low hand size, but still take a knockout on the Alakazam.
And just beginning to do that, flip the script here. A knockout was taken last turn, so we'll get to draw 3 cards. No red card, and Nathan says, that's it. Let's go game 2.
Yeah, needed to find the red card there to both disrupt and take the knockout, but missed it. So acknowledging the state of the board and say, yeah, let's just skip and go ahead to game 2. So Jonathan will take game 1, and yeah, that's a fearsome display of the power of Alakazam.
What a deck we've seen rising to the top. The winner of our Indianapolis Regional, piloted by Keris. has inspired many people to try out her build with that Nighttime Mine and the handheld fans. It was a moment here where Greninja EX looked to be coming back into it, taking out 2 big knockouts.
Yeah, right, because that's Mirage Barrage coming in at the exact right time with the Ignition Energy, being able to pay, make up for the extra cost of the attack from the Nighttime Mine, but it just wasn't enough. Because, yeah, it was the script needed to find the special red card and just didn't find it, and kind of very smartly acknowledged that needed the extra time, and so with that play not working out, just go next.
Exactly. It can be quite a tough matchup when you have these high HP Pokemon that typically can tank a hit from most of the decks in the format, especially that scary Phantom Dive, which only hits for 200. So when you've got over 300 HP, you can deal with it. But in this case, Alakazam, a one-prize attacker that can knock out anything in the format. So Nathan's going to have to be careful here, but does have options available. So we'll be looking to try and find those in this game.
Let's see what the prize cards are. I do believe accidentally put the prize cards out on the table. No, we need them over there. Oh, double boss's orders is not a great feeling. Double water energy, not amazing either. It's not unworkable, but that can't feel great.
And we'll be starting with the Staryu, which I think is that attacker that's ideal for this matchup.
Yeah, we'll be able to do 120 to the active and 50 to a bench Pokemon. Sets up KOs very nicely. Of course, 50 damage will just outright KO an Abra on the bench. So if Jonathan is not able to get down a Shaman, which he's definitely not because he doesn't even play it, that's going to be pretty good going for that Mega Starmie EX.
Yeah, just the 1/1 line of Mega Starmie in this deck. So I guess this matchup is one where it is in there for it. And I think there'll be certain matchups that the Mega Starmie will be ideal for. But just a whole toolbox of attackers here for Nathan, all using that water energy as the attack cost. And the early pass over to the other side, Staryu and Duskull down. And it will be now a chance for Jonathan to get things set up.
Oh, hold on a second. Something very important to note. Those 2 boss's orders are actually the only copies that Nathan plays. So not going to have any access to boss until he starts taking some knockouts.
Yeah, and they will be key targets as the game goes on, because Jonathan will be looking to set up the Alakazam line. And if you can completely take the Alakazam line out, there's not a huge amount Jonathan can do at a pinch. So a combination of the Dusknoir and the Mega Starmie could be an opportunity here to take big knockouts.
Yeah, and I want to talk about contrast of fortunes in terms of the setup. Wow, look at this here. Now that the Duskull has gone down from Nathan, Jonathan recognizing that needs to grab this Psyduck here, so we'll go ahead and grab that, and then prioritizing the Dunsparce and that Alakazam for good measure too.
Well, one of the interesting things with Psyduck is it takes up a bench spot, and with Jonathan's deck, every bench spot is a draw engine, because your attacker is a draw engine, your Dunsparce take up bench space. So with that Psyduck down, only able to get 2 Abra. Meanwhile, the 3 Dunsparce can come out of play, but for now, it will just be the 2 Abra available.
And I'll tell you what, it's actually very fortunate for Jonathan that Nathan prized the 2 boss's orders, because if that wasn't the case, there is a turn, this turn, where you can boss's orders to bring up this Abra, and then if you can go into Mega Starmie and do the Jetting Blow, you're taking a double knockout, and as you were mentioning, take out the whole Alakazam line and leave Jonathan with basically nothing.
Not possible currently, but Jonathan won't know that. We have the extra eyes on those prize cards that give us that advantage of knowledge. But getting into the Mega Starmie, that has been achieved. That is the first part of the puzzle complete. And then the rest of the puzzle will heavily be dictated by what's seen on the other side of this Lily's Determination, I imagine.
I mean, it's a very simple puzzle in this instance, right? Oh, wait, hold on, there it is. Chorus's Tenacity. Well, that would get it done right there. Guarantees the energy in the stadium.
Yeah, go for the guarantee instead. No point in panicking over whether the Lily's Determination for 8 will find it. Instead, gets that Grand Tree and a water energy.
Hold on a second. Wait, this means that if you wanted to... Oh, no, he decides not to go for it. You could have actually board wiped both the Abras here with the Grand Tree into the Dusknoir. Oh, no, there's on the side. Of course, that's the whole point. Yeah, so that was very heads up that Jonathan went for that immediately.
Yeah, a little bit of damp on the bench. That Psyduck will deny that completely. But the knockout on one of the Abras really does start to put pressure on, as if you attack with an Alakazam and don't manage to set up multiple Abras, that Mega Starmie will keep pummeling the Alakazam line. So Jonathan now will be really hoping to try and get a big one-hit knockout on this 330 HP Mega. That's going to require 17 cards in hand.
And that's going to be hard enough even if the board is wide, but it's really not right now. With the second runaway draw done, suddenly Jonathan's only left with an Abra and a Psyduck on the bench.
Yeah, just going to have to shuffle up here. Does get the Pheasantipity EX, so we'll be able to draw the 3 from that. And a Rare Candy Alakazam, although it sounds great because you get to draw 3, but by playing the Rare Candy and the Alakazam and the attachment, you're essentially not gaining any cards. So all that draw needs to come from the other draw engine here, and I think hitting 17 cards in hand might be too much to ask for at this stage.
I think you might be right, especially with basically all the draw options are now expended, especially... Yeah, that is not 17 cards in hand, and as you rightly mentioned, Rare Candy plus Attachment plus Alakazam is a neutral, and oh, we're just going to game 3!
And that was exactly it. Mega Starmie, we mentioned, was a powerful attacker in this matchup, and that is exactly why. Those Abras on the bench are clean knockouts with the secondary effect of the attack. Mega Starmie, the MVP, and Jetting Blow, the powerful attack.
Didn't even matter that you weren't able to knock out both the Abra, because with there only being one left, Jonathan basically had nothing going for him. And I mean, say if that game went on longer, all it would take is the boss's orders that you got off the prizes to KO with the Psyduck, and then you're just, you know, doing dust on everything and you're just running away with it. So Jonathan, acknowledging that, decides, let's just go game 3 now.
Wow, the Psyduck really did block up that bench with its damp, but it denied the Dusk Line from being able to blast the bench, and that's really it. That's how quick the game can go. We thought, based off of that first game, Alakazam looked incredibly favored here, but actually, what we saw from Nathan there is that 1-1 Mega Starmie line might be the key to the matchup. If it's unavailable like it was in game 1 when Staryu was prized, then it might be a tough old matchup, but lots of options here, and that's the key with these toolbox decks. There's so many different ways you can play them. Every single game will feel different, but for Alakazam, there's one target only. Get a big old hand.
Yeah, now speaking of, well, not quite a big old hand, but a regular old hand, that is going to be a mulligan. It had Mega Starmie, but nothing to start with, unfortunately, so it's going to have to shuffle up, and that will give Jonathan an extra card, which, considering he's going to be going first in this game, he's got to be feeling pretty good about.
Yeah, one deck you do not want to mulligan into is the deck that's attack cost is very much dictated by the hand that you have. So
or it's damage, rather.
Yes, yeah, the attack damage there would be increased with every mulligan in theory. But plenty of basics here for Nathan, so I should imagine we'll see a few hands at most here. And we'll be looking to try and get a basic. There's a Fez. That's not the basic you want to see.
Oh, yeah, he's shaking his head. That is not a great opening hand, is it? Yeah, it has to start with the Pheasantipity EX. Let's see what these prize cards are. Maybe that can be a little bit of a saving grace. Okay, the Starmie line is accessible, so Nathan's got to be feeling good about that at least.
Yes, and this will be it. Game 3 here as Jonathan kicks things off going first, attaches the telepathic psychic energy, and this is pretty much the dream start any Alakazam player would want.
Yeah, especially going first. Of course, you can't play a supporter, so the telepathic psychic energy, acting as its own buddy Puffin when it's attached to that Abra or any psychic Pokemon for that matter, lets you grab 2 more basic psychic Pokemon from the deck and put them onto your bench. Oh, and has a buddy Puffin to match up with it too. What a phenomenal start.
And you wonder what the targets are here. Do you try and go wider with the Abras, or do you keep it more Dunsparce related? We'll be doing a bit of prize checking here to decide that very decision.
I think you can probably hold off on benching the Psyduck here, given that there's no Duskull currently down. So just get the third Dunsparce down so you can draw more cards, because odds are you'll find another search card to get the Psyduck down later.
Exactly that. And there's 2 rare candy prize for Jonathan, which will be making Alakazam knockouts early on a little bit tougher, as there's only 1 left available.
Yep, does only play 3 in the list, but maybe going first, that doesn't matter as well. Oh, the third one's in the hand already, okay.
I mean, that's pretty much ideal, isn't it? As we see plenty of draw ready for next turn. We'll just be poker padding early. I guess one of the advantages Nathan has with his deck is it is an unknown entity. Not many people will be familiar with it, so you do have to start thinking about, you know, item lock. Will the buddy find the Budu? And that is the exact thing we'll be seeing here from Nathan. A buddy Poffin going straight down, but there is just the 1 Budu available.
Yeah, 1 Budu and 1 Staryu, but both not prized, so we'll go ahead and prioritize both of those. Makes a lot of sense to me. We'll do a quick check of the deck as well, and we'll probably realize that, yeah, the prizing is a lot better this time. Nothing really too consequential, and I believe there's a Lilies in hand as well to follow up. Oh, and an Ignition Energy to retreat this Pheasantipity. I mean, if it's silly and it works, it's not silly because it gets you an Itchy Pollen.
Exactly. The key to slowing down Alakazam can sometimes be that Itchy Pollen, deny the rare candies. But thankfully for any Alakazam fans out there, Kadabra able to take out that Budu always provides a little bit of solace. But you see, this is a good start here for Nathan, able to get that main attacking line, the Mega Starmie down early, and we'll just be looking to set things up. And I guess for you here, Freya, what is the key here for Nathan to get ahead and stay ahead in this matchup?
I think it's just making sure that, yes, you can attack with the Mega Starmie quickly as you can, but then setting up some backups, right? And this is kind of playing into that exactly, that hand is pretty atrocious because I'm fairly sure he's not able to play any of that. He would really like to get some Froakie down so he could do like a follow-up with a Mirage Barrage later, and he's not been able to do that at all.
Exactly, and you can just see the Itchy Pollen coming through. Will be a singular damage counter on the Dunsparce, and I think you can pretty quickly say goodbye to that damage as the Dunsparce shuffles back into the deck, and that's some pretty good draw already from those Kadabras as Jonathan builds up a massive hand here.
Yeah. Oh, and absolutely vital. Finds the Dawn. This does mean that he can take all of the Abras on the bench out of KO range because all 3 of them will be evolved into Kadabra, so that makes the Jetting Blow nowhere near as devastating as it might be otherwise.
And this is where that going first for Jonathan was so key. Start evolving before the Mega Starmie can start Jetting Blow. And that really is looking a completely different game here for Jonathan. A quick scoop, recognizing that this matchup is definitely one that might take some time to get going, as you have a lot of draw to do for Alakazam, but both these players playing incredibly fast at this stage. 25 minutes left for this Game 3 to conclude.
Now, one thing I would really like to see from Jonathan is kind of banking these Dunsparce on the bench, but not using them, because you have everything they need at this point. You have the Dawn, so that'll get you the 3rd Kadabra, which will take yourself out of range. You evolve up into the Dunsparce, and then you just bank those so that you have the draw for the next turn, whereas this turn you don't really need it because a Super Slybot will be enough to take the KO.
Exactly, and knowing that Grand Tree is the A-spec of choice, you're not worried about Unfair Stamp at this stage. You don't have to worry about getting that Genesect down. If anything, the Grand Tree can be kind of beneficial in a way because it can allow you to get the Dunsparce yourself.
Oh, hold on a second, though. Jonathan has gone ahead and benched another Abra. This might give Nathan the opportunity for a 2-price KO here. I'm surprised to see that, actually. Oh, actually, no, he didn't even... Right, okay, that was the case anyway. He actually prioritized the Dunsparce over the 3rd Kadabra. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, and got the Enriching Energy in play still, so looking to just hold off in case maybe something like a Judge is available for Nathan, so playing around Disruption here at this stage.
So that's the part that I like, because like I mentioned earlier, I think banking the Dunsparce when you don't need to use them makes a lot of sense, but I do think that if it comes at the expense of enabling a Jetting Blow to take 2 prize cards, I'm not so sure how I feel about that, you know? Because now Nathan has a much better turn, because this Hilda is going to get him 2 prize cards.
For sure, I mean... At this stage, the board for Jonathan is looking strong. Could have made it even stronger, as you mentioned. And it will just be that board setup now for Nathan to try and back up this Mega Starmie that will be the key. But I guess for Jonathan, he's comfortable with these 3-prize Pokemon being put in play because it's a nice uptrade, 1 prize into 3 prize. But ultimately, Jonathan is currently working through a unique matchup. He's probably never experienced this before. He doesn't know how to play against Mega Starmie with Greninja EX and a Dusknoir line as well as a Mega Froslass. That's not something he's prepped for, so we'll be kind of solving this on the fly.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Mike, that is the part of the advantage of playing a deck like this. Maybe you kind of, not even intentionally, but your opponent just makes mistakes because they won't necessarily know what the best way to approach a given new matchup is. There is a Jetting Blow, double knockout, so the Kadabra goes down, 1 and the Abra goes down, 2 prize cards for Nathan. Can Jonathan get to this 3 prize knockout on this Mega Starmie? His hand is already huge, so chances are he can get there.
So also, can he take the knockout and stabilize the board behind it? You know, wants to draw lots of cards, but currently has a reasonable hand size. Not saying it's huge, but every single card you play is going to reduce that hand size to draw a few more. So that Rare Candy Alakazam is only a +1 to the hand. So these Dunsparce are going to have to do a lot of work at this stage.
Yeah, but I mean, with how many cards are in hand already, I actually think Jonathan, even not playing any other cards, I don't think he's a million miles away. The Dunsparce is going to go ahead and get 3 more cards. So the kind of card advantage expenditure has already been done because it's already been evolved. So that's going to be a +3.
And you just see the no Alakazam in deck. Dawn will just be 2 cards, but it's that Genesect, the Ace Nullifier, which will be coming through typically to deny Unfair Stamp in Alakazam. But on this occasion, we'll deny Nathan from that Grand Tree.
Yeah, which means that Nathan will need to find a Rare Candy to get there instead. So very heads up from Jonathan, recognizing that, sure, you're not going to be stopping Disruption, but you're going to be stopping something equally as devastating. And Handheld Fan is ready to go in hand as well. So I think Jonathan's just counting the cards to make sure he can kind of bank this.
We'll draw 3 now. Runaway draw. Puts the Enriching Energy back in deck. Protects it somewhat.
Also enables it to be reused.
Alakazam to the active.
How many cards in hand now? It is a lot. I think it is does just come down to a matter of, is there enough in hand for Jonathan to put down this Genesect with the Handheld Fan and still take the knockout? I think there's enough, you know.
Just going to be counting out that deck, that hand. The downside of counting out the hand is it's very hard to also look at what's in the hand. So then you have to do a
Yes.
little look through to remind yourself what resources you've got. And then you got to think, what are the most important resources at this stage? And for Jonathan at this stage, it was getting back an Abra, as 2 were knocked out in the previous turn.
Oh, and hold on a second. Having to bench this Serendipity EX does not feel great. That could be a very easy way for Nathan to go back into an advantageous prize map, because, of course, it's weak to fighting, so the Terra Greninja can KO it for 1 energy.
100%, and we see just counting out those cards one last time. Will the knockout come through? There it is. Mega Starmie goes down. One final knockout onto that Mega Starmie. I doubt we'll see that come back, but it was so key in game 2 for Nathan. Now it's not available, and there he goes off the top.
Finds the Grand Tree, and so Jonathan not prioritizing the Genesect, not being able to go for it. If Nathan can find, I think Nathan has a special red card in hand, so he's absolutely thinking about this right now. Grand Tree into the Terra Greninja. Oh, wait. Oh no, the Terra Greninja's in hand. Is there another one in deck?
Does play the 2. We'll look to special red card at this stage, and that is a key piece to try and deny Alakazam the resources it needs to take big knockouts.
Okay, he's fine either way because there's the rare candy in hand, so no matter what, he can go for this Greninja play, and yeah, he's actually going to not even bother with the Grand Tree. Oh, but hold on, you can use the Grand Tree to go into Dust Noir as well. Oh, this could be a devastating turn.
Exactly, so lots on the board here for Nathan to pull off, and we'll be able to try and leave only large Pokemon in play. That Greninja EX with 310 HP, the Serendipity EX from the start, it was started. Nathan started it. So we'll be looking to try and keep everything as high HP as possible after that red card.
So what Nathan, in case you're at home wondering, what is Nathan thinking about right now? He's thinking about the optimal sequence to make this turn as devastating as possible. Does it make sense for me to play the Buddy Pop in first, or should I go for the Grand Tree first? Because the one thing that he needs to make this turn, like, you know, the ultimate devastating turn, is to find that boss's orders. If you find that boss's orders, you combine that with the special red card, you bring up the Serendipity EX, you KO it, you deny an extra draw from Jonathan there. It's 2 prize cards, and that's going to put you in very good contention to win.
While you're talking about all that, let's just talk about Shinobi Blade. 170 damage, not much damage normally, and something like Alakazam with fighting resistance, you think, oh, that's quite close, but it is literally the perfect maths. 140 on the Alakazam with that resistance will be the perfect damage, and Shinobi Blade, very good at setting up plans because you get to search your deck for any card you like afterwards. So Nathan right now in a great position to punish after that special red card, and it will be down to this Dust Noir in combination with Shinobi Blade of Greninja EX.
So is there any way for Nathan to find this boss's orders, or is it's just going to be the Shinobi Blade? Okay, just he's holding fire for now. He's saying, okay, I can just take the KO here. Going to take 1 prize. The special red card should hopefully be enough to deny Jonathan the means of taking his last knockout for the win, and then if you can't find it, I win next turn.
Interestingly here, Nathan's actually playing around special red card himself, and Jonathan just drew into it as well. So disrupting Greninja in this late stage would have been huge.
Wait, no, he's not. Like, Nathan is just taking his 3rd prize card, so he could get special red carded here.
Oh, wow. Everything's kind of coming together in these final stages. Nathan, 3 prize cards left, looking to try and get the winning moment next turn. Can knock out both a Serendipity and a 1-prizer, is very much in range.
Yeah, Shinobi Blade did find, with that ability to search any card in the deck, found the boss's orders, so Jonathan is basically on a 1-turn clock. Having said that, the special red card is there, ready to go in the hand, so maybe that can buy him some more time if he can't find the KO here, because if he finds the KO here, he wins anyway. Let's see.
Very interesting. I mean, that special red card might actually be the key to Jonathan's turn here, because everything is available for Nathan to win next turn. He took the boss's orders. He has the ignition energy ready to go. So Jonathan looking to try and get that big 2-prize knockout here to win the game off the back of a special red card. Is there enough draw in play? That's the question.
Can't play the enriching energy because he needs to attach to attack. He also would really like to play that Nighttime Mine just to counter the Grand Tree, although the Grand Tree wouldn't necessarily have an impact for the next turn anyway. He's just going through the calculations in his head. Here's counting the cards. Is he doing it in blocks of 5, it looks like? So Pokepad. Oh, hold on a second. Is this just going to be enough? If he goes for... If he finds the Kadabra, draws 2 and attaches the energy, I think that's going to be just enough.
Well, does just have to work it out in this final stage. Needs to try and get 16 cards in hand, which is a lot to ask off the back of a special red card. Did have a few to Dunsparce. Unfortunately, like you said, can't use that enriching energy, which would be huge at this stage, but gets to draw 2.
So I think this will put him to 17 cards in hand, and then he attaches the Psychic, and that'll be 16, and that'll be exactly enough, I think.
Well, we'll see at this stage.
Am I tripping?
I think he might be looking to go for that special red card. Is going to be putting the Nighttime Mine, so not quite there, not quite enough cards in hand, as Jonathan unable to recoup 16 cards off the back of that huge knockout last turn with the special red card.
No, yeah, it's not quite enough. I must have miscalculated, but it seemed like it was. No, it's not there. Oh, Jonathan is so close here. But yeah, I think you're right, Mike. I think it's going to come down, if he can't hit the KO here, it's going to come down to setting up your board as well as possible with the Buddy Poppin, and then special red card and hope it sticks.
And it's going to be that Psyduck as well that can now come in to deny the Dust Noir. And that's a huge advantage for Jonathan. Won't necessarily need to worry about that. The Dust Noir itself isn't required for Nathan to take the knockout next turn, because there is Pheasant TX in play, which he can take, as well as a benched one prizer. The special red card is required. Jonathan recognizes that. Now Nathan, who had game in hand, is unable to win next turn unless he draws it off of these 3 cards.
Yeah, so now it's a matter of he needs to find Ignition Energy plus Boss's Orders to take out the Pheasantipity and one of these weaker Pokemon in one go.
I guess the Dust Noir was a bit of a backup plan in case that wasn't possible.
Yeah, that's now way, way less, but I think it makes sense that Jonathan has played this out this way. 7 cards, I believe that is. So that's going to be 100, or 8 cards rather. So it's going to be 160 damage. Nathan, what do you have? Do you have a way to punch it? Well, not punch a ticket to phase 2, but to punch your ticket to an 8-0 record? I'm not seeing it from the... There's an Ultra Ball.
Oh, wow. So an Ultra Ball here, potentially looking for the Ignition Energy, but you need a little bit more. The Chorus's Tenacity could potentially take out both the Alakazam line.
No, it wouldn't be enough, would it? Because it does 120 twice, so especially in the active, it's going to have resistance coming in. It's not going to quite be enough.
Gravity Mountain would take it down to 110, which would still not be quite enough. So yeah, just the numbers here. Nathan trying to work out if there's any other routes. The original plan has been taken away with that special red card. The Dust Noir now not available for a secondary route to victory as the Psyduck comes down and the Damp ability denies the Cursed Blast from being triggered. So everything here now asking a lot of questions of Nathan as he's looking to try and find that Meowth and work out what the best game plan here is to take these final few knockouts.
Jonathan might have done just enough to secure this game free and to take him to a 7-0-1 record. You can almost like see the wrinkles of the furrowed brow on Nathan's head. He knows how close he is, but he just knows he's just that little bit short. Is it Boss? Is it Chorus's Tenacity? It has to be Meowth, right? But you need to play both these cards in one turn. You can't do that.
And exactly that. And this is the reason why Alakazam did so well last weekend, was because it is able to draw so many cards and take these huge knockouts, and it's able to do it with a full one prize board, occasionally the Pheasantipity TX. Everyone said special red card would stop it from doing what it does best, which is take huge knockouts and grow massive hands. And it's actually Alakazam with the special red card that might be coming through as the victor here, as Nathan now just trying to solve a route to victory in these final stages. Does play the Chorus's Tenacity to get that Ignition Energy and the Gravity Mountain. Is there a route here?
I guess you could take a KO onto this Alakazam with the Shinobi Blade and hope that Jonathan doesn't find another Energy and Alakazam to finish the, to seal the deal. That could be something maybe.
Could even retreat into the Dust Noir and hope that that's a route to victory.
That also doesn't feel great though, does it? It's gonna be Gravity Mountain, Ignition Energy, and okay, he's just gonna go ahead and take out the Psyduck and the Kadabra.
And here we go. There's going to be enough cards in hand here for Jonathan. With that Enriching Energy, draws 4, also has a Flip the Script, will be able to take the knockout onto that Greninja EX. 7 cards drawn at the start of this turn. And Alakazam, in the hands of Jonathan, will be going 7-0-1 here in phase 1 of Turin. And there it is, the big knockout. Nathan sitting strong on 7-1, but it is Jonathan now leaping ahead 701.
Of course, ironically, at the end, the Gravity Mountain actually made Jonathan's job even easier for him because it did reduce the HP of the Greninja EX as well. That's probably why there was the debate on playing it, but yeah, it was a rough scenario for Nathan there at the end, just a little bit short, trying to navigate that complex end game. Jonathan finding the pieces that he needed, Nathan not quite getting there. Wow, what a phenomenal match that was. Let's take a look back on that Swiss Round 8.
And it was that combination of Nighttime Mine and Handheld Fan, which was alluding to be quite a tough challenge for Greninja EX. And we saw it here that wasn't too much of an issue with the extra energy from Ignition, but it did mean that later on we saw some complex scenarios for that Greninja. Has to attack in very unusual ways, but it is an easy target for Alakazam that can hit big numbers.
And hit big numbers that it did. I mean, that's how this game one ended, right? Of course, Nathan knew that the KO was coming, needed to find that special red card, but missed and then conceded and went to game 2. And then game 2 was almost as over as quickly as it started, let's be real.
It was that Mega Starmie X, which was unavailable in game 1, that came through as the MVP here, able to take out that Abra on the bench, which was enough pressure for Jonathan to quickly pack things up. The side up came through at this stage to deny the Duskulls from evolving. Well, doesn't deny them from evolving, but it made Nathan go, why would I evolve them? Because I can't even use that Curse Blast. But that meant the bench was full of non-drawing Pokemon, and it meant there was not enough draw to take those big knockouts.
Yeah, and then we go into game 3, and this is the real back and forth here. We saw both decks really operating kind of like to the best of their abilities to some extent. The Mega Starmie came in for the early knockout, but Jonathan was able to respond this time. That was the big difference there. So actually able to get the KO on the Mega Starmie, and both players just trying to find these ways to navigate around these tricky little backs and forths. The Mega Starmie went down. Nathan had the response with the Greninja, but the special red card.
At that moment there, Nathan had game in hand, and it was the special red card from Jonathan, played by the very deck that's scared of it, that was able to deny Nathan the opportunity to take that big knockout. And in the end, the 2-hit knockout on the Greninja EX was enough. Jonathan able to take his final 2 prize cards there and take himself on to 701. An amazing result for the deck that just won the previous regional event in Indianapolis. It seems like that list is very strong.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, some people, and let the record say, I don't think I didn't ever agree with this take, and I think there's proof of it. Some people were out here claiming that special red card would be the death knell for Alakazam. Quad era demonstrandum, that is absolutely not what happened there. And to be fair, I think we all knew this wouldn't happen. Let's not forget, the first ever tournament, the major tournament in Japan, where the equivalent of Chaos Rising was legal and special red card became a thing, Alakazam won that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jonathan's going to be pretty chuffed with how his hands were being drawn there. And let's find out how he felt that match went, as we've got him ready now.
I'm here with the winner of our last round and who is now 701. Jonathan, walk me through how you're feeling.
I feel amazing. I was shivering going out there. I was like, I was so hyped, first time stream. I'm playing for such a long time and being my very first time on stream and here in front of the camera, it's such a weird feeling.
Talk about how long you've been playing.
Oh, well, I'm playing since 2016 or 2015, but I was playing the VG beforehand.
Okay.
And then at the Sun and Moon era, I was like, the meta is not what I wanted to be. And I just went to a pre-release and they picked me up and I'm playing since then. So on and off a little bit TCG, and like 3 years now I'm playing a little bit more. And it's so much fun.
So I was checking out some of your past results, and it seems like you always lean to a deck that has some sort of draw engine kind of incorporated into it. Specifically this season, saw you played a little bit of Golden Go, and you also played Alakazam and Megalopony. Do you just like decks that draw a mass amount of cards every turn?
We're like huge, we're a group of like a couple of guys, and we're huge Dunsparce fans.
Okay.
Since last season in Utrecht, we are playing some Dunsparce variations of any decks. Yeah, with Dango not so much, but Dango was like Dunsparce in itself. Just drawing cards, playing Dunsparce, learning to play faster, so to kind of go through it, because with Dunsparce you have to play fast. And yeah, drawing cards is always nice. You have everything in hand if you want it, and if you get red carded or judged, and you have like 3 done spots on board, you just draw right up and have everything you want trying to win.
So talk to me about that red card that you had mentioned. Now, for last weekend in Indianapolis with Alakazam winning, then red card wasn't legal, but now it is actually legal for this tournament. Did that card dissuade you from trying to pick up Alakazam, or was Alakazam always the plan for this weekend?
It was a little bit dissuasive. At first, I wanted to play something different. Because of red card, then we were like, yeah, it's now legal for this tournament, and probably a lot of people won't have it because it hasn't been kind of put into the rotation yet. People don't have really on their radar that red card exists. And so we were like, yeah, let's play Zam. Even with red card, if you have the Dunsparce like 2 down and Kadabra, you can just play the Dunsparce or the Alakazam to get more cards even after red card. We were like, yeah, let's put red card in ourselves for the mirror or for other decks. Like, it won me a couple of games today, like just here, the second game. So personally, I have not played too much against red card. I faced one, so people don't have it on their radar, but it's like a really good card as a 1 or 2 off in decks, especially for late game.
Well, talk to me about your run since you're kind of on it already. Were you expecting to play any sort of kind of water mega box with not only Mega Starmie, but Frostlass, Greninja?
We were preparing for a lot of Dragapult, and I haven't faced a single one yet. I was not prepared for Greninja because we actually put a Shaman out, which is like the main card you kind of need for Greninja, otherwise it's a really bad matchup. Like the second game I just immediately lost after one attack because Shaman was missing. And everything else was just grass. I wasn't prepared for that.
Okay, well, it seems like you have a very supportive crowd out here in front of you. Any shout outs that you want to give before I let you get to your round 9?
One shout out especially to my brother. We are playing the same deck, and he was kind of like yesterday, yeah, we need to play Zam. And so we kind of got the Night Mines because they're actually pretty good. Ready, and now we're both playing Zam. He started 5-0, so he's also in day 2 right now. To the Caster Clash, our entire group, Landsberg, to the Hildebrands, to everyone who supports me.
Well, good luck in phase 2 and the rest of the tournament. Casters, back to you.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jonathan's going to be in a great position now for Worlds, as was on the cusp, 640 points going into this event, and with that positioning of 701, almost in a great position to get a huge amount of points, maybe rise right up into the leaderboard.
I mean, and this is really the great thing about a tournament like this, and what we were talking about right at the beginning in terms of, you have a really big run at a tournament. All of a sudden, you're talking about being in the same contention as some of these really big names, but it's a matter of breakout performances that we sometimes see at these big events.
Yeah, and for you, Freya, you've been to Worlds before, and it's such an important part of the season, and many of our top players are targeting that. Talk about the pressure at the end of the season when you've got a little bit of points to get and you're going into those final few events. What's the feeling from these players? Goodness
me, I mean, you're taking me back now. So, granted, when I did my 2 Worlds performances, it was a very different kind of thing, right? So we were talking about a much smaller player base, smaller regionals for that matter. But some of the principles still apply, which is that you really have to know what you're going into worlds-wise and preparing as much as possible. But most importantly of all, this has already helped me a lot, kind of playing to your strengths, the best of your ability. Like, that's what I did when I played Night March at Worlds in 2016 and Mega Rayquaza. I know that I kind of did really well with those type of aggressive decks, and those are the strengths I leveraged to make those performances.
Well, it looks like Jonathan was leveraging those strengths right there. A very strong archetype that's going 701 currently off the back of a great performance before. That's one of the best principles of Pokemon. If a deck's done well recently, it can probably do well again if you know what you're doing with it. And so coming away from last weekend went, do you know what? Let's play Alakazam. Let's play with those nighttime mines. Oh, they're actually pretty good.
And I mean, I'm not going to lie, Mike, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir a little bit because, you're here standing as someone who's top 16 2 regionals recently, both times with a deck that's very, very close to your heart. I think you're on a very good track,
Yeah, well, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, definitely my favorite deck and one that allowed me to get all those points. And I'm in a great position now to make Worlds. So we caught up with Mike earlier on to find out how he's feeling about Worlds coming up soon. I'm joined by one of Europe's top trainers who is currently in a great position for a Worlds invite. It's Mike Ellis. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm really excited to go to San Francisco. I mean, I've never been before, great chance to explore, but I'm really kind of anxious about competing in my first Worlds. But, I'm feeling confident. It's been a good season, Well, you say you were there last year commentating, but this year you're going to be looking to compete. Will it be with that Marnie's Grimstyle that you took to Frankfurt for the 12th place finish, and you got top 16 at Gdansk? Very good start to the season with Marnie's Grimstyle. What was it about that deck? Yeah, so Marnie's Grimstyle was definitely a good pick at the time for me. It was the deck I felt most comfortable with. It was definitely underrated in the format, and it's in a strong spot to be my Worlds pick. Obviously, Dragapult's so strong at the moment, it's quite hard to compete with that, but hopefully Marnie's Grimstyle can be my deck of choice and carry on that legacy from the early start. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible run you had there, and of course, you went into 2026 and changed deck. I did some research. It looks like you went over to Charizard EX. What made you change decks over to that? Yeah, that's right. Went with Charizard EX. I saw Hermione doing so well. I actually got to coach me a little bit. Yeah, that's right. It was definitely an experience learning from such a strong player, an experienced player, and it felt like the best deck at the time. And I went to a few events with Toronto, Birmingham. Definitely fell a bit short due to my own mistakes. The deck was incredible, but it was a great learning experience. Wow, I mean, what a great decision that was. Got some great points at Toronto and Birmingham, but you know, those were the 4 events that you scored points at. Were there any low moments throughout the season that maybe you didn't quite get a finish you were hoping for? Yeah, I was quite lucky to get phase 2 in my first 4 big events. I mean, it was pretty lucky as well, but then EUIC, which is the big event of the year I was really hoping to do well with, that was the only one I didn't make phase 2 and just fell short, and that was quite a tough experience because it made me feel like I wasn't as good as I thought I was, so hopefully I can turn that around for Worlds. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, we all have bad events here and there, but I mean, it's not just about the big events you went to. I'm sure you went to a lot of local events too to top up all those points to get to 772. Talk to us a little bit about your local competitions. Yeah, locals has been quite a big part of the points for me. I've got 2 cup wins, a second and the third at a cup, maxed out my challenges. It's also been amazing practice. I'm in a strong local area. I've got Drew Stevenson, who's currently top of the European leaderboard as one of my locals, and some amazing players as well around us. So been great practice and also an opportunity to tot up those points to 772. Wow, I mean, it just shows you it's not just about these big events like here in Turin, it's about all the small events too. Challenges, cups, great way to get all those points for a Worlds invite. But Mike, you're looking like a great position now to be getting your Worlds invite to San Francisco. Is there anyone you'd like to thank? Well, I guess I'd like to thank you, Mike Ellis, my favourite commentator, and of course my fiance, who's been my main testing partner and been amazing to test with. Wow. Thank you. That's very kind of you to include me there. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, locals are a huge part of your run. So everyone at home, if you're interested in getting involved at your local community, make sure to check this out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, not yet.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Wow, if you want to be just like Mike Ellis there, who went down to his locals and got some points as well as met some amazing people, definitely scan the QR code on the screen right now. An amazing opportunity to learn, but also to compete.
You know, I think Mike Ellis did a really great job of telling Mike Ellis about just how good it is to go to your local league. And you know what? Maybe you could be Mike Ellis, interviewing Mike Ellis in future if you do well enough to be both a commentator and an amazing player as well.
Yeah, I'm still confused how that happened because I don't have a twin. There was no body double, but somehow I got a chance to interview myself, which is
not everyone gets that privilege. You know,
not everyone gets that privilege. But yeah, it's been an amazing season as a commentator and a competitor. And I think one thing that's clear right now in Turin is that there's loads of people out there trying to make their own stories to try and see if they can make their way to Worlds later this summer.
Yeah, truly after my own heart, because I mean, I feel like we have like a bit of a bond there. Like, in fact, the first season I ever was a caster, that was the same season, 2016, that I got 9th at Worlds. So, you know, I think we do have a little bit of that bond there. But if you want to get prepared for Worlds, maybe you should tune into this little discussion panel we have about preparing for Worlds.
Hey trainers, while we got a break in our regional level action, we want to have a little bit of a chat about the World Championships. This is the goal for every Pokemon trainer throughout the year, and we've got a very special trainer with us today who's done very well in the past. How you doing, Fred?
I'm doing good. It's it's been a long time since I've been to the World Championships, but I guess I did okay once or twice.
Once or twice. Well, tell us, what was the achievement we're talking about?
So in 2016, I got top 16, bobbled out of top 8 cut, actually finishing 9th. Was the only 5-on-1 who missed cut that year. Still stings a bit. And then the year after, I came 15th and I got top 16 again.
The top 16 2 years in a row. Any general hints and tips before we get a bit deeper here?
General hints and tips, I would say it's almost like the same as any other tournament in the sense that you got to play something that you know very well and that you're comfortable with. Worlds is a very different kettle of fish compared to other tournaments. It's normally towards the end of the format. It certainly was in at the time where I did well, but there may be one new set that comes out. So preparing for that, but also having a knowledge of what came before is crucial. But same as any tournament in that regard.
I want to touch on your sort of bias towards certain archetypes. You like playing aggressive decks. Do you think that gives you an edge specifically at the World Championships?
It's yes, but it's not specifically because they're aggressive decks. It's because I know that they're the kind of decks that I gel well with, and that's like a personal philosophy that I had when playing and still do now. Is that I know the kind of decks that I misplayed the least with, and that sort of make the most sense to me intuitively, and those are the kind of decks that I go for.
So I know you and Joe have actually done some kind of last-minute deck tweaking at World Championships. Joe is an excellent deck fixer, as we all know. So these last-minute changes you make to your deck, what are you thinking about? What's the thought process when you're going, World is tomorrow, I know I'm playing Mega Rayquaza, I know I'm playing Night March, those last couple of spots?
Well, that's the key thing, because changing your entire deck, I think that's quite unwise, but some last-minute changes based on what you see, that's totally fine, because you're not throwing off your whole deck structure, you're just making those last few adjustments, and I have a very distinct memory in the hotel room, my Mega Ray list all spread out, and I had something in that was completely irrelevant, or rather, that made sense at the time, but then Joe just went over and said, that's out, just straight away, and the changes we did make ended up putting me in really good contention. In fact, one of the cards we included literally won me round 1 of day 1, so there you go.
Yeah, those last-minute changes can make a big difference. Is there a different mentality that you have going into the World Championships? You know you're up against higher caliber players every single round of the tournament. Does that change anything going into the tournament in terms of preparation?
It definitely can do. It's more about what you want to make sure you don't change, which isn't, and I mean that in the sense that you don't want to go in thinking, oh, I'm up against all these high caliber players, I've got to be super nervous, super on edge. You have to treat it like any other game and treat every opponent with the same respect always. So it's important to not change the way you play in a way that you don't want to let the fact that you're up against such a high caliber of players get to you.
Speaking of things getting to you, right, I was following at home the first year. You bubble in at knife. I'm sitting at home furious that you're bubbling out, and I'm not even involved. And then you go back the next year. How hard is it to go and have a good run at Worlds one year when you came so close and bubbled out the previous year? Like, that's got to be gutting.
I would be lying if I say even now, as I was looking through my lists, right, because I had them, I recently managed to finish rebuilding them card for card, which is a really meaningful project for me personally. But yeah, it is just a matter of like not letting it get to you, and in fact trying to convert that into that hunger to like do better, even though you did get so close. And I've still got that hunger now. I may be a caster right now, but that hunger to do better at Worlds is still there.
Yeah, that never really goes away.
No,
I think
never.
We want to win every single tournament we get into, and Worlds is just that pinnacle. When there are these new sets coming out, how do you look at those cards, evaluate them, and think about incorporating them into decks you already know really well?
You have to take the knowledge that's there, right? So the one advantage that we have, as small advantage as it may be, is that in Japan sets tend to come out a little bit earlier. So maybe there's like a couple of tournaments you could look at, some online results to get that key sort of knowledge, what this all is there available. But other than that, you just have to theory craft. You have to build the things yourself, and you have to test with your friends. I mean, to that exact point, for my 2016 list for playing Night March, Tamao Cameron, very well-known UK player, good friend. We came up with a list for that Worlds together, and that was we made sort of a very. It's a bit hard to explain now in the context of the modern game, but we came up with a very unique concept that ended up paying off very, very well. So yeah, just try and incorporate all that knowledge that is available and do testing with the people that have the knowledge to build decks well.
Yeah, get yourself a world of experience. There's a world of opportunity out there. The World Championships, very much the goal for everybody here. And the good news is we're at a regional championship. Someone's going to get their invite to Worlds. Who's it going to be? Keep watching and we'll find out.
Well, it's a glorious day here in Turin and an amazing opportunity for our players out there to try and make it their best event yet. And I'm joined by the wonderful Emily here, where we'll be taking you through the action of our first Phase 2 round.
I'm very impressed by your interview, Mike. I was really like back there. Me and Shay were like, wow, this is really well done. It was amazing. Originally, that whole thing started as like a bit of like, hey, let's find players to interview on the floor this weekend about prep for Worlds. Like, we'll see. And then Mike was like, oh, I can do it. And it was about you. So, you know, your prep for Worlds, you know, you got to do it very, very soon. I mean, we know you're taking Marnie's Grimmsnarl, of course.
Well, maybe. We've still got time yet. And that wasn't my idea, by the way, guys. That was everyone else's idea. I just had to go out there and interview myself. Thankfully, I know the story quite well, so it made that bit quite easy. But yes, of course, these players right now trying to make their own stories here in Turin, as round 8 is just about concluding at the moment, where our players are looking to achieve 5-2-1 or better to make it through to Phase 2. And it's at this stage, Emily, you know, you've been there before, making it into Phase 2, such a big hurdle. And at that point, you've got a whole new runway to track down.
Yep. So both of my Phase 2 appearances this season, one was a, hey, I have to win this to get there. You can't just ID to it. And then my second one was, hey, let's ID, because I do not like, well, it wasn't me initiating it, but it was, hey, let's ID. It's been a long day, right? But now you're here, right? Now you get to at least take a deep breath. But for our players that are, you know, still, you know, haven't lost yet, right? Like Brennan, for example, now's not the time to slouch, right? Now, while yes, you are comfortable at 8-0, right? You just want to keep it smooth sailing. A lot of players are like, you know what, I've ID'd into Phase 2, and now, you know, I'll try again in round 9. But some players really want to keep it going, saying, you know what, I'm not going to ID. I want to go as far as I can, because sometimes those IDs actually kind of mess with the standings, and you start to bubble out of, you know, all of those prizes.
Exactly, and with Top Cut being so much more important to be a higher seed now, those players at the top on XO will be gunning for that #1 seed to try and have preferential coin flip into their quarters, semis and final, which is a huge aspect now added into the format recently. And now we're going to be looking at those players who are really trying to push to the top, whether it's here in Turin or whether it is in general in the season. There's many players at this stage who are on that kind of 500 to 700 point range who are thinking, I want to guarantee my Worlds invite just by getting loads of points, or I just need to tip over to that higher number to make it all the way.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I really like the opportunity that we now have, but it's so important to check out these cutoff rankings. Honestly, I love this slide, Mike. It's all the drama right here. It also really gives such a big picture of the point differences on such a small scale, right? Carl Blake in that 154 spot with 597 points. Realistically, right? It's not too far away from locking that invite. It is so close, and that's what makes it really exciting for us and very stressful for the people on this page.
And with us now being in June, there's no more local events available for these players. It will just be here in Turin and NAIC next weekend, where I know you'll be there, Emily, watching the stories unfold, looking to see what happens as these top players are looking to get those final few points, whether it is a huge IC point upgrade where ICs offer those more points, or whether it is those players here in Turin looking to try and use that special championship as the final leap.
And honestly, Mike, that's why this tournament in particular, Turin, is so important, because North America is going to have 0 play time with Chaos Rising before it's just, hey, you know what, Chaos Rising is out. All right, cool. Now go play it for NAIC. So a lot of North American players watching it this weekend here. And honestly, what a great range of stuff that we've seen today. We've seen Turn 2 Mega Greninja, double rare candy, and absolutely whiteboards. We've seen Slow King, and we are still seeing Slow King undefeated here. So I think actually it might give a little bit of hope to some players. Now, granted, right, when you're on the cusp of getting a Worlds invite versus not getting a Worlds invite, this is my caster pick. I'm always going to say Dragapult is the way to go. Do you really want to leave it in the hands of fate, right, when Dragapult is just so consistent? But still, I think it's very interesting to see how this weekend is going to affect everything else that comes after.
Yeah, we mentioned Chaos Rising at the start, where we're thinking, is this this set going to change much? Is there going to be new decks? We've had a chance to see Beedrill, Metagross, Slowking with the inclusion of Metagross, as well as a plethora of special red cards, and they've been the MVPs in many matches. Literally the match we just saw, it was special red card used by Alakazam of all decks to win the game, and it is that impactful of a card where hand disruption is thin in the format. A card like that can completely change archetypes.
Yeah, the thing is, right, we've lost Iono. I think players have finally come to terms with it, and then people are kind of dancing around Unfair Stamp saying, you know what, this is technically the best ace spec in the game right now to use. And honestly, coming into this weekend, we were all saying, you know what, having special red card now really allows for players to get more creative with what ace spec they're bringing, and that has actually not been the case at all. Everyone is still playing Unfair Stamp. In the first match that we saw today, it was kind of this like Wild West standoff of like who's going to take the knockout first so they can Unfair Stamp right after. It's a really weird part of this meta that it's like all of the focus is actually on the ace spec more than, you know, something else in the deck like the engine. But I think what's also very interesting right now is this: what is the best stadium to play? Is it Nighttime Mine? Is it Team Rocket's Watchtower? And I think I'm a big fan of Team Rocket's Watchtower going into next week.
Yeah, with the Dunsparce everywhere, shutting that down, as well as Mega Kangaskhan, all those Meowth EX. There's plenty of colorless Pokemon with great abilities. The occasional Noctowl sprinkled out there as well. But yeah, this is the key to the current format, is what are you targeting? We've seen Slowking do well. We've seen just there Greninja EX doing well. And it's due to that lack of Shaman in the format currently. So now players going to be watching this Chaos Rising format and maybe thinking, perhaps I need to put the Shaman back in to protect my bench.
Well, I think you alluded to it a little bit earlier, Mike, and it was, okay, based off of what happened last week, it's really going to change the meta for next week, right? And it's so weird because now are people really saying, you know what, I guess I have to play Shaman because I'm afraid of kind of attacks on the bench, or some people are just going to be like, you know what, it's just a bluff at this point.
Exactly. So lots to think about for those keeping their eyes on the Chaos Rising additions to the format and how it's causing things to shape up here. You mentioned Brennan on Ato with that Slowking, and he's not the only one up there with Slowking. So new archetypes about as well. So many of you at home, you might get a chance to play online with Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, and I think Slowking's been about everywhere. You know, I had the opportunity to play against fellow co-caster Joe Bernard, where he was playing with Slowking against me, and I can safely say he battered me with it as well. So it very much is a great deck right now, and one that the very smartest in the game are looking at too.
Well, let's take a look back at our meta, just because some of our friends across the ocean are actually starting to wake up now. So, you know, this is what I like to say is everyone's favorite thing to really look at here, and it's the deck analysis from Phase 1. It says Indie up there, and I guess it is from Indie. Mike, what do you see? Aside from the look away from the Mega Lucario, okay? What else do you see?
I see a lot of Dragapult, but I see the Ogerpon, the Teal Mask Ogerpon coming through as a great engine and an attacker in both Raging Bolt and with that Meganium. But it's also the Dunsparce there, which is featuring in many of these top archetypes, sometimes with Mega Lucario, but prevalently here with Alakazam and Mega Lopunny, which have both taken victories in recent regionals, despite the huge amount of Dragapult about. So definitely decks people are looking at as a way to beat the very best.
It's so interesting to also look at because you can see the engine that the deck runs right next to it right now. Granted, Mega Lucario does have the Soul Rock and Lunatone package. Lunar Cycle does allow you to draw some cards, right? But, I mean, Dragapult has that built in, right? With Recon's Directive from Dracloak being able to sift through the deck and find what you need. But you can really see the impact of Teal Mask Ogerpon and Dunsparce, this reliable draw. And even Teal Mask Ogerpon being a great attacker in some decks and honestly proving its worth last week in Indianapolis with that Hype Briar play that we saw a little bit too. I'm excited to see what players are going to innovate for NAIC, because at least here in Europe, it's been really fun to watch these other decks kind of go toe-to-toe with these.
I think draw on board is a key aspect of a lot of these top archetypes, whether it's the Dracloak of Dragapult or a Dunsparce cleverly left in play, expecting that ace spec of choice for many of these decks, the Unfair Stamp to come through. And this is the day one, the phase one analysis for Turin. So a lot of similarities there, but some shifting of those archetypes. You see Alakazam, the third most popular here, but there's not much in it when it comes to the decks outside of Dragapult.
It's just so interesting, right? Because you were talking about how tournaments the week before before affect the tournaments the week after, right? And Alakazam's positioning kind of shows it all off right there for you, right? Also, I think Crustle a little bit there as well in terms of, hey, let's tech for Crustle. Rahul doing an amazing job teching for kind of the field here. And if it's one thing that I can still say is that there's draw in a lot of these decks, but my only thing is about that Team Rocket Tanjiro is that, well, yes, it's very hype when it gets going, right? But it feels like if you miss that turn 1 Proton, it doesn't exactly fire that well.
Yeah, and it's so susceptible to disruption, and with the special red card coming through, definitely one of the decks that gets affected by it the most. And here's the best of the rest. There's that Slowking that we keep talking about, and it's not just because it's a cool deck, it's because it's a cool deck doing well here in Turin, currently 8-0, as well as many on those top tables. But you can see the variety in the format is huge. Once you get rid of the Dragapult and look at the rest of the field, it's incredibly diverse.
It's my always saying that go to a regional and play what you want, and play what you want that you've been playing well. I hate to hear people like, oh, I've been playing, I don't know, Zoroark for the past 3 months, but, you know, I have 0 games on Dragapult. I'm just going to go to a regional. I've never played Dragapult before, and I'm just going to play Dragapult, right? These other decks can do it. We've seen it happening all throughout regionals, and it's just as long as you know your matchups, I would rather go into a bad matchup knowing what to do than going into a bad matchup that I've never played before.
I'm looking at Slowking and Zoroark there, both great into Dragapult, but sometimes it's the rest of the field that's a concern. Meanwhile, you've got some of the decks that aren't so good into Dragapult, but they do well into the rest of the field. So, you know, there's a whole load of decisions here, but there's a lot of rounds, and there's a lot of different decks you might play against. So just play the decks you're good at, which is why you keep telling me to play Marnie's Grimmsnarl at Worlds, which we'll see whether I succumb to the Dragapult crushing hammer build or not.
Yeah, I have a feeling you'll be playing Marnie's Grimmsnarl at Worlds. I think also what's really interesting is that there are so many decks right now you can pick up and start to play, right? I think for experienced card game players, Dragapult is right there, really kind of teaches you kind of to sift through. But if you're a beginner, it's the tail end of the season. You got a couple months before regionals and special championships start up again. Now is the time to learn. I've recommended Mega Lucario for a couple of my friends who have never played card games before, and it's because it's about resource management and all that stuff, right? So I think now is the time. If you want to come into TCG, it's right now. It's perfect. Head to your local shop, go to your first local. Everyone is absolutely there to help you.
Yeah, we got to see 7-0 Lorenzo earlier on, who said he started just 1 year ago and is currently in a great position here in Turin. But speaking of players who are in great positions, I know Bertz has found someone who's looking to make Worlds with some pretty high amount of points on the board.
All right then, so I've managed to run into a very star-studded EU player who's having a terrific season, and if things go well this weekend, hopefully he should have his Worlds invite. I'm joined with Patrick, my friend.
Hello.
So talk to us, how has your season gone so far?
My season is pretty bad. If it isn't, I don't be there. So, I mean, I start pretty good. I start with 128 in Frankfurt, then 100 points from LAC, then another 128 in Germany.
Okay.
And then nothing, something from Seville, nothing from Prague, nothing from IC, nothing from Utrecht. So I'm here with my Hjartarson deck.
But this weekend, you said you're a good record so far. Was it 6-1, you said?
6-0-2 I'm now.
6-0-2, okay. And what made you want to play Hjartarson this weekend?
I want to make it fun. I'm so close to invite. I think I need 128 to replace 40 points into 80. So 680 totals would be safe. So I play safe pick, funny deck, and try my best.
That's always it. If you're going to have fun and do well, do it with a fun deck.
Yeah.
Right. So talk to us. So you've been to World Championships before.
I think like 7-8 times. I couldn't remember. Every year.
7-8. Wow, every year. That's what we like to see. So you had a good run this weekend so far, right? Fingers crossed. What are you aiming for? Top 128, you said, right?
Yeah, I think it would be safe with this placement.
Top 128. Okay. And then, do you have any advice? Let's say, because there's loads of people watching. Let's say people who maybe only go to their locals and they haven't been to regionals yet. Any advice to them?
Your standings after.
Do you have any advice advice for people who have only gone to locals and not regionals yet?
Yeah, play, have fun, and test it. Hard work works.
There you go. So testing, hard work, have fun, play fun decks, and good things will happen. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you.
But now, back to casters.
Thank you very much, Shay. Well, there's some good advice, actually. Hard work often does beat talent when talent doesn't work hard. Some words of wisdom, definitely. And you can hear the kind of fun aspect of it. Such a key element for these players.
I think it's so important as well that Patrick was really utilizing and talking about how sometimes you get points at majors and sometimes you don't. And that is just kind of the luck of the draw of the pairings, too. There are times where you have practiced versus multiple decks, and maybe you'll only see one matchup 4, 5, 6 times, and maybe you hit your worst matchups 3 rounds in a row. There are things that happen. That's just the way that the Swiss pairings work. That's the way that the card game works. But as long as you keep coming back, you keep showing up, that's when you're going to be able to find that tenacity to keep going.
Yeah, sometimes those events where you lose, you learn a bit more than the ones where you do well. But for right now, there are a lot of players who won't be thinking about losing. They'll just be thinking about how many wins they've got on the board. And that is exactly what you can see right here. Currently 2 players left on that 8-0. Previously mentioned Lorenzo, who started just 1 year ago and is now currently 8-0 in Turin, and Brennan, a seasoned veteran with 8-0-2.
It's so crazy to just, I'm looking at Brennan's run, right? And just saying, you know what, I'm locked for Worlds. I'm gonna just play Snow King, and it's working, right? It's working, and it's all that matchup prep. And when I talked to Brennan a little bit earlier in that player interview, he's just so passionate about the deck, right? He understands that, you know what, no one's playing Shaman. It's my time now, and especially when you're already really realistically locked for Worlds, you do have the opportunity to play something a little bit more fun. But there's nothing that feels better, Mike, than going into a tournament that nobody has your deck on the radar, and then just being able to be 8-0 after phase 1.
Well, maybe something Brennan has to be careful of putting Slow King on the map, because then Shamans might be slotting back into all those decks ready for NEIC and for Worlds. But right now, won't be thinking about the future. We'll just be thinking about how to keep on going here at Turin, as phase 1 is now complete. That means all of our players who are on 5-2-1 record or better will carry on to phase 2, where we've got 1 round left today of that phase 2, and then we'll have more action tomorrow with the rest of those rounds. And this is where the players are really looking to rise to the top. Those with 5-2-1 might be able to try and push up to those top 64s, top 32, top 16. Maybe that will be enough to make them to Worlds. But for those right at the top that we just saw there, they'll be thinking about that top cut right now.
Well, it's not just about those players that we just saw on who's currently doing well on the leaderboard. There's tons of players inside this phase 2. And I mean, Mike, this is your region. There are tons of names here. I see Ted Tobyn on the bottom right. I see Toby Clark and Kim Pobega as well. It's a star-studded lineup here too.
Yeah, Kim Pobega, one of our players to watch, and a previous regional winner there with Ted. But it's not just about the players that we recognize. We always have this here in Italy at the Special Championship. There are lots of players we don't recognize. Just mentioned about Lorenzo. He's a player who literally didn't play last year at Italy and is now playing the following year after being inspired to play Pokemon. And so consequently, a lesser known name making their first run, currently 8-0. Now, many of those players we see there, local players, the scene out here is so strong, and they come out in huge numbers to this event. So thousands of Italian players will be looking to try and make a name this weekend.
Italian players are just really good at Pokemon, I've learned. They're amazing in VGC, and they're amazing in TCG, and they're amazing in GO. This is the place to be if you want that hardcore competition.
Well, you need those inspiring figures at the top, and someone like Alessandro Cremascoli, one of the veterans, has been playing for a long time, a unique player, plays interesting decks, those controlling archetypes, has also set up local communities here in Italy to inspire lots of new players. So having those key figures at the top who are allowing the new players to come through and learn from the very best, it's how you bring up a region and why so many of them are so strong out here.
It's also really important too, because when you set up tournaments and things to do outside of these regionals, you become stronger friends and testing partners as well. The amount of times you go to a regional, it's been 9 rounds, you're tired, and all you want to do is just go to that coveted post-tournament dinner with your friends. I can't count how many good memories I have at that, right? But when you incorporate both the great players and the players that are up and coming, you do raise your skill level all together. A very experienced player can learn something something new from a newer player, a new line on how things work, right? So I'm excited to see how going into next season, some of our more experienced players continue to raise up our newer players.
This is the event to raise up if you are on the cusp of Worlds, or if you're a player trying to make a name for yourself as a champion here in Turin. For you, Emily, there's so much going on with these events in terms of competition, but it's not just the main tournament going on here in Turin. What else is going on around the event?
Everything, right? I think there's something to do at regionals, like no matter how seriously you are a competitor. I think there are competitors, and we really focus on the ones who are truly what we like to call results driven, right? The players who want to make it to Worlds, right? But there are, you know, things that players who aren't going for a Worlds invite can still go for, right? That 200-point ace trainer card, I love mine. I still have mine sealed. I love it so much, right? And it's great milestones, right? And it's great milestones for people to really kind of, you know, aim for. If you're not aiming for a World Championship, that's okay. But still being able to kind of have the courage to say, you know what, I'm going to go to an event, or hey, my only goal this season for like one of my friends was just, I just want to win a challenge, and just one challenge, right? And I think that's the beauty of Pokemon TCG, is that you can set goals in whatever you want to choose.
And there's the whole range from just a local tournament win to all the way to a special championship like Turin. And we had a spotlight on a few players here to try and see if they could make a big run. And here we have them doing well at this current tournament. All of them are in phase 2. We mentioned about superstar local players. Kim Pobega is in great stead right now to make a good run. But Julius Brunfeld, one of those players at the complete top end of the spectrum of traveling everywhere. You can see his name in pretty much every tournament, and that's because he loves playing Pokemon.
I've seen Julius at the airport multiple times heading to and from EU. It's just kind of like, hey, see you back over there, or hey, see you going over there. And that's the beauty of Pokemon. I think Shay put it really well this morning, that this is becoming not just like NA and EU and LATAM. It's really becoming a more global game. I mean, we're seeing a lot of NA players head down to LATAM and experience more of the LATAM countries, spending time out there. And I think that's what's beautiful about Pokemon, is that for me, before Pokemon, I could not have ever imagined coming to Turin, Italy, ever. Right? So it really opens the doors to find, you know, your game, and then being able to experience the world because of it.
Yeah, I've had a wonderful holiday here in Turin before the event, and I got to explore the wonderful architecture of Turin and the history. But for these players, their results currently are looking great. We've got Julius on 611, Fabio is on 611, also where Kim is currently 7-1. So we shined a spotlight on them, and they are shining with that light glowing in the glisten of Turin's Hall here. An amazing venue. You know, all of these players currently are embarking on a journey into phase 2. For those who aren't, there'll be side events tomorrow to get involved in. Plenty of spectators here too, who are going to get up to all sorts of activities in the hall. You know, you and I, we like to play alternative formats here and there with Pokemon. I think that's one of the beauties of the game, is it's not just about the current standard format. Yep. You've got all sorts of different ways to enjoy the game.
Do you love a cube?
Yes.
Mike Ellis is a big cube fan. I'm starting to get into the cube just a little bit more. I do love playing standard though. I really enjoy playing, God, what is it, 2019?
Yeah,
that
retro formats too.
Is 2019 retro? Don't tell me that, Mike.
Yeah, I think at this stage it is. That was about when I started as well, so I agree. It's a great format to get involved in. Another 3-prize format similar to what we have here. Is that just before tag teams? It depends on which part of 2019 you're in. But for all these players, they'll be thinking about now in 2026, where we're rounding out the season, the final stop in Europe. We've had a European champion at every event so far, and here in Turin, if we have another European champion, it'll be the first time here in Europe for a while that we've been able to hold every single event and earn all those spots since the invites have come through.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of storyboarding for both of these, for both of the regions, right? And you look at Europe, I mean, look at all the places you can go in this region. I mean, you start in Frankfurt, which was an amazing time, and then you move on to these beautiful cities with stack competition. And we're here at Turin, but honestly, Mike, where was your favorite place to go in the EU circuit this season? We know you said Sao Paulo this morning for LAIC, but what about on the regional/special event?
Oh, I mean, I am very food driven, and I really am enjoying Turin right now for the food. But for the Pokemon itself, I think Prague was, I didn't actually get to go to it, but watching it from home, that post-rotation tournament is always so exciting to see what people come up with. And since then, it's just been a joy to watch. Every event, it feels like, since post-rotation, a emerging archetype of some sort or a different way to play a deck has come through. And I think that's really the joy of this end of the season, has been that innovation from all the players.
Yeah, I think especially for North America, I think the running storyline has always been, okay, it's Dragapult, all right, we're going to see Dragapult, we're going to see Dragapult, but then we see other things win, right? We see Alakazam win last week.
Versus Crustle of all things.
Versus Crustle, right? I think there are ways to, I mean, granted, in Los Angeles, we really saw Dragapult in its full form, right? I believe all top 4 players were playing Dragapult.
But even then, it was a crushing hammer build of Dragapult, which at that point was quite a new concept, when now it seems to be the most popular version.
Well, still talking about Los Angeles, I've brought something from LA, and it's that Dragapult breakdown that I think a lot of players really loved to see. Mike, what do you see? What's really kind of making you kind of scratch your chin and say, that's interesting?
I think it's the Blaziken EX kind of dropping off in popularity at the start. That seemed to be a very popular way to combine with Dragapult, especially now Crushing Hammers are about. You'd think that energy acceleration through the Seething Spirit would be an addition, but I think really Dust Noir, which was the most popular version of Dragapult pre-rotation, is definitely starting to come through a little bit more with those high power turns, allowing you to take big knockouts, and people even finding a way to squeeze Crushing Hammer in that archetype too.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Mike, Andrew Hedrick and Crushing Hammer has really kind of turned the meta on its head, really, when it's talking about energies and how important those attachments for turn or not attaching for turn is so important. I think you're right. On paper, Blaziken does cover a lot of those energy attachments and all that stuff, but maybe things will switch around when we head to NAIC next week. Dragapult is just such an interesting story. It's always been good, right? Ever since Twilight Masquerade was released, it's always been good. But there were, I mean, Gardevoir was a really great way to kind of balance it out, right? And we can see, you know, Miloslav winning with Mega Lopunny as well. There are ways to get around it. You just have to know the deck well.
And I think a lot of players feeling the confidence in Dragapult is the consistency of it. Having Dracloak as such a strong engine, and those controlling elements that we're seeing sprinkled into lots of different decks. You know, Alakazam winning last weekend with controlling elements in it. One of the best decks at doing that is Dragapult, whether it's Crushing Hammers, Budu, Team Rocket's Watchtower. There's so many different cards that control the format that can appear very naturally in Dragapult. And pretty much all of the different archetypes have a card that could be put into the Dragapult if they want to target it. Right now, it feels like Moltres is everywhere to target down all those Ogerpon. But yeah, the deck is very versatile. It can be adapted to what is currently good in the format.
Well, let's talk about Alakazam, because you mentioned it just a little bit. This is seeming to become a player favorite very, very quickly. Now, if it's one thing about card games that I know, Mike, it's just that I really love drawing cards, and Alakazam and this Dunsparce really kind of work hand in hand, quite literally with powerful hands, right? But there's so many ways that this deck synergizes with itself. You can really start swinging big very, very early.
And when you've got all of that draw, you can start to add in a few cards that might increase your matchup win percentage in those bad matchups. You can see there that Dragapult EX is a bad matchup, but what we saw last weekend was Keris has solved that matchup by including Nighttime Mine, those handheld fans, and some people even opting to put Crushing Hammers in, going all in on that energy denial. And so even despite having bad matchups, you can adapt the deck as you have a few flexible spots around all that draw.
Nighttime Mine as well, mixed with the Elgium, you know, moving things around. Alakazam has certainly become I think a player favorite, right? I think for a lot of players that are just like, you know what, I just want to keep drawing cards. I'll find my way out of a Team Rocket's Watchtower, just evolve and swing for, you know, 360 casually, playing Enhanced Hammer to get rid of some of those new special energy that do block effects of attack because it's damage counters, not exactly damage. So I like Alakazam. I think it's a fun deck to play. It's also a really good deck for a beginner to learn as well.
My favorite thing with Alakazam is that final knockout, seeing how much much damage you can do. Even though you've got it, you know, even if you're taking a one prizer, just trying to get as high as possible. I've got 720 before. That was against our good friend Skarzig over at LAIC. We're having a bit of fun with it. 720 damage, didn't feel crazy, and that's why it's so good into the mega Pokemon of the format, because those 3 prize cards do not feel hard to take sometimes, and we saw exactly that in our last stream match where Mega Starmie, Mega Frostlass all went down pretty easily to that Alakazam draw power.
And here's the thing too, I think Alakazam has a really good way of getting itself out of a pinch as well, as long as you know how to set up your board correctly. And I think Karis alluded to it in her interview, not just, you know, playing a card for the sake of playing it, but really understanding your resource management, because a card that you potentially play in the early games, that takes, you know, the amount of cards that you have in your hand down, unable to hit all the way up like you need to be. So it's that resource management that I'm always just like, make sure, you know, you're not just like playing a card for the sake of playing it, have a purpose. So I'm excited to see more Alakazam kind of come into this format, see what it does at NAIC, and see if it's going to go back to what we were calling a little bit earlier, the consistency build with that Fan Rotom, being able to reliably get the Dunsparces, or go back to control.
Yeah, exactly. So lots of innovation here in the format, as hand denial has not been particularly easy previously with just the unfair stamp and a spec, so only 1 in any deck. But now we have that red card, allowing many decks to disrupt in the late game. Special red card, when there's 3 prize cards remaining for your opponent, you are able to disrupt their hand and give them just 3 cards, which previously with Iono in format was often enough to disrupt people out of the game, and has been a huge factor at this event. We've seen it come through as the MVP card on many of our matches here on the feature table. And I'm sure all around Turin here, there's been many other players using it for great effect. So we'll see whether special red card's going to come into action here in our next match. But there we go. There's a familiar face. A special winner over in Seville, Ted, coming through to try and show exactly why he's one of the best in the region.
You gotta love Ted Tobyn at this point, right? I think he's become a very quick fan favorite. Ted having a great season. I mean, it started it started way back at EUIC, right? But also Birmingham as well, and that led Ted to become the Sevilla Special Champion for the city. Honestly, it felt really great to watch him win. He's a player that works hard. Like I said, he's easily becoming a fan favorite. He knows how to work the cameras, let's just say.
Well, he certainly knows where the cameras are. Your opinion is your opinion on how much you think he's working it. But on the other side, Max is there, as you can see. Frankfurt, top 256. A great performance there, but maybe in a strong spot for a high finish here. You know, you think about 260, the max local points, and then you've got that strong finish there. Maybe some other points here and there, or it might just be a straight win needed for Max, facing off against an opponent who has done exactly that. Ted won an event and was able to make his way to World Championship, but is still performing well here in Turin, currently on that 7-1 record and looking to try and ramp it up.
Let's head into our Swiss round 9. So we're officially in phase 2. It's going to be Ted Tobyn piloting Dragapult, as we could all probably assume here, going up against Max. This might, Mike, dare I say I might be wrong here. Is this our first Hydrapple on stream today?
I believe it is, and what a deck it is. It's been growing in popularity. Early on, the favored partner for that Meganium was the Arboliva, and quickly it's changed over to Hydrapple.
Hydrapple here too, able to use that syrup or that ripening charge ability where you're able to attach a basic grass energy from your hand to one of the Pokemon, and then you can actually heal some damage. So it's actually starting to be seen as kind of this weird Dragapult counter here, where you can essentially erase all of the damage counters that your opponent starts throwing at you. You know, it's kind of like a picnic basket light when you really think about it. Picnic basket really kind of came into its own, but it's really powered by the power of Teal Mask Ogerpon. Freya was saying it. She believes that Teal Mask Ogerpon is just one of the best cards in the game, just for those free attaches.
And you can see at this stage why that is the case. Energy coming into play and cards being drawn, and it works so well synergistically with this bug catching set. An Appling going down, and Chikorita 2 And on the other side, Ted not really got much to work with. Will be looking to use that Monkey Dory as an attacker. Meanwhile, Max is setting up perfectly here, getting all the cards needed to get things going.
Well, you want to talk about getting set up perfectly. That bug catching set allowing for you to sift through the deck and grab your grass energy and your grass Pokemon if they're in that top 7, but also is utilizing that Meganium as well, which has really come into its own. I think this was a pre-release card for Mega Evolution quite some time ago now, but it's really this wild growth ability that is so useful for hitting those high hit points numbers, where each basic grass energy actually doubles as long as Meganium is on the board. So that allows not only for Teal Mask Ogerpon to, help you with attachments, it actually keeps going where Teal Mask Ogerpon could be one of your best attackers.
Well, speaking of best attackers, Ted doesn't even need the Dragapult because has that Moltres down straight onto the bench with the Fighting Wings. Will be able to take a one-hit clean knockout on an Ogerpon and has been added to so many Dragapults here, and Ted showing exactly why. This is such an efficient attacker to take down the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Well, no Dreepy, no problem, right? It kind of feels like Ted doing the right thing of attaching the Psychic Energy to the Monkey Dory. All Ted needs to do now is just find a Fire Energy. Is that a concession, Mike?
I think that might be a concession.
Oh.
Wow, that was quick, I guess.
Okay, so maybe no Dreepy, big problem.
Maybe no Dreepy, big problem, but yeah, I guess the situation was not looking good and recognized there's a lot of pressure coming through on the other side. Just wants to go into the next game. It was the Watchtower, tried to put the Meowth X in play, realized the mistake and just went, let's go to the next game.
Yeah, sometimes it happens just off of our screen. I'm like, where are we going here? All right, wow. I guess it's a concession. So yes, Team Rocket's Watchtower, while yes, you can use it, you can't bail yourself out of it, right? You can't bump your own stadium the moment that you put it down, right? So Ted unfortunately making a little bit of a misplay, but that's okay. Tons of time to play a couple more games and hopefully, honestly, a better setup, Mike. I mean, the Moltres would have at least been able to equalize, get Ted ahead just a little bit, but honestly, from the way it was going with no Dreepy down, I mean, that Moltres goes down and then it just doesn't feel quite good.
Yeah, Meowth X, what a card to have in a deck that plays Watchtower. It kind of reminds me of Path of the Peak in the past, being in decks that needed their abilities, but you actually find so much value with it. And Meowth X very much a bonus card that you use when you absolutely need it. And in this case, Ted absolutely needed it there, but already put the Watchtower down, so was in a sticky situation. With no Dracloaks on board, would not be seeing any fresh cards. And in that case, we are now in a quick game 2. Max will be feeling pretty happy about how that's gone.
Yeah, especially, but I mean, look at Ted, finally going to be able to find that key buddy Poff in here for the setup. And Ted going to not have too bad of a prizes for himself either. That copy of Pheasantipity is always just an eyebrow raiser, saying, you know what, maybe I might need that a little bit later. One copy of the Psychic Energy as well, but one Crispin. It just seems like some of these some of these cards that you have multiple of, aside from the Pheasantipity, just locked away this game.
We'll just be doing a quick prize check there, and I think has a second buddy. I thought so. Those two Dreepy at the front ready to go, and where game 1 there was no Dreepy, game 2 very much the whole squad on the board.
Yeah, it feels a lot better if you are Ted here. At least you got something going, right? I would love to see an energy attachment, and there it is, at least in the active, to try and potentially get into a Budew, because Budew actually turns off a lot of the ways that this deck really kind of gets going with that bug catching set here. But I see a grass energy, and I also see this Celebi. This Celebi, Mike, is really kind of the lifeblood of this deck when you really think about it, right? This first attack, the traverse time, you're able to search for up to 3 in any combination of grass energy and stadium cards. You know what that really equals out to? Forest of Vitality.
Exactly. Such a key part of the way Hjartarson works. There's a few moving pieces required, and when you're struggling for those, the Celebi allows you to get them. And with the Ogerpon being such a frequent start, and you're able to attach to it through its ability, it's quite easy to get into in these early stages, which makes it mighty effective at setting up. Sometimes you won't even see it, you won't even play it, but it's there as an option to help you set up in those games where things are looking a little bit rough. And right now you can see how rough that is, because Ultra Ball for an energy is never ideal for this deck, but on this occasion will be a key aspect. So just a little price check here for Max as he recognizes the resources available. We got a chance to see those prize cards, and there is a complete evolution line. The Hjartarson, thankfully in a 2 count, because 1 Applin, 1 Diplin, and 1 Hjartarson in the prize cards.
Max has great pace of play, Mike. I mean, it's been fluid this entire time, grabbing the Meowth. No Watchtower in play, so all good to go there as well. But it's so interesting because this Celebi really, I mean, no one's really talking about it. I still think it's one of the best cards in the deck here. Going to grab the Lily's Determination. And the thing is, what Max needs off of this, Mike, is going to be at least a way to get Chikorita down. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to start being able to swing for these high damage amounts with the least amount of energy possible.
And that Hjartarson, such a good attacker into Dragapult. But really, like you said, it's the Meganium that unlocks everything, so you can start swinging and taking a few prize cards. I think Hjartarson finds itself in a great position if it gets 2 prize cards ahead against Dragapult, as there's very few liabilities in play, unlike a lot of the other decks. And there we go, there's that Chikorita you mentioned, but it will be the Celebi to find the missing pieces around the Chikorita to create those evolution lines.
And thanks to Traverse Time, once again, any combination going to be able to also grab that Forest of Vitality as well. So another quick search here for what Max wants to grab out, but it feels like, Mike, we finally have a little bit more of just this fair setup here where both players are like, you know what, I finally have all the pieces I need. But here comes Ted efficiently getting the draw engine ready to go. Recon Directive might need to, you know, get some more energy on the board, and that's all you can ask for right there. And now let's see if he's going to be able to draw into some more track cloaks.
Pretty mad to say that that was the first Recon Directive of the series here, when we're currently in Game 2. Ted unable to get any Droopies down in Game 1 with a quick concession, and now the Dracloaks will be flying, just trying to set as many of those up as possible, and does just get that Lily's Determination. A fresh 8 cards for Ted, looking to set up nice and wide. I think the key here for him is stability. Does have that Moltres for efficient attacking into the Ogerpon, and we'll just be looking to try and set up as many Dracloaks as possible to draw lots of cards.
The trade doesn't feel good, right, when you're Max and you have to kind of work around this Moltres using its fighting wings and just constantly targeting down your Teal Mask Ogerpons here too. And I think the biggest part of losing so much hand disruption in rotation is that Ted knows that Max this turn is going to put down Forest of Vitality and get straight into this Hjartarson, but Teal Mask is going to be doing so much work.
Interesting, putting the Moltres down preemptively. There's not a huge amount of recovery in Dragapult these days. Typically only the 2 Stretcher, which is exactly what Ted has. So to actually get a Moltres back is quite tricky. But then once they're targeting down the Moltres, what's more devastating than a Moltres is a Dragapult EX that can do so much as well. So yes, the Moltres is there as a clear target for Max here, but might just look to continue setting up. Needs the Meganium in play, needs a few more energy, so a Gust might be a bit too much to ask at this stage.
Still might just have to take and just kind of accept, you know what, I am just going to attack into this Monkey Dory, at least get to the opportunity to get that off of the board. But the thing, like you said, I mean, Ted is just waiting with the Moltres ready to go here. So it's going to be a fresh 8 cards. I think at this point, like you said, it is just Meganium time. Has to find a way to get in. There's plenty of ways to get it inside of this deck. Not only do you have that bug catching set, you do have 4 Ultra Ball to try and find it.
We'll see on the other side of these 8 cards, as Lily's Determination flying back and forth, the supporter of choice in the majority of the format, as we see the Meganium straight into the hand from the 8 cards. What better way to find your important grass-type Pokemon than just getting it straight off of your Lily's Determination, not relying on that bug-catching set. Instead, you can find those energy there. So now Wild Growth is online.
Feels pretty good. Now, also about this Hjartarson deck, there is another secret hidden attacker in this Tapu Bulu. It's a great single prize attacker. It does 220 damage, and it does 32 itself, but still having a great trade in a single prize attacker. And speaking of attacking, Max just going straight ahead, charging on, going to be able to just attack for 1 energy because, you know, it counts for 2.
And a Crushing Hammer, the card that we've all been seeing rise to the top, denying energy. On this occasion, will flip tails. But Moltres here, Unfair Stamp. Now, you know, Ted is going to be looking to try and find a boss on the other side of this, because if that Moltres can continually take out 2 prize cards, it's a very scary prospect But for now, the Hjartarson EX, one of the big benefits of it is how large it is. Look at that 330 HP and the efficient attacker of just 1 energy when the wild growth is on board. Very easily able to take big knockouts and sponge hits.
Still can sift through with a couple of more recon directives, like you said, Mike, absolutely correct in needing boss's orders this turn, especially because, you know, Hjartarson is going to be able to use Ripening Charge and just start to heal off of things as well here. So grabs the Ultra Ball. I don't know if Ted wants to go all the way and bench another Meowth here, but finds that special red card, but still throwing it away in favor for another Ultra Ball. Still just can't see the hand. Do you see something, Mike, or is it just going to have to be Meowth for last-ditch catch?
I think that Meowth, which isn't a necessity for Dragapult to play the game, but it is that backup option when you need a specific supporter, and that's exactly what happened here. If Ted could have found it off the Dracloaks, that would have been ideal. But at this stage, it will just be that Meowth and a boss's orders onto the Ogerpon with 2 energy attached. Moltres, the efficient attacker that every grass deck is scared of, as it will be able to take a 1-hit knockout here for just a single fire energy.
Feels pretty good if you're Ted at this point. But like you had talked about, right? Sending this Moltres up and ready to go means that you have to understand how to get it back, right? It's a great single prize attacker, but then you spend so much time trying to rebuild something like a Dragapult, right? It just feels like at this point now, you kind of have to fully commit with the Moltres and then just keep using your Dracloaks as a way to sift through the deck here. Bug catching set, and unfortunately, Max finds his unfair stamp off of it, but can't grab it, so we know it's in the deck. That's the second Meowth hitting the bench, Mike. You never want to see something like that.
Especially as you want to start accumulating energy and drawing cards with the Ogerpon. Now there's not enough room for them as the Celebi and 2 Meowth, the support Pokemon of the deck, are clogging up the bench. As long as that Meganium's there and a Hjartarson in play, you can still swing. And that Moltres will need to go down because it is not able to stay in play for any longer than an Ogerpon deck wants it to. Hard to recover, as a Night Stretcher can be quite a tricky card to find for Dragapult these days. Only 2 for Ted, and it will be a bit of a reach. But at this stage, a knockout is there for Max, just looking to stabilize around it.
Yeah, and the problem is, Mike, is that Dragapult draws cards, right? It draws a lot of cards. You're able to sift through a lot of the deck here. So Max really wanting to find that unfair stamp to at least try and bring Ted down. And like you had said, I mean, granted, Max is going to be able to at least get some prizes this turn, but Ted can very easily reestablish this Moltres and potentially find another boss's orders for taking out the second draw engine of the deck here.
So we'll just go for a Teal Dance there, gets another grass energy. And the unfair stamp not found at this stage. We'll be able to get lots of grass in play, potentially prepping for a Dragapult swing next turn. As if Ted is unable to recover that Moltres, that would be the attacker of choice.
Looking through the discard just a little bit, I know Max does have that special red card ready to go for next turn if Ted is able to take a knockout. But you know that Max really wanted that A-Spec. Here comes Dracloak. I really appreciate the speed that these players are playing at, Mike. I mean, they are fast, they are efficient. So now it's all these recon directives. There's the boss, look at that, instantly taking it. Ted knows exactly what he wants to do this turn.
Yeah, and does, I think, have the fire energy in hand already, because he took the Psychic off the recon directive there. Does he have access to the Dragapult? He does. And so we'll be able to swing at any target on the board right now. And typically, the Meganium is not a huge target for many decks. But on this occasion, with the Celebi in play, it does set up for quite a nice prize map if you want to take that Meganium out. Or you could just go straight for the 2 prize Pokemon so that a Moltres would finish off. And that's what it's going to be here. A Meowth will be coming up. 170 HP. The main downside of the Meowth is it's in range of so many of the best attackers in the format. So we'll just be looking to put these damage counters about now, as Dragapult sitting there with just 2 prize cards remaining after 2 big knockouts.
If Max is unable to take a knockout on this Dragapult here, it's going to be the story of boss, 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 and that's going to be your 2-2-2 prize map. And that's the thing with Dragapult in general. It can play a little bit more flexible, but I would have loved to see another energy attachment last turn onto something like another Dracloak potentially, right? To try and, you know, if Ted wants to go for that boss route, find it all the way through, but still spreading out damage here. Maybe considering putting one on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That always seems to be the player choice here, but it is going to be all 6 on the Meowth.
I mean, just in a situation where no energy on board if this Dragon Bolt gets knocked out, which is very likely at this stage. So cannot Boss and Crispin in the same turn, which would be the only way a Dragapult could swing at something on the bench here. Hydrapple able to completely sponge a hit. So the only way Ted can take a big knockout next turn is with a Boss combined with a Moltres. And one thing that's really important to note about the disruption that Max has, he has both Unfair Stamp and that special red card. Every Dracloak that Ted does puts the bad cards to the bottom and the good cards to the top. So this special red card actually might put Ted closer to the resources he needs this next turn.
Well, that's the risk that you have to take, Mike, at this point, right? And that's what special red card does. It allows for you to have your opponent shuffle their hand and throw it to the bottom of the deck. But that's, I mean, that's the risk and reward, right? Saying, you know what, you may get closer to the pieces you need, but I don't like the amount of cards that's in your hand. I mean, Force of Vitality is still in play, so could try and get something else up. Maybe it's time that there's a little bit of a trade where Max is going to be able to get that Tapu Bulu up and swinging this turn onto something like the Meowth, keep him at an even prize trade. But no, it is going to be just this Hydrapple. What was the draw for turn, Mike?
Well, we've got the Night Stretcher there, ready to go for the Moltres. We'll just need the fire energy at this stage. So just going to play that Poker Pad to get the Dracloak out. Shuffling that deck will put those cards in the previous hand back up to the top. And it looked like the Fez and Deputy EX was a key aspect of that last hand. We're allowed to draw more cards. But you see there, 3 Dracloak on board, Recon Directive. That's a lot of cards.
Feels pretty good. And as we were talking about a little bit earlier, all of our top meta decks have some sort of drawn built into them, right? And it's this Dracloak with Recon Directive, unable to find the fire energy like you mentioned, still not finding it. Will the third Dracloak do it? Yes, there it is.
Does he have the boss's orders? That's the other key aspect. Will have the Night Stretcher and will potentially find a way to get it, but it doesn't look like it at this stage. With the Moltres going down, that means there's no room for the Pheasant Deputy EX, so he might even just look to punt into this Hydrapple in the active, and that's going to be what it is.
Ooh, okay, well, look at here. There's a Briar that Max is showing as well. Could potentially steal this game away, and will actually do so. Briar allowing for a Terrestrial Pokemon to take an extra prize card if your opponent's at 2 prize cards. Look at Max.
Briar for the win. Max got a quick game 1 victory after a slow start for Ted, but game 2, we saw exactly why Hydrapple is in the meta right now. It can take down the Dragon. Dragapult unable to deal with that pressure, even with the Moltres on board.
Well, what a game that we had, Mike. I mean, this was showing what Hydrapple can really do at the start of a turn if it has all of its pieces, thanks to Teal Mask Ogerpon, able to keep drawing cards, and even having the threat of not only the Applin, but the Chikorita as well to evolve up. And unfortunately for Ted, had to scoop because he went under Watchtower.
And all those Dreepy for Ted, getting all the Dracloak, but still unable to find the pieces needed to take the victory. But it was this early setup that was key. Getting the Moltres down, getting the Dracloaks going. Everything Max did on the other side was going to quickly get dismantled by that Moltres. But look at this, the Hydrapple, the MVP into Dragapult.
It was so close here in this game number 2. You could really kind of feel Ted coming back, right? But if it's one thing that that Hydrapple does really well, it's hide that Briar, right? And Briar just able to kind of sneak these prize cards in. And you could see Max just throwing it to the top of the hand, saying, you know what? Well, I'll just find a way to use my Terra Pokemon, just get an extra prize card from you.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was taken off the prize cards.
Pretty good.
So, you know, if you're doing that deck checking, you're thinking, I might have Briar at the end of the game, but it's in the prize cards currently, and you suddenly take it as your 3rd and 4th prize card, you think, whew, I've got that option back now, and it was the exact option needed in the end. There was Boss or Briar for game, and in the end, Briar in hand did the trick.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate too, because sometimes our players play too fast. Everybody plays too fast at one point, right? Everybody, I guarantee you, has done one thing under item or ability lock, right? It's so unfortunate for Ted, but good players do it, right? And Ted is a great player. It's just unfortunate. He knew the moment that Meowth went down with no chance of refreshing the hand because last ditch catch was turned off. He can't grab a support. He can't sift through the deck. Let's just go next. But Max, a great handle on that matchup, showing what Hjartarson can do.
Exactly, and you saw how important Meowth was for Max in that second game.
Yeah.
Exactly why Team Rocket's Watchtower came down for Ted. He recognized that, as the deck doesn't really have a huge amount of draw. Yes, the Ogerpon's there drawing one card with every energy, but you do rely quite heavily on the Meowth EX and the Pheasantipity EX to support that Ogerpon draw and find the resources needed to win. And that's exactly what Max did. Hjartarson with those big knockouts, sponging the hits, being too big for anything in the Dragapult deck to take it down.
Mike, we barely got to see Ripening Charge. We didn't get to really see Hjartarson. Let's be honest here. We didn't get to see, okay, Phantom Dive, let me just Ripening Charge and heal the damage. We didn't even get to see that. I mean, the deck can play very versatile, but it's all about that Celebi, right? Being able to either grab a Stadium and your combination of grass. I think Force of Vitality has certainly earned its wings here at Turin.
Well, an apple a day can make you 8-1 in play, and I think that's exactly what Max will be feeling as he's sitting pretty happy, and we're ready to chat to him right now.
An apple a day keeps a Dragapult away. It's all about the Celebi, and it's all about Max, our feature match winner. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was pretty rough for Ted, but yeah, happens sometimes.
So I really want to talk about this Hjartarson deck because we've not seen it much today. You've put on a very fearsome display with it. Did you pick it specifically knowing that you'd have a good time into Dragapult?
Personally, I think it's not that good against Dragapult because of the Moltres. I got dunked on TCG Live like 10 times.
Oh no!
Because they started Ogerpon and then they just crisped and knocked me out in the first turn. It was pretty rough, but yeah.
But I guess not necessarily every Dragapult list is playing Moltres, right? So if you don't run into it, suddenly it can be a lot more easy. And of course, you have the Ripening Charge to heal off the Phantom Dive damage, which helps a lot as well.
Yeah, but 80% of the lists are playing Moltres. Yeah, that's pretty bad, but yeah.
But you still managed to walk away with that one. So then, if that's being the case, what made you want to play Hjartarson for this weekend?
I think it's just pretty fun drawing all the cards, and I like to have a good engine on board. So just like I was a God of War player before rotation hit, and with Hjartarson you always have a lot of energies on board, and you can no matter what cards you have in hand, you can always attack, and yeah, I like that.
That makes a lot of sense. And of course, you do get to play the Briar package as well, of course, because you're playing the Teal Mask Ogerpon as a backup. How many times has Briar just stolen you a game like that over the course of this tournament?
Pretty often. Again, especially against one prize decks, it often helps to get those last 2 prize cards.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So you're sitting on a phenomenal record, like 8-0-1 now, I believe you're on, right?
8-1, yes.
Yeah, so with that in mind, what do you think about for the rest of this tournament? I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good going into day 2, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Hopefully I can get to top card. Would be the first top card I'm in, but yeah, let's see. We'll see.
So how many points are you on currently? How are you looking for qualifying for the World Championships? Is Worlds the goal?
I'm on 350 points, I think, so I would need a pretty good finish, about first or second. Yeah.
I mean, at first would be an automatic ticket anyway, right? But second place, I think if I'm doing the math correctly in my head, I think second place would just about get you there as well.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, actually, top 4 would be enough for you actually currently with the way the points work out. So a top 4 or better, and you could be going to San Francisco. Have you been to Worlds before?
No. This is actually my first season, but my dad actually wants to go there so badly. He likes the city, and yeah, he has been there when he was like 20, and yeah, he just wants to revisit the city, and yeah.
Oh, that's really, really lovely. I mean, do you have, I mean, you just mentioned your dad. Is there anyone else kind of very timely that you'd like to say thank you to or give a shout out?
Thank you to my mom, my dad, my testing group, and all the friends who support me all the time.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again. For a reminder for everyone at home, in case you're just tuning in right at the end, let's go over how the regionals format works one more time.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, you blink and you miss it on that round 9, right? It was over so quickly. And here we are at the end of the day already. I'm Emily Foreman, joined here by my lovely team of Mike Ellis, Shea Burton, and Freya Pierce. What was everybody's favorite part of the day?
I'll go first, please, if that's all right. has to be the Mega Greninja. 3 prize card turn on turn 2. Double water mortal shuriken into the attack. Madness.
I mean, for myself, it's kind of a favorite moment for like 2 reasons. First of all, seeing Ingvar, one of my locals on stream, but also piloting the Metagross deck. So cool to see a Metal Maker deck doing so well back on top and just filtering through, attaching all those energies. That was a really cool deck to see in action.
I mean, it's got to be Slowking, right? Watching the 3 prize turns over and over again, and Lily's Clefairy coming into, I think Brennan in a great position to keep running with that deck because it looked unstoppable. His build is amazing.
Well, speaking of Brennan and players who are 8-0, let's take a look at the standings. Now, this is before round 9 because our round 9 match went a little bit quick. So this is before round 9. I know Mike and I had a little bit of a chat about this on the desk. Shea, Freya, anything from you two?
So it looks like Ingvar was actually able to pick himself back up and is back on that 7-1 record. So still looking very good into Phase 2. Ted, of course, we just saw lose on stream, so he's going to be on 7-2 right now. Not feeling too great about that. Toby Clark, also another name that comes to mind as a strong UK player. Brennan and Lorenzo, though, really heading up the field.
Yeah, that was the only thing I want to draw attention to. Brennan Kamerman 8-0 with that Slowking. My card's prediction, by the way, just throwing it out there. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully we'll get him in asymmetrical top cut and beyond.
It's so interesting to see kind of what our day has kind of boiled down to, because all of our stream matches, it really truly felt like, okay, it's Dragapult versus this. It's Dragapult versus this. Okay, things are getting a little bit more innovative with red card. We saw Alakazam playing red card. Why not? So I'm interested to see how exactly the rest of the tournament in Phase 2 is going to go, knowing that there's not just Dragapult at the top, Mike.
Yeah, I think what was clear to see is that the Chaos Rising influence is bigger than suspected. That special red card has been match winning very frequently just here on the stream, let alone out there in the hall. So where a lot of people were looking at Chaos Rising is not going to change much, just this one card. There's also Slowking with Metagross. There's a few archetypes coming through. So I definitely think people have underestimated the power of the cards coming through.
Well, it's not just the players at the top of the leaderboard. There are plenty of players inside of our Phase 2. Freya, any names you're recognizing just from this list?
Just from this list, I mean, honestly, I think it's a bit of a repeat of what we saw in like the overall Swiss standings, right? Although another shout out to Kim Pobega, especially Bologna champion 2 years ago, still going very, very strong. Raz Wolp as well. Brennan, we already talked about. Lorenzo, we talked about. Toby Clark. Yeah, a lot of really, again, a lot of names both new and old.
I think it's really important, Shea, when we're talking about this Phase 2 and having different goals for competing, not just going to Worlds, but, you know, sometimes it could be just a goal to make Phase 2.
Could be a goal to make Phase 2 ace trainers, you know, could be on the line as well. It could just be, you know, you want to play your favorite Pokemon. Let's say your favorite Pokemon was Greninja, now it gets a shiny new Mega. Of course, you want to come in and start throwing some shurikens. So yeah, different players all have different goals, and hopefully all those players there will hit them and beyond.
Or you're just down the road and you fancied a big event. Plenty of local players here. I mean, Lorenzo, local to the area, is currently in a great position to make it all the way to that top cut. One of the highest seeded players in Phase 1. and only started playing a year ago. Has only gone to Prague and this event of big events. So it just shows you can pick up and start playing, and within a year, you're EXO in phase 1.
Well, that is it for us here today, but there is plenty of action to go. You have 11 a.m. CEST. If you can't see it, look for Shay's finger. Shay's pointing to it, believe it or not. And, you know, if you just love Pokemon TCG so much and you're on the West Coast of the United States, you got 2 a.m. for you. So regardless, plenty of time to watch for everybody.
Yeah, I always love tuning in to the events in other regions just to see what's going on. And I think lots of players will be looking to tune into this because of the NAIC meta being Chaos Rising 2. Everyone wants to see what's doing well here.
Well, it's not just us and the trading card game that's happening this weekend. You can check out all the action. I know there's some really hype stuff going on with Pokemon Champions this weekend, as well as Pokemon GO, finding out what their world's meta is going to be. You can check out all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. So how are we feeling, everybody? Anything surprising today?
I mean, it's got to be the Metagross as the MVP of potentially multiple decks. My favorite Pokemon getting a chance to shine in many different ways.
You did predict it, Mike. Well, it's not just competition action on this channel. There is a ton of things to really watch out for. And if you look at the bottom half of this screen, it's all about NAIC. But personally, for me, I really always love tuning into some of the old reruns of the old animations, Pokemon Black and White. You can find me, you know, eating dinner and watching that. And there's tons and tons more. So make sure, even if you aren't checking out some tournament action, there is tons of things for you to watch on Twitch.
I've been politely told to refrain from singing the opening theme to Black and White or the other shows I've done in the past, but it's not always Black and White, and you can tune into that. Really good fun as well. Also, we have a rerun of the NAIC preview show for those competitive folks at home. That may be good to tune into as well.
Yeah, it gives you a great deep dive analysis of everything that's going on between all of the games. All of our analysts for each game do so much work in getting all of the information of like what's really going on. So I feel like, as somebody who's a TCG caster, I feel like I totally understand Unite going into the weekend. But it's not just here that you can check out all of the Pokemon action. We got tons of ways to keep connected with Pokemon on all of our social media as well. Make sure you're using the hashtag #PlayPokemon in all of your posts. I haven't seen any posts this weekend. I want to see more posts because we want to feature you on stream. If you want to see your name on the screen, you can point to the stream and be, there I am. Hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And again, send in your pets. Ross isn't here to ask you, so I'm here. Emily did on my behalf. I'm here as well. Send us pictures of your pets, but also follow along at Play Pokemon and Pokemon TCG on YouTube and Twitch, respectively, so you don't miss a second of the action.
Nope, you can watch it on your favorite platform. I'm so excited to see where the rest of the weekend goes. Will Dragapult take the crown? It looks like there will be a European player that wins. Does Europe defend for the entire region? I'm not quite sure. I mean, you never know what could happen in phase 2.
It's looking statistically likely at this point.
Well, let's check out that highlight of the day. But for us, we'll see you guys tomorrow.